to make us a stronger team.
And make lifelong friends.
And to have fun at the park.
To be safe and confident on the water.
To help us stay strong and fit.
To help us stay healthy.
Dance in the park.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the Florida Scholastic Rowing Championships sculling events. So, a little bit different today. It was 72 degrees yesterday when we came over, and when I was just out front, it was a crisp 49 degrees. Fortunately, the wind is not an issue today. We now have a little bit of a front passage, and the winds, instead of being from the northwest and north, have hauled around to the point where we now have a tailwind. So we're going to see some really, really fast times this morning as we get into finishing up with the heats and semis and going into the finals for this Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Championships. It's been a few years since we've been here, right, David?
It has. And I'm excited, actually, even particularly for these semifinals this morning after we saw those time trials happen yesterday, Joe. And these semifinals coming out of the time trials, the top 16 boats put into 2 semifinals each in these boat classes. So they should be a good way to kick off our day because I think they're all going to be pretty competitive. With 8 boats across in every single one of them.
Yeah, it's where we're really going to take advantage of the unique capabilities here at Nathan Benenson Park of having 8 lanes and where we could actually go to 10 if necessary. So as is our custom here at Nathan Benderson Park, at 8 o'clock we'll be playing the national anthem. For those of you who choose to stand and turn towards the finish line tower, that's where we have our flag flying proudly. And we stand, if you're going to stand, please stand and remove any headgear. So, welcome to day 2. Good to see everybody getting out into our tents over on the West Shore. Welcome parents and friends. Hope that you've had a chance to enjoy a good evening here in Sarasota, Bradenton. I recommend that you guys think about going onto YouTube and look at yesterday's racing. We had some really wonderful shots from our photographers, and we hope that you enjoyed our commentary. So today, where the rubber meets the road, we're going to have semifinals and finals. Started off at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll have the boys freshman doubles, 2 semis, and basically everything today is 2 semis, where 4 will go to fill. Out of each one will go to fill half of the lanes for the finals. Our first final is going to be the girls freshman double at about 9:45 this morning. So if you don't have a printout and you want to know what the schedule is, go to crewtimer.com and you'll be able to find our races there, and you'll be able to see the lineup of the future races and who's in what lanes, as well as results after they've had a chance to compile them and make them final. So, looking forward to a wonderful day of racing. It's a beautiful, crisp day here in Sarasota. I'm hoping that this crisp weather stays around for a little while, but we'll probably be into the mid-80s by the end of the week. So, I'm Joe Dobson, and I'm here with David Wyatt, and we wish everybody here in the venue fast and safe racing, and we hope that all of our parents and other visitors are enjoying the racing and enjoying the ability to walk and walk your dog and have a good time here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. My name is David Wine. I'm here with Joe Dobson, and we are getting ready to watch the first semifinal of our morning. We're going to have some semifinals that came out of time trials yesterday. If you were watching the broadcast, we had time trials that went through. Most of them had 20 to 30 boats. It was just because some of these events are very well entered or attended. This being one of them, the freshman doubles.
It's really, really nice to have this beautiful sunrise illuminating these crews. The closest crew to us is the crew from Miami. And then as we pan up, it's a crew from Miami Beach. In the blue boat from Lyman. And then from there, it's Sora, South Orlando. Palm Beach in kind of a black-gray boat. The white boat is another Miami Beach entry. And then in the red boat is from Vero. And at the top of our picture in lane 0 is Sebastian rowing. So as David indicated, these are the crews that were in the top 16 of our heats yesterday. And we should be seeing our top-seeded crews in the middle of the pack, and that'll probably be Miami Beach, Palm Beach, and Sora based upon their times. So looks like they're getting ready. Okay. We're going to play the national anthem right now, everybody. Carry on. Okay, our first race is off, and they are through the breakage area.
Yep. Good shot there at Vero Beach. And as we move through the racing today, as we talked about, there's going to be some semifinals this morning that are reflective of how the time trials went yesterday afternoon. And then after the semifinals, we will be in a pattern of finals and petite finals for the rest of the day. It's going to be an exciting day, day 2 of the FSRA Sculling Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And you can see, as Joe spoke about a few minutes ago, the conditions have changed today relative to yesterday in that there's a little bit of a tailwind today, at least this morning, even out in front of the finish line tower here, the largest finish and timing tower in the world here at Nathan Benderson Park. We're seeing a little bit of a tailwind. So we should have some quick racing versus yesterday where these boats were really having to push against the wind quite a bit. And good start there from lane 7 Miami, and they are out there with lane 4 Sora, Joe, as they come through 500 meters.
They certainly are, and it looks like our heat lane assignments did well, except for the people from Miami that obviously were being very comfortable and not showing what speed they had yesterday. So the wind is a little bit on the starboard quarter of the boats. That means it's a tailwind, but it's a little bit off on their starboard side. So it's going to be a very, very fast racing here. And it's a really nice start for our first race of the day, the first semifinal of the freshman, boys freshman double.
So the progression in these semifinals is all going to be the same. Top 4 boats are going to put themselves into the A final, which will be later on today, where they will race for a chance at medals, a trophy, and the crown of state champion in this boys freshman double event. I particularly like the FSRA regattas because we have freshman races. So what are the rules? Basically, you have to be a freshman or younger. You can be younger than a freshman in high school. You could be a middle school athlete, but you cannot be older than a freshman in high school, are the rules for these events. They don't exist at the youth level anymore, the youth being the sort of 2,000-meter version of high school rowing that is typically more attended by club teams. As you see in lane 7, Miami really rowing away with this thing in the middle 500, Joe.
Yeah, they certainly
have
are.
really extended themselves out of that lane 7.
They have, and then they're closely followed by Sora in lane 4 and the Miami Beach B entry in lane 2.
The 4 boats out in front sort of have separated from the other 4 boats for the most part to my eye. It does look like Lyman maybe is Lyman and the North Palm Beach boats maybe are there if they can find something in the last 500 meters. But if you look down the race course from where we are, there are 4 boats that have pushed out from the other 4. And Joe was talking about, through that time trial, typically the way that it will set up is the best times are going to be in the center of the race course. So the idea that Miami out of lane 7 may have just sort of made it through the time trial, just kind of barely one of the last spots, given how they're going to seed these boats into these semifinals. The fact that they're crushing the field right now is a surprise. Maybe they just simply didn't have a good time trial yesterday, Joe.
Yeah, they might have been. Yesterday we had the winds coming from the west, and they might have found themselves out in lane 7 or lane 6 where the wind impacted them most. But yeah, it looks really clear right now that the progression is going to be Miami Beach, Sora, and then the other Miami Beach boat. So
yeah,
very nice rowing by these crews.
You bring up a good point, Joe, that the conditions definitely were different yesterday, and they do have an effect. Certain crews row better in certain types of water and certain types of conditions. Obviously, rowing is an outdoor sport. Some of these teams row on more sheltered water than others do. And you even see it, wow, look at this at the finish line. First race of the day, and it's basically a photo finish for 3 boats, but all 3 of those boats are going to move through to the A final, Miami Beach Sora and the other boat from Miami Beach. So 2 Miami Beach boats will be in the A final of the boys freshman double, as we have another really close finish there between Lyman and North Palm Beach, as coming across the line, Sebastian and Vero's B entry. So great finish here for the first race of the day. But what I was going to say is, even at the Olympic level, Joe, because some of the conditions were pretty interesting in Tokyo, you had some crews kind of come out of nowhere to some extent because the conditions may have helped them. I look at the men's single and the single sculler from Greece winning the men's single. He was kind of a smaller athlete. The conditions seemed to set up well for him versus some of the bigger athletes based upon how the water was. So maybe that's what happened there with Miami. Let me set up this race that you have on your screen now at home on YouTube. Again, it's 8 boats across. This is the second semifinal of the boys freshman double. In lane 0, furthest from the camera is Hillsborough. Then it's Gainesville, Cape Coral, Oars, Sarasota Crew A, Sebastian High School, Sebastian River, Lane 6 is the University School, and in lane 7 is Vero Beach A entry. So we saw the B entry from Vero Beach. That's the A entry in lane 7. As they start to shape up and come through 500 meters already. Again, top 4 is what we're looking for to progress through. And that's a shot right there
And
of, it looks like Hillsborough and Gainesville and then Cape Coral on the screen.
Right. As they went through the first 500, it was Vero Beach in first place, closely followed by Sebastian, and then Sarasota A and University. So it appears that the trend so far this morning, with a large sample size of 1.5, is that our lanes, which are closest to the beach, lanes 4 through 7, are really doing quite well. And lane 7 is again the leader for this race.
Yeah.
This time it was Miami last time. This time it's Vero Beach.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the water, Joe, it's hard to know that the water is necessarily helping in lane 7. We may just have some aberrations, but if we keep seeing that happen, then maybe it's not. But you're right, Vero Beach out in front, and then looking down, there may be a pretty good race here, possibly for 4th place, but I'm still seeing 4 boats kind of pushed out from the rest. And they're all in the lanes closest to the beach. It's Vero, University School, Sebastian River, and Sarasota Crew that are the 4 boats right now that are in position. The other one that's right there is Oars. So Oars is really right there fighting for 4th place. Again, you got to be top 4 to move through. You also have Hillsborough all the way up there in lane 0 that is in the mix as well. They are the best of those first 3 lanes, so to speak, Hillsborough, Gainesville, and Cape Coral. So
Yeah.
500 meters to go. We've got.
Looks like University is having a really difficult time steering. If you watch on your monitor, they're actually going, really turning quite a bit. So possibly they're having a little bit of difficulty of keeping their boat straight, and that's going to drop them back and move Oars into a better position because every time you turn, you create a lot of drag. So we now have Oars and University really going to be in a position to fight. Unfortunately, it looks like Hillsborough might not be as threatening as we thought they were initially. So we have those 5 boats right there in the middle and 4 to go through. So it's going to be fun and zest coming into the last 250 meters right now.
Yep, so it's Vero still out in front, lane 7 closest to the beach. Behind them, it looks like Sarasota Crew sitting in 2nd place. Sarasota Crew trying to hold off Sebastian River. Here comes Oars. Oars trying to challenge that boat from University School that had that patch of water there where they were kind of going back and forth. Maybe there were some partial crabs or some sort of equipment getting stuck in the water, but it looks like Oars is going to motor past University School. Who was in one of those qualifying positions. Actually, it's really going to come right down to it, Joe, as University School finds another gear, and they have wound it up. So it's Vero Beach across the line. It's Sarasota Crew. And then being caught here is Sebastian River by these 2 boats that are fighting with one another, and they know it, even though they're a few lanes away. And maybe University School hung on, found a little bit in the last 150 to get back on Oars.
Yeah, I saw the bow person of the University boat, Mr. Prost Hegston, looked over at and saw where Oars was and made a call, and his stroke really answered, and they paid the price because they just absolutely collapsed at the end of it. But you want to empty your tank, and then you can recover. And that's exactly what they did. A very, very nice race in our last semifinal for the boys freshman double. Our next race is going to be the girls freshman quad semifinal. And we have, again, 8 boats, just like we have throughout the day today. Ransom is in lane 0. Then we come down to Plant, Bowles, Miami Beach, North Orlando, Vero Beach, Oars, and Plant A boat. So we will have a picture soon And right now, there we go. There's the money shot of rowing. You can see all the crews as they line up, and the high number crews are closest to us. So that would be, looks like that is a Vero Beach crew right there, and then above them is North Orlando with the blue insignia on the oars. And that's correct. And then Miami Beach has the uni suits that have the light blue and white stripes. And looking up there to the top is bowls, and they're beautiful orange and blue gator colors. Then Plant in the black and yellow, and Ransom in white. So we have a start. And you see the young ladies from oars just go zipping out there real fast.
Yeah, gorgeous picture, as Joe said, of the start. Don't have the sun in the camera lens. You can see everything so clearly. And that's a great shot of what's going on in the boat in lane 4, North Orlando. That's Miami Beach with the pink visors. And then that's the Bowls School out of Jacksonville. As they come through, what these boats are doing is they're coming from a dead stop to as fast as they can go as quickly as possible. Typically, a very generalized race plan at the start is that you're going to go out and strike the water more times than you will in most of the race. And the idea is, again, to get the boat up to speed as quickly as you can, and then you start to settle into what you feel like is right to hold for much of the race course, or probably until they get within earshot of the speakers of us down here, Joe. So on the right side is Miami Beach. On the left side is the Bowls School. This is the first semifinal of the girls' freshman quads. Yellow blades of HB Plant High School out of Tampa. That's their B entry. Again, top 4 is what we're looking for to move through to the A final, which will be later on today, to race for medals, a trophy, and the crown of state champion in the girls' freshman quad. As you see the stroke woman in the Bowls boat miss a couple of strokes there, and you see those two boats kind of coming together. Luckily, there wasn't any sort of problem between the two, as you get a good shot now of your leaders that are actually out here in the lanes closest to the beach, Plant and oars. Joe, I'm going to take a gander that they have set it up with those as the favored lanes this morning, given the conditions, because I don't think it's a pattern we keep seeing now in these first 3 races where we're seeing a lot of speed out of lanes 6 and 7.
Yeah, I agree. I'll walk down and verify that with Bryce Crosley, who is our head of the local organizing committee of the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association. But it's, gosh, what a gorgeous day here in Sarasota, Bradenton. And one of the things that is wonderful is the venue we have, whereas where I've done a lot of my racing on the Schuylkill River, both as a high school and in college, all the lanes here are perfectly equal. There is no current. It's a lake.
There is no turn.
There is no turn, and to go underneath the Strawberry Mansion Bridge in Philadelphia. And also, the depth of the water is equal here. So what they did is when they dredged this lake in order to create this racing course, they made sure that the depth of the water is at least about 4.5 meters, so that they don't have what's called the pressure effect, where if you're rowing in shallow water, the pressure of the boat going through the water pushes down and then bounces off the bottom, and it reflects up and slows down the boat. But here at Nathan Benderson Park, the water is deep enough so even with 8s, that's no impact. But and then all the dredge that they took out of dredging this lake was put here on this island we're standing on right now, or sitting as we are here in the 4th floor of the Finish Line Tower. That is used to create this island of 33 acres. So It only took about 2 years for it to dry out, though. I remember walking through it and being up to my ankles for a couple of years. So your hypothesis, David, that they are putting the faster crews on the eastern side or the high number lanes definitely appears to be true.
Yeah, and we've got, as we have in the first two races, we've got a bunch of side-by-side racing still. You've got your two that are out in front. It's Plant just ahead of Oars. They're in adjacent lanes 6 and 7. They have been connected pretty much all the way down the track, these 1,500 meters. You also then have a solid third place of Vero, and then we're going to have quite the battle for fourth place to get into the A final. Couple of boats are side by side there and going basically the same speed, and it looks like it's Miami Beach and Bowles, and we will see what ends up happening with those two. Can anyone else get in the mix? Those two are essentially deadlocked stroke for stroke. So who's gonna make the move? Who's got the most energy between Miami Beach and Bowles? It's Miami Beach pulling ahead now of Bowles for that fourth place spot. Are they going to be able to hold it in the last 25 strokes to the line? I'm going to tell you, I talked about it. These time trials do pretty much do a great job of figuring out what these semifinals should look like. And that's why for these first three races, we've come down to the tape several times.
Wow, this is really great racing. Again, because the crews are matched very nicely. Really nicely done. Plant did a nice move there to move out to about a half length over Oars. They're almost right even at the end of the island, with 350 meters to go. Vero Beach is hanging on, and it looks like North Orlando, Miami Beach. Miami Beach has really put a big move in order to secure their fourth and final qualifying position into the finals for later on today.
Yep. You see, was that Ransom all the way in lane 0? They're now in lane -0 as they come across the line and into the lily pads up there. So that was the first semifinal of the girls' freshman quad. Top 4 unofficially moving through. It's Plant High School. It is Oars, it's Vero, and it is Miami Beach. And we're already on the race course with semifinal 2 of the girls' freshman quad. Again, top 4 are going to move through. Let me set the field for you. You got a picture there of the boat in lane 3, which is Team Tampa. But let me set the entire field for you. From furthest from the camera, in lane 0, it's Sebastian. In lane 1, it's Sarasota Crew. Lane 2 is First Coast. Lane 3 is Team Tampa. Lane 4 is Treasure Coast. Lane 5 is Gainesville. Lane 6 is Hollywood. And in lane 7 is South Orlando. Picture Team Tampa there again, and you see that 1,000 meter sign in the background. That's 500 meters in, so 1/3 into this 1,500 meter race course for these FSRA Sculling Championships. And as you see those boats getting through that first third of the race, I want to thank our sponsors for this event. They are Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, the ABC7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center, the beautiful retail mall that we can see out the window behind me right now. As I look down the race course, you see lane 7 is in the lead. That is the boat from South Orlando. Hollywood just trailing South Orlando as they come through that 500 meter point. And these boats will, to some extent, reset. They will figure out where they stand. They've got to be top 4, as we said, to move through to the A final in this girls' freshman quad event. And the bottom 4 are going to move to a petite final. So even the races within the race that are behind the top 4 that we've seen some come right down to the tape. They're going to get to race each other again later on in a petite final. That there is a good shot of, looks like, First Coast. As we make our way to the halfway point in this semifinal 2 of the girls' freshman quad. Also want to remind everybody to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram at Nathan Benderson Park, and on Twitter at MyNBP. And check in at the park when you are here today. Use the hashtag MyNBP and FSRA Sculling so that the algorithm sends your post to the top and everybody can figure out that you are here watching. This one, Joe, quite a bit more competitive even than some of the ones we've seen before already today. The first three races we had several overlaps at the finish line, but this one is also shaping up to be pretty exciting, it looks like, because even there's a ton of speed out of Sarasota all the way up there in lane 1.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Lane 1 and lane 3, and then lane 6 and 7 are really competitive. And then we have other crews that are right in there as well. I went down and talked to Bryce and did verify that they did seed the crews from lane 7 over to lane 0, and we're seeing that. So today, instead of having a chevron or point like you would have on a arrowhead, we're going to see a line going across. And the reason why they seed it this way is they look at the weather forecast and what the winds are going to be, and as the winds change and intensify, they're supposed to go from the east later on. You want to seed your higher crews right along the wave attenuator, which is the one is there to knock down all waves. We say here in Sarasota, that's where waves go to die. So it certainly appears to be true, but man, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a heck of a race coming down here for third and fourth place, where we have 4 crews competitive for those last 2 spots.
Yeah, 4 boats appear to be connected. Maybe Sarasota Crew sitting in 3rd place. You've got these 2 boats out in front. It's Sora and it's Hollywood out in front in lane 7 and 6, respectively. Then you have Sarasota Crew all the way up there in lane 1 that is really finding speed and starting to continue to generate speed. And then 3 boats overlap for 4th place right now. And it's anybody's game. What can they have in the last 250 meters? Can they get themselves in an A final? These are all freshmen or younger athletes. So they are really seeing some of their first sprints, really, of their lives out here on this race course. And what do they have to empty the tank and get themselves into a final? It's back and forth here as they come. It is still South Orlando. It's Hollywood. It is Sarasota Crew. And then who is it going to be? It seems deadlocked right now between First Coast and the boat from Team Tampa.
Now, as the camera pans around, you're going to see a yellow and black sign on the far coast. And look down there, and that will give you a perfect perspective as far as who is going to make it. So it looks like it's going to be Sarasota Crew for third. But look at these 3 crews. They're all right matched over within 5 feet of each other.
Going to come down to it. It's going to be a photo. Only a couple of feet. I'm going to give it unofficially to First Coast for that 4th spot, just ahead of Team Tampa. I think it's fair to say that was the outcome. I think it was maybe 3 feet at the finish line for First Coast over Team Tampa to get that 4th spot in the A final. And they just keep coming hot and heavy this morning, Joe, with just super competitive racing, which, again, is what we expect out of a time trial, where the time trial really does a good job of putting these crews together, putting them in the right place, and it makes these semifinals extremely competitive because everybody had to qualify to get here. So the next race that will be on the race course is going to be the boys' freshman quad semifinal 1 with the same progression.
Okay, again, looking from our higher seater crews, which are the ones in the foreground, and we're seeing lane 5, Bolin's entry, and reflective of the Latino influence of Boleyn Jesuit School. The name of the boat is Virgen de la Caridad. My Spanish is okay, but not quite that good. And then right there with the white unis with the red stripes is Vero Beach. Team Tampa in white with the horizontal blue straps. And then we're off Treasure Coast in the yellow boat Miami and a white boat. So here we go. Our first semifinal of the boys freshman quad.
Good picture there of Sarasota Crew. That's Miami now in the screen as these boats get going. Again, remembering that the boats, as you see, Plant High School with their gold trucker hats. And as we look from where the camera is, remembering that the higher seated crews are closer to the camera. That's Gainesville there. Very distinctive blades. So this is boys freshman quad semifinal 1, and these quads are very fast boats. They'll be getting down this track, especially with a slight tailwind pretty quickly this morning. And this one I expect to be competitive as I look down the race course. Everybody is still kind of in the mix, so we'll see if we get that camera shot at 500 meters where everyone stands. As you get a shot there of Sarasota's B boat. We're going to see as they come through really where everyone is, but you can see most of the boats still in the picture, which is what we hope for and what we expect.
Quite different from the rolling start with big waves that we saw yesterday with the northerly winds. Look at the glassy water. Absolutely beautiful here in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. It's probably about 53 degrees right now.
So it's Miami coming through the 500-meter point first, and then it is Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew basically level, Plant High School, and then Gainesville in that order. And then it's Sarasota Crew B and Sebastian rowing. We may be missing Treasure Coast, or at least they haven't been in the picture. So it may be a 7-boat race, but regardless, we're looking for top 4. So a really good first 500 meters from Miami to get out in front of both Sarasota and Belen Jesuit, who qualified with better times in the time trial yesterday. So they're trying to turn the tables a little bit, and we talked about yesterday, you never really know exactly what everyone is doing in a time trial, not to mention you are racing against yourself in a time trial. It's totally different than side-by-side racing, and a lot of athletes are just more competitive when they're side-by-side with other boats. So maybe that's what's going on with Miami. Maybe they held back a little bit in the time trial. Either way, they're out in front.
Yeah, Miami, Sarasota A, and Belen. If we look on our screen, we can see the yellow Belen boat to the left, and then on the inside of them, to the right of them, is the Sarasota Crew A entry, and then a Miami A entry that has a wonderful start and is continuing to pull away. And then we've got a great fight on the next 2 crews over, the yellow boat, a Plant, and then Gainesville, and then over a couple lanes is Sarasota B. We'll see whether or not they can overtake those other crews which are on their starboard side. But it looks like Miami A, which is the 3rd boat from the left on your screen right now, is really doing great. Somebody's being signaled by the judge referee. Every once in a while, if you see that catamaran with the judge on it, we have 2 official boats going behind the race. If you see a white flag come up, and they will point to the crew they want to talk to, and then they'll give the crew a direction with the flag if they're going outside of their lane. All right, now it looks like Sarasota A had a planned move at about 3:50 at the end of the island, and they may have overtaken Miami. What do you think there, David?
Yeah, possibly, or it's stroke for stroke, but they definitely have jetted away from Belen Jesuit, has Sarasota Crew. See if I can get a stroke rating on the 2 crews that are out in front. Sarasota at 35, and I have Miami at 37.
Yeah.
So Sarasota Crew maybe understroking and really has pulled away. So you're right, Joe. They had something up their sleeve, and they really dropped the hammer in this last 500 meters to go from 3rd place to a solid lead. And it does look like Plant High School is moving away from Sarasota Crew B, and they've moved away from Gainesville. So this one may be a little bit more in hand for these 4 spots than some of the ones we have seen so far this morning. But Sarasota Crew with what we sometimes refer to as a pretty mature race plan, kind of holding back and then going extremely hard in the last 500 meters, is going to get them the win and a favored lane in the A final, just ahead of Miami by 1 length. Miami a couple seats of open water to their rival Belen Jesuit. And it's Plant in the gold that looks like they're going to hold off Sarasota Crew B for that 4th spot in the A final.
You know, we're in a unique position to look down with our cameras and watch these rowers, and it is absolutely amazing how clean their puddles are and how their blade work is, which is how they're maneuvering the oars in order to place the oars in the water, and how precise they were. Those first 4 crews as they came across the line did not look like freshmen in any way, shape, or form. They were just dialed in. It was beautiful to watch.
So, very proficient rowing, I would agree, in that first semifinal of the boys freshman quad. We have one more semifinal, same progression. Top 4 are going to go to the A final later on to race for medals, a trophy, and the crown of state champion. So, I want to reintroduce our broadcast if you're watching at home. If you're out here on the venue and you are subjected to our commentary, if you're watching at home on YouTube, this is the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And we say Sarasota, Bradenton because we are really pretty much right on the county line between the two. And we are here to bring you day 2 of these championships. And we are finishing up with our semifinal races before we move into a full late morning and afternoon of finals, where we will be handing out a bunch of beautiful trophies, medals, and state championship crowns here to these crews as they come and they compete against other crews from the state of Florida for bragging rights. So, looking down the race course, looks like they're getting into position. Typically, if there is some minor delay like we have now, it's just that they're trying to make sure that everyone is safe at the start. And that means everybody's equipment is working, everybody's bodies are working, and the officials are comfortable with sending off the race. So you're seeing that's oars right there, that you're getting a close-up picture of these athletes. Probably a lot of people in Orlando are happy that they're getting close-up of their peers or their siblings or kids. See that boat pulling in. That is lane 7, Miami Beach. So it does appear that these boats are still pulling in.
It's wonderful that it gives you an idea of how young these gentlemen are participating in these freshman races. And it's interesting that while you would expect all these young men to be freshmen in high school, a lot of the programs have middle school programs that some of the young people self-identify as being with a lot of potential, and we might have some 8th and even 7th graders rowing in this race along with their 9th grade compatriots. So it's a wonderful experience here at Nathan Benderson Park. At Youth Nationals, they have under 19, under 17, and do they now have under 15? I think they do.
They haven't yet. I'm not sure if they're going to have it this year, but we're definitely moving in that direction.
Yeah. The other thing, which I think what we might see at Youth Nationals, is a boat class. It's a little bit different than this. This is a sculling quad without a coxswain, but over in Europe and in England and other places, in Australia and New Zealand, they start the rowers in sculling, but they have cox quads. So that means they would have a coxswain steering. So that kind of gives you the best of all worlds as far as being able to be safe. There's something about having a novice bow person, young person, in charge of a boat and navigating through waterways with a lot of markers and other things, bridges, whatnot, that makes me a little nervous.
So let's set the field for you. I'm going to set it from furthest away from the camera, the yellow hats. That's South Orlando. One lane closer is the Miami B entry. Then it's Treasure Coast, Team Tampa, Vero Beach, Belen Jesuits B entry in the gold boat, Oars, and then Miami Beach A entry right in front of us. What's the boat named Delaplane? Most of these boats are named. I see a Snook, and typically, I guess what I was always told when I was in high school is that it's bad luck to put a boat out on the water that doesn't have a name. Even if you don't see a name on the boat, it probably does have a name. It just may not have the decal name on it. So they're sitting ready. What's happening there is that the official is literally polling the crews, which means calling out the name of every single one of the crews from lane 0 to lane 7. And then the start command is attention, go, but it's actually the flag coming down from that person who is saying attention, go. It's a flag coming down that is the official start of these races. So we're on the race course, 8 boats across here for the semifinal 2 of the boys freshman quad.
And when they actually start, there's actually a starting sequence where you start off with shorter strokes, sometimes with varying lengths, and then you get the boat up to speed, and then you do a really high segment of, let's say, as fast as you can go, and then you let your rating come down to something you can sustain, a number of strokes per minute over the remainder of the race. So for sculling, we normally do like a half stroke and then a 3/4 length stroke, and then another 3/4, then 2 full strokes, and then a power 20. In college, we would have our crews do a power 30 after that. If we tried to do that with adults, they'd probably die, so we'd do a high 10, and then we shift to what's called the base. We've gone from having a anaerobic threshold power system into aerobic. It looks like this is going to be extremely close.
Yeah, the whole field in the picture. The only boat that's dropped back to really at all maybe is Treasure Coast. As they come through, it is Miami Beach. They're slightly ahead of Oars as they come through 500 meters, then Belen Jesuit, but look how bunched up it is. And remembering, excuse me, it's the top 4 that are going to move through. This should stay competitive all the way down. Joe, I did get word that Youth Nationals does have an under 15 boat class now, and also is having an under 15 Cox Quad race. So you are right on both counts. And so the youth level kind of differs from some of the stuff that you'll see today here at the Scholastic Championships in that it's an age cutoff for those events. In this situation, the Scholastic events are grade cutoffs. So that does mean that if for whatever reason you may end up being a year younger or a year older than most people in your grade, that's just what happens here at the Scholastic Championship. So you'll see the freshman events, which again are freshmen or younger. You'll see the junior events, which are juniors or younger. And look at this picture. One of the prettiest pictures that you could possibly see in rowing that you will see in America, certainly because it's 8 boats across, as Belen Jesuit seems to have a fair amount of trouble with their steering, but they are still out in a qualifying position there in lane 5. I saw them sort of going almost straight at Oars for a few strokes. Now they've straightened the boat out. And we talked about it yesterday. These boats are really fast, these quads, and they have to be steered by what the rowers are doing typically. A lot of times the coaches will take the steering mechanism out completely because it teaches the rowers to figure out how to go in a straight line on their own without having to rely on a rudder. And what does that mean? That means that if you're going one way or the other and you're not going straight, you got to figure out how to put enough pressure on one side's blades versus the other in order to straighten out. So you still have lanes 6 and 7 out from the field, Miami Beach and Oars. And we still got a dogfight, Joe, in the last 500 meters for the rest of the positions.
Yeah, we definitely do. If you look at your picture, and you'll see a crew on the right-hand side that is really moving away, and that is the Miami B entry, and they're trying to get into that top 4. and they're battling the yellow boat, which is third from the left, and that is Berlin. Vero Beach is right there, and as well as Team Tampa, but Miami B is really trying to make a statement here. But it is Oars and Miami Beach locked into a really great race as they come into the last 350 meters right now, and I would give the head or nod to Miami Beach.
Nobody can complain about this water today, Joe. All right, this is when it is going to come down to it again. Last 150 meters for most of these crews that are trying to get in the top 4. It is Miami Beach out in front. It is Oars in second place. Those 2 boats with open water back to Belen Jesuit. And then who is going to finish in 4th place? You got Vero right there. They may be being overstroked. However, Vero is by the boat up there from Miami B that is winding it up there in lane 1 and trying to get into a top 4 position as Miami Beach comes across the line a length ahead of Oars.
Okay, it's going to be really tight. Everybody look at that yellow and black sign that's over on the far shore. That'll give you an indication who is going to be going across, and it looks like it is Miami Beach by about a half a length over Vero Beach. Wonderful racing here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park in our last semifinal of the boys freshman quad.
Yeah, it was Miami Rowing Club, the B entry coming across. So Miami's going to have 2 entries in the A final for this boys freshman quad. But the difference there really was that Vero didn't have the energy to take the stroke rating up, and they just got caught by a Miami team that did have the energy. They went up higher, and they got through them in the last 300 meters. So on the race course already with the girls' junior double, this is the first semifinal. And again, same progression, top 4 to the final. Furthest from the camera, lane 0 is First Coast B. Then it's lane 1, Hollywood B. Lane 2 is Hollywood A, so teammates next to each other. Lane 3 is University School. Lane 4, Tampa Prep. Lane 5, North Orlando. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. And in lane 7 is Miami Rowing Club. And they're already through 500 meters, and you saw Miami Rowing Club with open water on second place, Sarasota Crew.
Yes, we saw that Miami boat in lane 7. Again, they're seated highest. They had about a length on everybody else, but it was very, very close. And the next 4 boats of Sarasota Crew, North Orlando, Tampa Prep, and University, with the 2 Hollywood crews and First Coast back a little bit from the field.
Yep, that's accurate. So we're seeing really exactly how they were seated, at least in this one so far, with Miami and Sarasota out in front, but going with them, North Orlando, Tampa Prep, and University School. And as you move over to the lanes furthest from the camera, those are the ones that are not currently in qualifying positions as they come through the halfway point. Miami trying to go start to finish, and really a strong morning so far from Miami. You just saw 2 Miami freshman boys quads get into the A final in that event. And this is the girls junior double. As you spoke about earlier, these athletes are juniors or younger is how these boats are made up. And so it would sort of be at the youth level like an under-17 type event.
As we look on our screen right now, we could see the judge-referee boats turning. They're going back down the course in order to follow the next race or maybe the race after that. It's interesting what they do is they head down the middle of the course so that their wake, even though these are wakeless launches, it dissipates outward, and so it doesn't wake any of the competitors. But right now, you can look right now, and you can see where the first 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews are really, really close, with only 4 that are going to get in. It looks like our red boat in the middle there in lane 3, University, is really making a good move and trying to overtake Tampa, Orlando, and Sarasota, with Miami A continuing to have a lead.
Yep, so this one, We haven't seen, I think, any of them set up exactly sort of how they were seated, but this one is kind of doing that at the moment. But like you said, Joe, you have some connection for fourth place right now between the two boats that look red to our eye, the shells of University and Tampa Prep that are in adjacent lanes. And which one of those two is going to emerge? Right now, it does look like the stronger boat might be University School, but there's a fair amount of race left. As you see your leader, Miami, coming into the last 250 meters. They just got into that first red buoy. If you're down here at Nathan Benderson Park or you're watching at home, even on the screen here, if you look at the buoy colors, you can see where it goes from yellow to red on the screen. Red is the last 250 meters of our World Championship race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. And so typically the athletes that have some experience out here, they know that they're in the home stretch when they get to those red buoys, and that if they're in a very competitive, very close race, that they have to think about turning it on and going. So it's actually an orange boat from University School, Joe, as they come a little bit closer, and then that red boat from Tampa Prep. Those two are deadlocked. Are they going to be able to track down North Orlando? These 5 boats here for 4 spots in the A final, as Miami is going to win this thing by a couple boat lengths of open water.
And it's University and Tampa Prep for that final position. They're really screaming along. And I saw the bow person from Tampa Prep look over. Who is going to prevail? Who has been stronger on the erg? Who is going to make it happen? The orange boat, the red boat, the orange boat, the red boat. And it looks like it might be University starting to pull away a little bit from Tampa Prep. Wow, they were really moving to the point where they're going against each other so fast that they almost overtook North Orlando in the white boat in lane 5. Fantastic racing. I saw the bow person of the University boat and the stroke slap hands. They're just so happy that they were able to prevail, really going hard in order to make it happen here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Yeah, to my eye, Joe, about 4 feet for University School there at the finish line ahead of Tampa Prep, and just a tremendous last 200 meters for University School. That is as good as racing gets, because I was watching the athletes, Joe, and they were looking at one another. I kept seeing the stroke woman from Tampa Prep looking back and to her right to see where she needed to be, and they just came up short. So semifinal 2 of the girls' junior double is on the race course, and that's the picture you're seeing at home. Furthest from the camera, lane 0 is Academy of the Holy Names. Lane 1 is Treasure Coast. Lane 2 is Rocks. Lane 3 is Gainesville B. Lane 4 is South Orlando. Lane 5 is First Coast. Lane 6 is Gainesville A. And in lane 7 is Miami Beach.
Well, based upon my perspective up here, again, because I'm using binoculars, I can see a parallax and get a perspective. It looks like Gainesville is in the lead, second from the left, and then you could throw a blanket over the rest of them. They appear to be all connected. So this is a very, very close and competitive race, and we'll see as they come into the last 500 meters to go in about 10 strokes. You can see how close it is. So it's really, really tight racing, and we'll find out who is tougher, who has been doing those high-intensity pieces. I know that as I get closer to my races, we start doing some high pieces of 30, 45 seconds and above the race pace, and then minute and a half rest times 10, and it really teaches you how to be tough. And it's going to be toughness as these crews come down. And a beautiful picture, you can see the yellow buoys, and then you can see where they go from the yellow to the red, and that, again, signals 250 meters to go, and that's a standard in all of international racing. And this is an international FISA top quality course, one of the only top quality courses in North America.
So it's Miami Beach that's taken the lead back from Gainesville. They're in lanes 7 and 6 respectively. It's First Coast sitting in 3rd place in lane 5. And then you've got some connection, but you have South Orlando with the lead coming into the last 250 for that fourth place spot ahead of Gainesville B. Those are really the only boats that are in the mix for top 4. So does Gainesville B have something up their sleeve that they can try to catch South Orlando? I think otherwise the other positions are pretty well in hand at this point. As they come into the last 200 meters, does your leader Miami Beach in lane 7. And they are trying to have a nice finish here, and it appears that based upon the move that they made at 500 meters to start getting past Gainesville, who had the lead there in the middle 500 meters, that Miami Beach really does want to win this semifinal. Again, top 4 are going to move through. This is the second semifinal of the girls' junior double at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. It's Miami Beach by a little bit of open water right now ahead of Gainesville. And then you see quite a bit of open water back to First Coast, but they then have open water on this connected race with 15 strokes to the line at South Orlando. Can they hold off Gainesville B?
In South Orlando, as we pan a little bit to the left, we'll watch them as they come in. The First Coast crew will be the blue boat, which is just coming into our view right now. And then look above them. That is Sora and Gainesville. Sora has the yellow hats, and they've got about a half a length, maybe, over Gainesville. Oh, they stop. Okay, they did stop in time. One of the things we need to tell you is this buoy line that you see is not actually the finish line. The finish line is about 10 meters to the left of the buoy line. We tell our athletes to row hard through the buoy line. That ensures they stay at full pressure. One of the last things you want to do is stop before the finish line and have somebody coast by you. Well, we've got to start in our next one, which is the first semifinal for the boys junior double. I'll set it up for you. Furthest away from us is Melbourne, and then as the crews get closer to the camera, it's Palm River, Halifax, Hillsborough, First Coast, Stewart's A, Vero, and Sora. You can see up there some of our crews up at the very top, and those will be either Melbourne or Palm River, possibly even, those are Melbourne and Palm River over there on the left-hand side of our picture. And as it pans over to the right, you'll see the Halifax crew, and then Hillsborough. Our other crews are a little bit further right. We'll pick that up as we go from our finish line camera to our camera, which is at 500 meters in. Or I'm sorry, that was our 500-meter camera. So they're about halfway down the course, and we now have an overhead view from our finish line camera, and it gives us some perspective. And it looks like we have lanes 2 and 3 doing a very good job in this race. David?
Yeah, 2 and 3 are really challenging 4 and 5, which we haven't seen much of so far this morning, with the highest seeds being in the larger number lanes. But you do have Sora and Vero that are out in front, 1-2, with some open water back to the rest of the field. Sora with the lead over Vero, but those two boats coming into the last 500 meters are in the first 2 positions. But then, Joe, this one is 4 boats across after that for 2 spots in the A final. Those 4 boats are Stewards, First Coast, Hillsborough, and Halifax. And currently, it looks to me like it's the boats from Stewards and Hillsborough that are maybe the 2 leaders of those 4. But with 500 meters to go, any one of those 4 could get into a top 3 or 4 position to move through. So what do they have in the last 500 meters is what we're going to find out. What kind of moxie, what kind of energy, what kind of experience are they going to be able to bring into this race in semifinal 1 of the boys junior double to try to put themselves in the A final to row for medals and a trophy.
Okay, so as we look on our screen, going from left to right, we have our leader, Sora, and then right there in contact, which means there's overlap, is Vero Beach. Back a little bit is Stewart's Foundation. First Coast is in the white boat with the blue unis, and they're back a little bit. But then there's Hillsborough with the characteristic red unis. They look like they are moving into 3rd place, and then threatening for 4th place, going up against Stewart's, is Halifax, and they're 3rd from the top. So they're into the last 25 strokes, and Sora and Vero Beach are just really powering away from it. And Sora is just actually brought their rating down and is just really rowing really long, Wow, that's ominous for everybody else that they're able to maintain that boat speed with that low rating.
Yep, good eye there, Joe, because they're being overstroked by at least 5 or 6 beats by Vero Beach, but they're still going to win is Sora, put themselves in the A final in this boys junior double. So will Vero Beach. They'll be in the A final. And then look at this coming right down to it. Does look like 2 boats out from the third one. Hillsborough with a good fight. They're just going to miss out. But that's a photo finish there for third and fourth. Does look to my eye like First Coast just edged out Stewards, but both of those 2 boats will move through unofficially to the A final ahead of Hillsborough, Halifax, and then Melbourne and Palm River. So these races keep coming every 7 minutes, Joe. That was semifinal 1 of the boys junior double. And I want to remind everybody to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram. At Nathan Benderson Park is the handle. And on Twitter at MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. On social media, use the hashtags #MyNBP and #FSRA Sculling, which is the official hashtag for the event. As you look on the screen, we see these boats getting ready for 8 boats across for the semifinal 2 of the boys junior double. And you can see some of the names of the equipment there. That St. Judas boat. And you see that GRE sign, sticker underneath that athlete there. That is because that boat was likely rowed by Greece in a world championship level event. Typically, those boats get sold after they are raced at the World Championships or the Olympics or what have you, Joe. And oftentimes you see those stickers remain on the boats, even though that's Belen Jesuit rowing that shell called the St. Judas. But it looks like at some point Greece rowed it at the international level.
Yeah, what normally happens, as you're alluding to, David, is they pay all this money to get these boats here, and then rather than pay to get them home, they turn them loose here. So possibly that boat rode in the 2017 World Championships. I think we've had the under 23s here. Is that correct?
Yep.
So we had the under 23. So that's definitely what's called a national team boat. So those people ought to feel really, really good to have it, because that's the top quality that competitors at the Olympic level use.
Yeah, let me set the field, and then I'll give you my story on that matter. So this is the second semifinal of the boys junior double. Furthest from the camera is Sebastian River. Then in lane 1, it's Rocks. Lane 2 is North Palm Beach. Lane 3 is Belen Jesuit. Lane 4 is Cape Coral. Lane 5 is the University School. Lane 6 is Miami Beach. And in lane 7 is Miami Rowing Club. So you've got Beach next to Miami Rowing Club in lanes 6 and 7, so that should be a good grudge match all the way down. The 2 top qualifiers of these boys junior doubles in this semifinal. Joe, what I was going to say is back in ancient times when I was in high school and I was a coxswain for Sarasota Scullers, we had a former USA boat that had all the USA decaling. It was a 4, and we took it to the head of the hooch one year. And we started pretty far up in the field in our Youth 4 event, and to the point where we started getting into the next event that was in front of us, that started in front of us, which was the College Lightweight 4 event. And the heads that turn when you see a boat that says USA on the side passing you at a regatta like that was priceless. So we do see this equipment out here. You're exactly right. Oftentimes, rather than send it back in a shipping container, they will just sell it and leave it here after a World Championship level event. As you see them coming through 500 meters, and look at that grudge match, Miami and Miami Beach.
And then it's closely followed by University, Cape Coral, Belen, and North Palm. So this is an incredibly competitive race. And again, as in all of the rest of our semifinals, because we're going to have 8 lanes in the final, we're going to qualify 4 boats out of each of the semis, which will then populate the 8-lane final.
Yep, so it's semifinal 2 of the boys junior double. While we have a moment and they're coming through the halfway point, and you see the pictures at home on YouTube, I want to thank our sponsors again. Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. Look at that shot from above, from the camera, on top of our finish line tower here at Nathan Benderson Park. And you can see on the far left, that's Miami and Miami Beach. Miami on the far, far left, Miami Beach one boat to the right. And those are the two boats that are out in front. And again, arch rivals, clubs that have existed for a long time and have raced against each other over and over again out there. Top four are going to move through to the A final.
So as we're looking at this field with this wonderful shot from our finish line camera, let me just go over the field. On the left is Miami and then Miami Beach, and you can see where they're pretty well connected. Back a little bit is University in lane 5, and then that white boat in the middle is Cape Coral, and there is a crew being waved over to the left, and that would be Berlin. Looks like they're a little bit outside of their lane there with the yellow oars. North Palm Beach third from the right, Rocks with the yellow, bright yellow oars, and then on the outside or farthest to the right in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is Sebastian High School. Wow, this is going to be very, very close. This is really competitive for the first four slots. And it looks like University is starting to move into Miami Beach and Miami.
Yep. University is right there. They're hanging tough with those Miami crews as they come through, and they're into the last 500 meters. And you see Miami lose a little course there. At least I am as I look out at them. They're right on their port side buoy line and trying to get back into the lane. I think they felt Miami Beach, their rivals, so much that they wanted to get even closer to them there for a second. But they are out in front is Miami, I would say by about a half a length over Miami Beach. So we'll see who ends up prevailing between the two as they come down into the last 250. But it's University School that is right there with them in a solid third place position with open water back to, looks like Cape Coral is holding on to fourth, but they're getting really challenged by Belen Jesuit. So we have another good match race going on for the fourth spot in the A final between Belen Jesuit, who is really winding it up right now, and Cape Coral. Belen Jesuit, higher stroke rating than Cape Coral. They're going to be able to track them down.
Yeah, Belen Jesuit is, realize they're about 15 strokes from the finish line, and they are up a couple beats. And now Cape Coral has answered. So question is, will they be able to spin it up? Will they be able to reach on out there and get faster?
Look at this, Joe. University School is going to go past both Miami crews, and they are going to win this semifinal of the boys junior double in the last 200 meters. What a finish from University School. Is going to come down to it.
Cape Coral is going harder and longer, and wow, I don't know. Oh, it looks like Cape Coral may have just nipped Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit has their bow number in the shark's fin. They may have got that from our local Mad Muffelman here for Hudson Boats. But Cape Coral really stayed long. Belen Jesuit went early, and they had a little bit shorter strokes. Cape Coral came on with a little bit longer strokes and not quite as high a rating, but I think they may have nipped them at the finish.
Yeah, to my eye, it was Cape Coral unofficially by about a foot. That's the closest race we have seen for a qualifying position so far this morning. Again, my eye is human, so it'll come down to the cameras. However, we were so focused on the fourth place battle that we didn't even see University School with just an unbelievable last 150 to get through both Miami Beach and Miami and win that semifinal. That came kind of out of nowhere. They actually went about a length and a half faster than both of those other crews just in the last 150.
Yeah, they definitely sent a message.
Yeah, we're going to have to remember that.
OMG, as the younger people would say, or BTW, OMG. We are here and stand by. Wonderful job by University School and really showing Miami and Miami Beach, yes, we are here. So our first semifinal of the girls junior quad is down there, and we now see a beautiful shot from our start line camera. And right now in the foreground, you see a young lady from Treasure Coast with a little bit of wind coming out of the east. So she had to reach behind her, and it's called two grab bows oar. So she will reach behind her and grab the oar of the person behind her. And this time it's on the port side. You can see her sculling the boat around. Now, why doesn't she just go ahead and have the bow person row? The reason is if you have the bow person row, it actually can pull the boat out of the grasp of the stake boat holder. But when that young lady in 2 right there, you can see her on the left of our screen, the lower left-hand side, when she reaches behind her, she can put that oar right beside the boat and move the boat sideways. Now, obviously, you don't have that far to go because the bow person, she's not making a uniform adjustment. You can see the gal from Hollywood up there. She is rowing with her port hand, just kind of sculling around, as is the young lady from Sarasota Crew. So these are the type of boat skills you've got to have, and you've got to practice. And these are juniors, so these are young ladies who are junior in high school or younger. But we've had freshman boats out here and just handling things very, very nicely. You definitely want to be pointed directly down the course, because when the starter goes, and if you're not headed where you want to be, you can really have a rather terrifying incident where you might be careening towards the person in the boat or crew which is beside you, which can get a lot of attention from the judge referees. So it looks like we're getting ready for the first semifinal. Again, an 8-boat race. Look how beautifully aligned all those are. What they want to do with the aligners and make sure everybody's perfectly even. Everybody races exactly the same amount, and that's how we align those bows. We got a big start, and there goes the crew from Sarasota in lane 7, closest to us. There's oars, and as we pan around, we will see Treasure Coast. Next one coming into view will be Hollywood with their orange blades. And there's Hollywood. We love those blue boats with the orange blades. The second Sarasota Crew entry with the white shafted croaker oars. And then to the left of them would be the Academy of the Holy Names. I once had a nun come up and tell me that was the proper way to announce the school. So if a nun tells me to do it, I'm certainly going to follow through. And then as we pan further to the left, we'll see that's the Academy of the Holy Names right there. And as we pan over to the left, we'll see Plant High School and Palm Beach. So the crews have gone the first 250 meters. That's that red buoy right there. Gives you an indication. And they have one line of red buoys to say where they are. There's the plant crew with the yellow oars and yellow hats. And there is Palm Beach with their bright green oars and with the chevron on it. So we're coming up on our camera, which is located 500 meters into the race. And our top crew is Sarasota Crew. And we'll get a perfect idea of how much spacing. We'll stop right here on it. And you can see they have open water on the field, followed by oars in 6. Back a little bit on Treasure Coast. Hollywood is in 3rd, oars in 4th, and it's really, really close between Sarasota B, Holy Names. Plant is off a little bit, as is Palm Beach.
Yeah, so what was it, 5 or 6 boats there with a chance through 500 meters, with the exception of Sarasota Crew A being open water ahead of the field. Which, again, we've seen a lot of winners coming out of lane 7, given how they have seeded the lanes for these semifinals this morning, based upon either the conditions now or that we may see later on in the morning out here at Nathan Benderson Park. And you see these women coming through the halfway point of our 1,500-meter race course. This is a 2,000-meter race course out here at Nathan Benderson Park that is shortened to 1,500 meters for these FSRA championships. We will have the FSRA sweep championships in 2 weeks here as well. That will also be 1,500 meters. That is the Scholastic high school rowing distance. The youth high school rowing distance and the Olympic and other collegiate level distance is 2,000 meters. And so it is for some of these teams, Joe, that typically will row 2,000 meters for most of their premier events of the year, or really just most of their events of the year. This is sometimes a welcome change, but at the same time, you have to adapt because it is a quarter shorter than those 2,000-meter races, which means that the strategy can sometimes be much different.
Now we're starting to see where there's a little bit of steering. If you look in the middle of your picture, you'll see the blue boat with the yellow oars. That is Hollywood, and Hollywood is had kind of veered off out of their lane. The lanes are 10 meters across, and steering, what it does, if you've got to steer, it really slows the boat down because you're using one side oars stronger than the other unless the boat is equipped with a tow. But it looks like Hollywood and Sarasota B are really doing a very good job. They're the ones in the middle of the screen. From our left to the right, you can see our leader, Sarasota A, and then oars is back quite a bit along with Treasure Coast. Hollywood in that light blue boat is right even with Sarasota B with the white boat with the white oars. Holy Names is right in the contention for the fourth spot, and then back a little bit is Plant, and at the top right-hand corner of our picture is Palm Beach, again, rowing a light blue hull like Hollywood. So it's going to be very interesting as we come along. It looks like Hollywood and Sarasota B are really vying for the third place, but Oars is right in. Oars is dropping back a little bit, so maybe Oars and Treasure Coast are going to have some work to see if they can get their fourth and final qualifying position.
Yeah, four boats seem to be kind of like jockeying in the last 500 meters kind of amongst each other behind Sarasota Crew. So it's the Pink Hats of Sarasota Crew, lane 7. They're going to win and move through to the A final in semifinal 1 of the girls' junior quad. Currently, it's Hollywood, maybe with a slight advantage on Oars. Oars had a little bit of a lull there, but they have found their speed again. And then it's deadlocked between Sarasota Crew B and Treasure Coast.
Okay, so here we
who's it
go.
going to be here?
Here we go, coming right down the line. We have the last 10-5 strokes. It's Sarasota Crew in the white boat. It is Treasure Coast in the blue boat. Look down the buoy line. It gives you an idea. And it looks like it was Sarasota B for the fourth and last qualifying position over a hard-charging Treasure Coast.
So Sarasota putting unofficially 2 boats into the A final of the girls' junior quad, with the B boat finishing unofficially in 4th place. Second place was Hollywood. Third place was Oars. Those boats will move through. Treasure Coast is the first boat out, unfortunately, of that A final. Then it's Academy of the Holy Names and Plant High School coming across just ahead of Palm Beach. So that was semifinal 1 of the girls' junior quad at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. If you're just tuning in, as we have another race on the race course, my name is David Wine. I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Joe Dobson, and you are seeing on your screen at home on YouTube or the Jumbotron out here on the West Shore at Nathan Benderson Park, the semifinal 2 of the girls' junior quad. Let me set the field for you as you see these women coming through the 500-meter point and into the halfway mark of the race. Furthest from the camera in lane 0 is Sebastian. In lane 1 is Treasure Coast B. Lane 2 is Melbourne High School. Lane 3 is the Ransom Everglades School. Lane 4 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 5 is First Coast. Lane 6 is Miami Beach. And in lane 7 is Vero Beach.
Now we're panning in. We are 500 meters in, and our camera is going to pan over and sit right on the 500-meter into the race course. And we see our early leader, which is lane 7, Vero Beach. And they're going to be followed by lane 4, which is Miami. And then lane 6 is Miami Beach. And First Coast is in the 4th, or last qualifying position. And it looks like it's really seated properly this time, so we really have like a knife edge where the lead point of the knife is Vero Beach, and Vero Beach is in the lead. So they have gone about 750 meters now, which is half of our 1,500 meter course. They're still feeling pretty good. The pain is really going to start attacking their legs and their chest and arms in about another 250 meters when they have 500 meters to go, and then it really hurts. So it will be a big determinant as far as how much conditioning the rowers have, how much time have they been spending on the erg, have they been doing any strength training in order to maintain their strength as they go into the rowing season, or are they just out on the water? We will see. But if you are fit, you can maintain your technique. If you're not fit, your technique will go away and you will not be able to row fast. So everybody can be fast for the first 500 meters. It is the middle five for 1,500 meter races where you separate in the case of this, it's the girls apart. So we'll see who's been working hardest, who has the intestinal fortitude in order to make it happen. As we're looking on our screen, we can, from the left, we can see that Vero Beach was one of our early leaders. They may have dropped back a little bit. Next to the right is Miami Beach, and they're about half length down, even with First Coast, which is in the dark boat. And then the boat that is really making a big move is MRC, or Miami Rowing Club. And Miami Rowing Club right there in the middle with their blue oars with the white stripe. They are doing very nice. Ransom with the green hat is next over. And then we see Melbourne, which is also in competition. Falling off a little bit is our two outside lanes, Treasure Coast, and then on the outside in the blue boat is Sebastian Rowing. So the seeding was not really that accurate in this one. What do you think there, David?
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's pretty accurate because you got the four boats closest to the beach are in the four qualifying spots. I think it's going to be hard for anybody to take that away. The only maybe difference here is to some extent that you got Miami that is leading First Coast, and First Coast having qualified slightly ahead of them out of the time trial. You got Vero Beach, as we actually saw with Sarasota Crew, Joe, when I was looking at their courses. Sarasota Crew was kind of all over the place in the last semifinal as well. Didn't matter because they won, and it looks like it's not going to matter for Vero Beach either, but they are touching every single part of the width of that lane as they come down is Vero Beach in lane 7. So they are in the lead as Vero Beach in that blue boat. Right behind them is Miami Beach sitting in second place. And a big finish being put on by Miami Rowing Club. It has them in third place, ahead of fourth place First Coast. And I just don't think there's enough water for anybody else to get into the mix here. But are any of these places going to change as they come through and into the last 10 strokes to the line? Yeah. But it's Vero Beach, it looks like, start to finish.
I worry about Vero Beach because, again, they are touching both their right buoy line and their left buoy line. And you can actually get your oar stuck on a buoy because they're all held in place by lines that go from the buoy down to a long line which holds it on straight. So our winner from beginning to end is Vero Beach, followed by Miami, and then Miami Beach, and then Miami, and then First Coast. For your viewers at home and those of you over there on the west or on the far shore, the parents that are watching the Jumbotron, one of the things you can look at, since the water is so flat here, the wakes that come off the stern of these boats persist, and you can really see if a crew is going straight or not. If you see, it looks like they're almost trying to write their name in the water, that is an indication that they're having some steering problems. And every time you steer, or every time you don't go perfectly straight, you're really creating a lot of drag, and your boat's going to slow down. And that can make things very, very anxious.
Yeah, the best place for that, Joe, as a coxswain coach, is the bridge. If you stand on the bridge, you will see exactly how straight these boats are going, or not straight, down their lanes out here at Nathan Benderson Park. I'll let you set up this next one. We only have 2 more semifinals, and then we will move into finals for the rest of the day.
All right. Well, this is the boys' junior 4, and we're looking right now at a young man, Mr. McAfee, who is the bow. I believe we have the bow, or maybe it's the stroke person listed. But anyway, we can see the crews. The yellow boat, we can see that they've hot seated this boat, and it's being used again by another crew from Berlin. And then above that is the oars, and I love those oars from oars, the blue, white, and orange, always easy to see. Berlin, a bowl school, and then above that is a Sarasota B, their new unis with the red stripe on the side. Treasure Coast with their unis with the yellow, and then we have a start. North Orlando, Ransom, and Plant complete the field.
Yep, so here they come. Dead stop 2 as fast as possible. Again, this is the penultimate semifinal of our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. Same progression as you look at oars. Top 4 are going to move through. That right there is the bowl school in lane 5.
And if you watch their faces, you can see that if they're really focused and they're just relaxed, you can see their heads perfectly in a line. They're looking straight down the middle of the boat. And by keeping their heads in the middle of the boat, they keep the boat balanced. If you start pulling your head to the side or throwing your body weight up and down, that can make the boat roll from one side to the other or pitch up and down from bow to stern. So really fast crews, what they tend to do, you'll see their heads perfectly in a level and their chins stay at the same level. And what that does is it really sets them up to apply a really beautiful horizontal pressure against those oars and make those boats move.
So that was North Orlando that you saw there with like the Trojan on their blades. As you saw, a nice shot from behind their boat of those athletes, their faces and the blades on the inside. You're seeing just how close it is. All these boats are nice and connected. Does look like the boats that are closest to the camera are sort of out in front. You see Blend Jesuit with a healthy lead. You see oars then just ahead of Bowl School. So we kind of are going in qualification order through 500 meters at least, with those 3 out in front. And then throwing a wrench into it is that you've got Treasure Coast ahead of Sarasota B at the moment. So Treasure Coast in lane 3 ahead of Sarasota B in lane 4 through 500 meters.
And I see our wonderful judge referee, Elaine Roden, following this race. Elaine has been, I believe she's the Southeast, or was the Southeast regional rep for all the referees here in the Southeast region of the United States, and a longtime administrator at Miami Beach Rowing Club.
Yep, for a long time, Elaine was the boss when I was down there coaching the University of Miami men's team. She was the boathouse boss for me, and you can always tell that she's in the room because you can just hear her accent. As you see, Belen Jesuit in lane 7 just continuing to move away from the field. Definitely some open water for them at the moment, so they're kind of making hay of this flat water, and they are doing a great job in lane 7 is Belen Jesuit. We'll see if they take it up at the end. I suspect they'll be smart enough to kind of save some energy because they've got a race again in the final this afternoon, assuming that they get to the finish line in first place or in a top 4 position. Going with them is Oars. Oars is definitely in second place.
Okay, so here we see quite a bit of steering. We can see those 2 crews that are just second and third from the left, and you watch their wakes. All of a sudden they turned and they had to maneuver to get off the buoy line. That can be extremely distressing if you're rowing along and all of a sudden your oar hits those buoys, and it can really bounce the oar handle, and it actually cause you to lose your oar handle. So you want to try to stay right down the middle. Now, as David alluded to, coxswains, because they're always facing forward, you hope, are going to be able to have, let's say, a marker that they have that they can see, and they look down the lines and see if they're right in the course. These are blind boats. These coxswains, or these people, are being run by the bow person. And what the bow person is doing is trying to keep those buoys right in the middle, okay, as they go. So they can see whether or not, watching the wake going off the stern, and they can get a judge as to whether or not those buoys stay in a parallel line. if all of a sudden you start seeing those buoys looking a little wonky, that tells you you are moving in a way that's not good. So it looks like we've got first through third pretty well figured out, but looking over, it is the white boat and the blue boat, which is
Sarasota B and Treasure Coast are in a fight for that 4th place spot.
We'll see.
And that's kind of been the pattern this morning with these semifinals, Joe. They've been extremely competitive, typically for that last or 4th spot in the A final. Belen Jesuit did not take it up, as I suspected they might not.
Oh, and they are just striding out. It's so beautiful. Look at that beautiful control of those gentlemen with their hands on the recovery. Well done.
And they will finish ahead of Oars and the Bowl School, and it does look like Sarasota Crew B is going to punch a ticket to the A final about a length ahead of Treasure Coast at the finish line. So then it's going to be Treasure Coast, Plant, Ransom Everglades, and North Orlando in the petite final out of this semifinal 1 of the boys junior quad here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. And we have one more semifinal race, Joe, and then we're going to move into some finals, and we will have finals for you the rest of the day, A finals, B finals, and C finals. At this regatta, they are called Grand Finals, Petite Finals, and Petite Final 2, I believe. But this is the setup for our last semifinal. Again, top 4 are going to move through, and I'll set the field for you as you see most or all of these boats in the picture. Furthest from the camera in lane 0 is Halifax. In lane 1 is Miami Rowing Club. In lane 2 is Sebastian River. In lane 3 is Vero Beach, rowing in the Veni Vidi Vici. In lane 4 is Miami Beach. Lane 5 is Gainesville. Lane 6 is South Orlando. And in lane 7, closest to the camera, you see the bowman just taking some very light taps with his right blade is Sarasota Crew. This picture particularly great because you can see what's going to go on with the alignment of these boats. So there are actually officials that stand on the wave attenuator and make sure that the alignment is as close to perfect as possible, meaning that nobody's got even an inch advantage on anyone else. Looks like Sarasota Crew is going to row with their hoods up all the way down the race course. I think we remember seeing that yesterday, Joe, from this same crew, as you get a good shot there of Sora with those Volt green hats, and you've got Gainesville.
I love the oars on Gainesville. They always look like gator backs.
Gainesville, and then in the picture there is Miami Beach, as we kind of pan through the field on the camera. And again, top 4 is where you need to be as you see Vero Beach come into the picture.
We continue to pan left so we can take a look at the rest of the field as they go through the first 250 meters.
Yep, that's Sebastian River High School.
Very small, lightweight crew. And we can now we've gone to our 500-meter camera, and at the top you can see Miami and Halifax. So here, with the bright green hats is Sora. I think that Sarasota is already way ahead of things, so we aren't going to be able to see them. Sora is just Sora is moved
Sora
ahead.
Is ahead. Yeah, I was
Sarasota.
looking down the race course, Joe, and Sora is in the lead ahead of Sarasota Crew. And you saw the gap. It was a little bit of open water for Sora.
Wow, Terry's going to be very happy with that.
So that's the 500-meter mark. That's 1/3 of the way into this semifinal 2 of the boys junior quad here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. I want to remind everybody to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram. The handle is @NathanBendersonPark. And on Twitter, the handle is @MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. Use the hashtags #MyNBP and #FSRA Sculling so that you can put your mark on the photos that you take here that will survive in the internet forever, or at least in the coffers of Facebook and Instagram. As you see in lane 6, Sora continuing to lead, Joe, as they come through the halfway point. Sarasota Crew continuing to be in second place, but it does look like we have a 3-boat race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Again, you got to be top 4, so hopefully that continues in the second half, and we see another tape finish here for 4th place.
Okay, I'll set up the field for you with this wonderful picture we have from our finish line camera. On the left-hand side, with the hoods up, is a Sarasota Crew. Sora, South Orlando with the yellow hats, is in the lead. And then right in the fray is Gainesville, then Miami Beach. Vero Beach seems to be going very nicely. Back a little bit is Sebastian River, and then trailing the field on the outside is Miami and Halifax.
Yeah, it looks like there's an issue with Miami, to my eye. I don't know if they caught a crab or something. I think they were just off there for a couple of strokes for some reason.
Oh yeah, they're definitely having some issues. The Miami that David is alluding to is the crew that's on the top right of our picture, and it looks like they're possibly being overtaken by Halifax. When you have an issue, you can actually have all of the momentum of the boat. There they go. They caught a crab. So that means somebody's got their oar stuck in the water. And you saw where the boat veered towards us, or the bow of the boat veered over to the starboard side. But in the meantime, looking down here, we've got ourselves a race between Sarasota on the left and Sora. And Sarasota and Sora are on it. And it is going to be tight.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew finding more speed now. We saw this with one of the crews a few races back with Sarasota Crew, Joe, where they had to move from about 300 to the finish line. And I think we're seeing it again because Sora was leading this race all the way down, and Sarasota Crew has now taken the lead, to my eye, as they come in front of our finish line tower.
Sora just brought their rating up. They're over a crew, so see whether or not they can power through. They got some big, powerful kids in that Sarasota boat, but it looks like Sora is moving out on them. Yes, Sora has about a deck on Sarasota Crew as these two crews move to the finish line.
Yeah, Sora answered with 39 strokes a minute to Sarasota Crew's 37, and Sora is going to win it. So I think Sarasota Crew had the lead there for about 5 strokes, that they hadn't had the whole race, and Sora really combated that, and that was a great race from Sora.
Coming to the finish line right now, it's Gainesville, and closest to us, and then Vero Beach. And in the middle is the Miami Beach crew, then Sebastian River, and then we have those two crews back quite a bit and battling back and forth, and that would be the Miami crew and Halifax. Like we're going to have a little bit of time before the next race gets on the starting blocks. Some good steering in that race. I only saw the white flag come out once.
Yeah, it was hard to tell what the issue was in the Miami boat, but I think they had either like a massive crab at one point that really slowed them down, and then maybe one of the rowers wasn't rowing for a period of time. Because to my eye, what happened was Miami was pretty well ahead of, with open water, Halifax, and then Halifax ended up all of a sudden right connected with Miami. But it looks like as they come through, there doesn't seem to be any problem in that Miami boat that's evident from an equipment perspective. If you're watching at home or watching out here, you see the screen setting up for our first final of the day. And this is going to be the petite final of the girls' freshman double, which will be followed by the A final for medals and a trophy and the crown of state champion. So we've emerged from the semifinals, which were as exciting as I thought they would be this morning, Joe. We've had a lot of really close racing, and you're going to see the same thing in these petite and A finals that we have for the rest of the day because of the progression of the events and the fact that they've had to qualify to get into these finals based upon prior results at this regatta yesterday and today in some cases. So we should have 8 boats across, really for pretty much the rest of the day, with the exception of a couple of events that just don't have enough competitors for that to be the case. Let me set the field for you while we've got them all on the screen. All the way at the top in lane 1 is Halifax. In lane 2 is Plant High School. Lane 3 is North Palm Beach. Lane 4 is Treasure Coast. Lane 5 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 6 is Sebastian Rowing. And in lane 7 is Sarasota A. So, Joe, these girls are rowing for places 9 through 15 in the state of Florida in the girls' freshman double.
It's just so wonderful and indicative of I think it's just so wonderful and indicative of the depth and the quality of rowing here in Florida that we're able to put out so many freshmen. These rather small crew right there, but they are moving the boat. You know, it sometimes it's not how big you are, it's how tightly you're wound, and it looks like those young ladies are going after it with the Miami crew.
Yep, so that was Miami in the picture. Then it was Treasure Coast in the picture with the blue and gold. Excuse me, that is North Palm Beach in the picture now, as we continue to pan through the field. You can see, excuse me, as you see Plant High School, that I would say the wind has picked up a little bit, Joe. We're seeing a little bit more ripple in the water than we saw this morning when we began. But I would say still very different than yesterday. We haven't had some of the same issues when we're watching these start line shots. We're pretty much seeing all of these boats not really having issues, maybe just making some minor adjustments at the start line. Yesterday, we had boats perpendicular. We had boats having to come in and out of the stake boats because of the wind down there, and that's not the case this morning. So hopefully that continues as you see these boats coming through that first third of this 1,500-meter race course on the left. I believe that's Treasure Coast. Is far left there in the picture.
Yep. So those are lanes 0 through 3, and then coming into our picture is our higher cedar cruise. So you can see on the left-hand side, that is a Sarasota crew boat. And I think they're racing in a Chinese boat called a Kanghua. And then there's lane 6, who's currently in the lead, and that would be Sebastian River. So before we discuss these crews, there was the Miami crew that got turned sideways and stopped. And you said that they caught a crab. Now, when you catch a crab, that means your oar gets stuck on the water. And you might wonder, well, how do you get your oar stuck in the water? What you might do is you may not turn it completely vertical or square, and in these boats, they actually have it pitched so the oar is actually about 3 to 5 degrees beyond square, so make sure it doesn't go deep. But if you put your oar and it's not completely vertical or squared up or clicked into the oar lock, it will slice down into the water. And if your oar slices down in the water, it's very, very hard to get it back out. And that poor person, they could be moving along in these boats about 8 miles an hour, and all of a sudden, all that speed, all that mass is stuck on that person's oar, and it can rip it out of their hand and actually even break an oar. So catching a crab is not a good thing. Rowing clean, being able to get your oar cleanly into and out of the water prevents this from happening. Wow, this looks like an extremely tight race based upon what we're seeing, David.
Yeah, it can also eject you from the boat occasionally, a big crab, because of all the force and the fact that each of these athletes have shoes that typically have Velcro holding them in, and the idea there is that you don't want to be tying and double knotting shoes in case for some reason your boat capsizes and you have trouble getting out of them. So sometimes the force will pull an athlete completely out of the boat in those situations. I'm looking down the race course. I'm seeing Sarasota A, far left of the screen. Looks like they're out in front, just ahead of Sebastian. B in lane 6, just to their right on the screen. You can tell that that's a blue shell if you look closely. That's Sebastian shell. And you can see it's very competitive. It does look like behind a little bit maybe is Miami of Treasure Coast of the next 2 boats as you go left to right. Treasure Coast is kind of in the center of the screen in a white boat. And Looks like over there in the goal boat, Plant High School is maybe slightly ahead of the two boats flanking it, which are North Palm Beach and Halifax. So it is exactly sort of how we expected in terms of the progression of this event, putting pretty similarly speedy boats into these finals. This is the petite final of the girls freshman double here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. My name is David Wyan. I'm here with Joe Dobson, and we are sitting in the largest timing and finish tower in the world, which was completed in 2017 ahead of the World Rowing Championships that we held here in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. As Joe, to my eye, it looks like maybe the lead is Sebastian now in lane 6. They may have gotten ahead of Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew's got to be very careful. If you look carefully, you see their oars on the right side of their boat. They're going right along that buoy line. If those oars hit those buoys, there's a good chance they may get stuck on it or bounce off of it, which can be, there they go. They just got hit that buoy. So they have got to move over there to their left, which means that they're going to have to pull harder with their right or port oar or push harder with their right leg in order to get off that buoy line. Now we've transitioned into the red buoys, and it's harder to see, but they're really right down that line, and that could be troublesome, could be disaster, waiting for a time to happen.
Yep, so it's Sebastian River B out in front of Sarasota Crew. This is the B final or petite final of the girls freshman double. And then in third place, I'm going to give it at the moment to Treasure Coast, just ahead of Miami Rowing Club. Those two boats do appear to be overlapped, however, so this is for places 9 through 15 in the state of Florida in the girls freshman double boat class. And it does look like Sebastian River, 10 strokes from the line, is going to edge out Sarasota Crew and take that 9th place in this boat class away from Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew will finish unofficially in 10th place in the event. Then it's Treasure Coast, Miami Rowing Club, then Plant High School, then North Palm Beach and Halifax is the order, as they're pretty spaced out, and it looks like that order will stand as they come through. And in fact, Joe, you were talking about it, Sarasota Crew finishing in the same lane there as Sebastian River, but Sebastian edging them out at the finish line and with enough space for it to be safe at that finish.
Yeah, just as long as you don't hinder somebody else or impact somebody else's racing, you can go in any lanes. I know from personal experience that I've had a voyage of discovery when I first started sculling a single. So,
all right, so we're already on the race course with the A final, so sometimes called the grand final. This is for medals and a trophy of the girls' freshman double, and it is 8 boats across, as we have here at Nathan Benderson Park. Nowhere else in America do we have 8 safe and fair lanes. In lane 0, we have Hillsborough High School. Lane 1 is North Palm Beach. Lane 2 is Miami Beach. Lane 3 is the Bowles School. Lane 4 is United Sculling. Lane 5 is Sebastian River Rowing. Lane 6 is First Coast. And in lane 7 is Stewards Foundation. Good picture there. That's bow 6, First Coast. That's Sebastian's A entry. So we just saw Sebastian's B entry win the B final. You've got their A entry coming through 500 meters with the lead, Joe, by a couple of feet over First Coast.
And in third place, Stewards, but they're very closely followed by United Sculling. So we've really got an excellent race here, and this is for the grand final, and this is for places statement here in Florida as far as, are you going to be state champions? It's interesting, the history of this venue. It all started here at Nathan Benderson Park when they tried to hold a race at a place called the Tampa Bypass Canal, which is located about 40 miles north of here. And they didn't have enough water in there for some reason. And they looked for another location. And Randy Heigl from here in Sarasota and the coach of the Scullers at the time, Dragos Alexandru, recommended they come and try it down here because we had run a race down here. And our first race was the Florida Championships here on Nathan Benderson Park, where there was none of this built out. It was a borrow pit where they dig out shell for foundations of Route 75 and houses and other things. And look at what we have here now, some 12 years later.
Yep, we've come a long way, Joe. Still Sebastian River out in front, lane 5. They're holding off. Looks like First Coast still sitting in second place in lane 6. Again, this is for the medals. So love to see how competitive it is between those two boats for that gold medal. But Sebastian looks like they've got at least a length. As you look at it on the screen, they are third from the left is Sebastian. And second from the left is First Coast. That is your second place boat at the moment. And it looks like Stewart's Foundation has dropped back relative to the seating. So they must have won their heat, but they've dropped back here. And then you see over at the on the right side of the screen, probably the fastest mover in my mind over there is maybe the Bowl School. So can the Bowl School get into the medals? They're going to have to try to catch Stewart's Foundation. But it is the 3 lanes closest to the beach right now, but we haven't seen a whole lot of winners out of lane 5 so far this morning, Joe. And Sebastian River's trying to hang on and do it as they get into the last 300 meters.
Well, sometimes, David, as you probably know, the difference between time trials might be seconds between, first and fifth because, they're just racing down there. So there might be maybe even 1 or 2 seconds between a first and a fifth boat. So we're seeing that here. The crew on the outside over there in Hillsborough in that black boat, they're really hard to see.
Yep, so here we go. It's Sebastian River. They do have a stranglehold on this race at the moment. They have open water ahead of First Coast. First Coast sitting in the silver medal position. And then it's Stewart's Foundation. It looks like United Sculling is right in the mix. That new team is right there. And so is the boat from the Bowl School. So I think we've got a battle here for the bronze medal in our first medal race of the day. It's a girls' freshman double final here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson
Okay,
Park.
there goes First Coast. First Coast has really jumped up their rating. They're about open water down. Can they, in the next 15 strokes, walk into Sebastian River? It's getting really close. They're starting to overtake them. The fastest boat on the water is First Coast. They're looking over. Can they overtake Sebastian River? Can Sebastian River hold on? They're over them by about 2 beats. Will it make a difference? I don't think so. It looks like First Coast is staying long and strong, and they're going to maintain control. But Sebastian River is doing what they can to make it in doubt. They have picked up over 3/4 of the length as they charge the finish line. It is First Coast, Sebastian River, First Coast, Sebastian River, and it is First Coast for the win.
Sebastian River.
Correction, Sebastian River for the win over First Coast. Great racing right there for that. And here we go for third place. On the outside, it's Stewart's Foundation hanging on in order to overtake lane 3, which is the Bowl School. Great racing here. Maybe not the best accurate, most commentary, but great racing here for the finish of the girls' freshman double final.
That's why we say unofficial, Joe, because we are humans. So unofficially, the medals, Sebastian River, First Coast, and Stewart's Foundation in that order. That was our first A final or grand final of our championships here, day 2, and that was the girls' freshman double final. The next boat class that we will have on the race course will be the girls' junior singles. We will have a petite final of just 5 boats, and then we will have the A final, which will be 8 boats across for medals and a trophy. And then we will have a very short break in the action. So we have 2 more events, 2 more races, 1 event, the junior girls single. As you see, that's actually 6 boats. So I guess I looked at the schedule and I can't actually count. It's 6, not 5 boats here in the B final or petite final of the girls junior single. And I'll set the field for you as you get this great picture. From the top to the bottom, it is Miami International Row House in the pink shell. That is Miss Alfie in lane 3, who is trying to find her point in that light blue shell, is Miss Meese of Boone High School. In lane 5, lane 4 is Miss Miller of Palm Beach in the black and Volt unisuit there, in the dark blue shell on the picture. Closest to the bottom is of the picture is Miss Camprath of Hillsborough High School in the white or gray boat with the black and red unisuit. In lane 6, you see the 6 bow card, the white boat with the light blue and pink unisuit. That's United Sculling's Miss Hughes. And then you see the boat, you see the bow, that yellow boat in lane 7, and that is the Palm River entry of Miss Barnes. So those are your 6 boats as they get alignment, and then you'll see all of them get their blades ready to strike, and then we know that we'll be almost on the race course with this petite final or B final of the girls' junior single, contesting places 9 through 14, if I'm doing my math correctly, in the state of Florida. A lot of color in terms of both the uniforms and the equipment choices in this one. And you do tend to see that with some of the smaller boats have a little bit more variation in color. A lot of times because typically they are sort of more of a special order boat than the bigger ones. And we can see the conditions at the start line are still very nice. You're just seeing some minor adjustments being made with the blade tapping. And we're starting to see them all sit ready. So we are on the race course. A little bit of a late start there in lane 7 from Miss Barnes of Palm River. We'll see if that has any effect on her standing by the time she gets to about 500 meters. She's just a little late to go, but that's better than going early. There is false starting in rowing. It's typically doesn't happen. It's pretty rare. If there is a false start, what ends up happening under the rules is that false starting crew gets a warning. If you get 2 warnings, you are typically excluded from a race. That is very rare, but sometimes I have seen strategically some crews either not start or start early to kind of get everybody worked up in the field. Doesn't happen that often, but it has been known to happen, as you see a good picture there of Miami International Rowhouse's Miss Alfie in that beautiful pink shell. And you also see Miss Alfie is wearing a mirror. This is something that is pretty typical for sculling, where you don't have a coxswain, and that's where you're going to see it. And so she has a mirror that is actually attached to her hat or visor there that comes out in front of her sight lines so that she knows what's going on behind her. And what she's doing with that in a race like this is she's making sure that she's going right down the center of her lane using that mirror. So it's not like Google Glass or any of these things that we thought were going to be technology of the day by now. This is a little bit of old school technology that you're likely to see if you go, for instance, to Boston or to Philadelphia to the Schuylkill or the Charles River, and you see people out on the river rowing in smaller boats without coxswains. They're going to wear those so that they know where the traffic is out there on the river. So Miss Alfie is way out in front. That's why you're seeing her in the picture and no one else. So it's Alfie of Miami International Rowhouse who is out there in front as she's coming through the 500-meter point. I could be wrong, but we did see a boat capsize yesterday. It might have been her, and that might be why she's in the petite final and why she has so much more speed than everyone else that is in the petite final. Obviously, that was sort of an unfortunate occurrence, but what Miss Alfie is going to do is she's going to try to throw down a time that's competitive with the A final so she can measure herself against that A final that she thinks she should have been in, and based upon what we're seeing right now, probably should have been in. Looked like second place coming through was Miss Barnes of Palm River. That boat there, the dark navy and green, that is the boat of Miss Miller of Palm Beach. As you see United Sculling's Miss Hughes come through 500 meters. And then on the left side, the blue boat is Miss Meese of Boone High School in the Orlando area. So 6 boats across, petite or B final of the girls' junior single at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. Want to take a moment while we are watching these single scullers come down the race course in this B final to remind everybody about the Giving Challenge. The Giving Challenge is an exciting 24-hour online event that connects the Nathan Benderson Park Conservancy, where we are holding this regatta, with passionate donors from around the world to create an enduring impact. The Giving Challenge is hosted by the Community Foundation of Sarasota County, with giving strengthened by the Patterson Foundation. Be the one to help the park serve the community. Visit givingchallenge.org, noon to noon from April 26th to April 27th, and join us April 26th from noon to 8 p.m. and April 27th from 8 a.m. to noon as we celebrate giving with a few of our community partners here at the park. That is a huge fundraiser in Sarasota County, with all the dollars matched typically by the Patterson Foundation. And we're talking every nonprofit in Sarasota, which includes the Nathan Benderson Park Conservancy, are looking for funds during that Giving Challenge. Back to the race, you're seeing the overhead shot, you see these 6 boats across, and you see your leader, Miss Alfie, all the way on the right side of the screen in that pink shell from Miami International Row House, coming through 500 meters to go. Joe, I was remarking that if you remember yesterday, Miss Alfie capsized right at the start, and so that's why she's in the B final and why she's over there in lane 3 dominating the field currently. Unfortunate, because obviously it appears to me she had the speed to be in the A final based upon what's going on right now, but she's going to try to, as I said, put down a time that's competitive with the A final, which is a race that will follow this one. Second place is that gold boat from Palm River in lane 7, Miss Barnes. Third place, it looks to be the boat from Palm Beach, Miss Miller, in lane 4, as they come into this last 500 meters.
Realize is that the longer wind blows over water unimpeded, the bigger the wind waves are until they reach the maximum magnitude for the amount of wind. And unfortunately, this young lady who was very, very aggressive at the start, caught a crab or had an issue and flipped. And now I remember about 15 years ago here where we had a young man flip a boat on the start and still get back in and win a race. But he was from Tampa Training Center and did a very nice job. Looks like we've got quite a race starting to build right here for second and third between our young lady from Palm River on the outside with this yellow boat and two lanes over from Hillsborough, Miss Camprath. So Barnes and Camprath have quite a race coming up here right now as they're transitioning into the last 250 meters. And that giant white pelican says, okay, I got to get out of here. There's these people trying to bother me. So, and on the outside, Miss Barnes is starting to have a little bit of a steering problem. If you watch her wake, you'll see, after we see the finish here for Miss Alfie, we'll see that now we're starting to see a sequence. Hillsborough is gone, so see if she's bringing up her rating. Palm River is still long and strong. And will Hillsborough be able to overtake Palm River? And, oh, she just stopped. Palm River stopped. And I guess she wasn't sure where the finish line was, but she picked it back up again. Meanwhile, on the outside, Camprath is trying to overtake her, but she may be holding on. Palm River is looking over her shoulder. Miss Barnes.
Yep, maybe looking for the finish line.
It's been a long race, and probably want it to be over real soon.
So it's Alfie of Miami International Row House who won that B final by about 200 open meters. And second place is going to be Miss Barnes of Palm River. Third place is going to be Camprath of Hillsborough High School. Fourth place, it appears, is going to be Miller of Palm Beach, followed by the boat Hughes of United Sculling, who will finish ahead of Miss Meese from Boone High School. Now, we're already on the race course with the A final, so we should shift to that. This is the A final or grand final of the girls' junior single, our second A final of the morning. This is for trophies and a medal. And you see coming through 500 meters already, your leader is in lane 7, Miss Chamberlain of Sarasota Crew. But let me set the entire field for you, maybe as they come through. It looked like North Palm Beach Donner was sitting in second place. Then it looked like Miller of Miami in third place. Then it's Passerelle of Rocks in fourth. Then it's the other Sarasota Crew, Martel, coming through, ahead of Palm Rivers Sanchez, and then it looks like Seabrook from Miami, who is ahead of Luttrell of Holy Name. So those are your 8 boats in this final, again, for the medals here, Joe, in this girls' junior single.
I was very pleased to see the calmness of our lead crew, Miss Chamberlain from Sarasota, as she was handling the very, very relaxed but powerful postures she's demonstrated, and really effectively using this in order to move out on the rest of the field. If you get tense in a single or you start stiffening up your body, you can't relax and really stretch out and get as long rowing stroke as possible. But it looks like right now that she's being challenged by Miss Donor. You can see 2 lanes over from the left-hand side from Palm Beach.
Yeah, I think the lead for Chamberlain's got to definitely be a considerable amount of open water to my eye at this point. And you're right, Joe. She seemed very calm. And also I'm looking at her course, and it's very straight. Trying to throw us off, though. Maybe that's her personal shell, but a yellow non-Empacher shell. I can't remember Sarasota Crew ever being in a yellow non-Empacher shell, maybe in the history of the club. So definitely trying to throw us off there is Miss Chamberlain in lane 7, but she's showing the pink hat as she comes through 500 meters to go to try to win a state championship in the girls' junior single. And we've got a bunch of races going on within the race here. Certainly the race is shaping up for the silver and bronze medals. You've got Donor of North Palm Beach, who is certainly ahead of Miller from Miami, but Miller within striking distance. I mean, even a length of open water over 500 meters in a single is something that you can close if you can just find a really fast 500 meters. If Miller can do so. But it is kind of spaced out as they come through 500 meters to go. Fairly close, it looks like, between Passerelle of Rocks and maybe Martel of Sarasota Crew for 4th and 5th place. But I don't know that they're going to have enough space to try to grab a medal.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely Miss Chamberlain, who is doing a very, very nice job, very, very relaxed. Even lower rating than most of the other people, and still maintain excellent boat speed and advantage. Second place crew is that dark boat 2 lanes over from her, and that is Miss Donor from North Palm Beach. And then we've got ourselves a horse race between Miami in lane 6. It's in between Miss Donor and Miss Chamberlain. And then over with the green oars is Passerelle from Rocks, who's back a little bit, but who's also contending is Miss Martel and the B boat from Sarasota Crew over there in lane 2.
So I see a lot of pink hats down on the beach. They are cheering on their teammate, Miss Chamberlain, who's out in front of this girls' junior single grand final. Race for medals in a state championship, and she is doing it in style. Look at all the open water that Miss Chamberlain has as she comes down. And maybe my eyes are just bad. Maybe that is an Empacher. Either way, she is going to come through and hang on in the last 10 strokes, it appears, and win a state championship for Sarasota Crew. And then in second place, very well ahead of the rest of the field, is Miss Donor of North Palm Beach in that gray shell. and she looks like she's going to unofficially win a silver medal. And yeah, my eyes are bad. That is an Epocher, so I made a ado about nothing there, about the yellow shell throwing us off a little bit, as Miss Donor comes through, and she's going to secure unofficially a silver medal. And I think hanging on to the bronze medal is going to be Miss Miller of Miami, as Passerelle really puts on some speed. She might be the fastest mover right now on the race course as Passerelle of Rocks, but I just think she's going to run out of space, Joe, is Passerelle. So it's going to be Miller of Miami Rowing Club a length ahead at the finish line of Passerelle of Rocks, who will finish in 4th place unofficially ahead of Martel from Sarasota Crew. And then Palm Rivers Sanchez will finish ahead of Miami's Seabrook and Holy Names Luttrell. So that was the A final of the girls' junior single, won by Chamberlain of Sarasota Crew ahead of Donor of North Palm Beach and Miller of Miami in that order. As we take a very short break in the action here for a few minutes, and then we will be back at you with more live action from the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. Okay, welcome back to the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is David Wyan. I'm here with Joe Dobson, and we are bringing you the action live on YouTube and live here at the park. This is a boys junior single, petite final, 4 boats. You're going to see them probably all in the picture here. Lane 6 there is Palm Beach. That's Mr. Hunt. Lane 5 is Team Tampa. They didn't, unfortunately, give us a name for that gentleman. Then in lane 4 is Miami's Fernandez, if the camera pans to the left. And then in lane 7, which we just didn't have in the picture yet, but closest to the wave attenuator, is Mr. O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic. So those are your 4 boats, as you see Fernandez of Miami. Those are your 4 boats here in the boys junior single petite final, contesting places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida in the boys junior single for 2022. Joe, we've seen really nice conditions this morning. That's what we expect out here at Nathan Benderson Park. Good fair racing. Plenty of bird wildlife. In fact, I feel like I'm seeing more birds at this regatta than I recall at many other regattas. Maybe it's because the weather's so nice. It hasn't gotten so hot yet, and they're not seeking shelter somewhere or seeking some shade like we typically used to be when we were out on golf carts doing this. As you see Fernandez of Miami coming through, and these boys are approaching the 1/3 point, the 500-meter point in our 1,500-meter race course.
Yeah, the white birds we see, as I've alluded to yesterday, are what are called white pelicans. These white pelicans are birds that migrate from up in Canada and northern parts of New England all the way down here to Florida for the winter. They're 3 times the size of a brown pelican. And once they get airborne, all of a sudden you look underneath their wings and you'll see this nice black chevron. So the flora and fauna here at Nathan Benderson Park never fails to impress.
So they came through there on the picture. That was O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic in lane 7, coming through the 500-meter point in the lead ahead of Fernandez of Miami. And coming into the picture there, that is Hunt of Palm Beach, who is ahead of the single sculler from Team Tampa. So those are your 4 single scullers where they stood at the 500-meter point. Pretty spaced out so far, which we do see fairly often in these singles races, Joe, and especially when the field has sort of progressed. This is a B final. We will have the A final follow it for medals and a trophy. This is the boys junior single, so all these athletes, either juniors or younger, to qualify for this boat class.
And it's really remarkable that here in Florida, we actually are fielding 3 different levels of scullers and singles. We have the juniors, we have the lightweights, we have the open weight boats, and in some cases we actually field crews in the freshmen. So the number of people rowing out here sculling in various size boats is really quite remarkable, that we still have a final coming up where we're going to have 8 across. So 8 plus 4, that means 12 people in the junior singles, and that's quite a population.
Yeah, it is. And we had time trials yesterday for the first time at this FSRA regatta because there were just simply so many entries in so many of the events, particularly the junior events, the bigger junior event boats, and some of the freshman boats. So these sort of better entered and attended kind of underclassmen type events, not the just open varsity events where you could be a senior or lightweight events. These are the junior events and the freshman events that seem to be extremely well attended each year, to the point where they needed a time trial yesterday in order to ensure that a progression didn't mean that somebody was going to row 4 times out here this weekend in 2 days. So your leader continues to be that boat in lane 7 from Tampa Catholic, Mr. O'Donnell. You can see the lead is extremely considerable over second place Fernandez of Miami. Fernandez of Miami with about the same distance ahead of third place, which at the moment appears to be the boat from Team Tampa, as the boat Mr. Hunt of Palm Beach has dropped back. That's where these 4 boats are on the picture. As you can see, a little bit of steering issues, kind of touching all parts of that lane is O'Donnell from Tampa Catholic. I think that even though that means he's adding some meters to his race, he's so far ahead that I'm not so sure it makes a whole lot of difference. The bigger thing that will make a difference is to just make sure that he stays clean enough, that he stays relatively dry and makes it through to the finish line without capsizing. These single sculls, as I mentioned yesterday, if you've ever been in one, these racing shells, so not the wider sort of tub boats that are extremely difficult that are to flip, that are kind of the training boats that a lot of people start in. These shells are very tipsy. It is extremely difficult to be proficient enough to row them extremely well, especially for 1,500 meters at full speed or full pace for these athletes. So it's O'Donnell, Tampa Catholic. You can see many boat lengths of open water back to Fernandez of Miami. Fernandez of Miami with many boat lengths back to Team Tampa, who has, again, then many boat lengths back to Palm Beach. And I could be wrong about that. We'll see as they come into the picture better. They may have swapped lanes. I'm not sure. It does look like Palm Beach. I think the Palm Beach athlete is sitting in 3rd place as he has kind of the whole time. But he may just be in the wrong lane relative to where he started, which, again, is not a consideration that's going to give him a penalty or otherwise, given the fact that it is not an unsafe situation for any of the other athletes on the race course. So it's O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic, who's going to come across the line and finish 9th place in the state of Florida in the boys junior single. He'll do it ahead of Fernandez of Miami. And after Fernandez of Miami, we will see just exactly as they come through in front of me. I don't want to call it incorrectly. For a while, it was Palm Beach out in front. It may now be Team Tampa. We'll see exactly as they do come in front as Fernandez gets into his last 5 or 6 strokes to the line. You saw him crane his neck to just see exactly where that finish line is, knowing that he's a couple strokes from it now. And it does appear that it is the single scull from Team Tampa in the correct lane, who will finish in 3rd place or 11th in the state of Florida in the boys junior single, and will be trailed by Mr. Hunt of Palm Beach, who will finish 12th in the state of Florida in the boys junior single, as that was our B or petite final. We're already on the race course with the A final, so a race for trophy and medals, 8 across. 8 more single scullers coming down the race course at Nathan Benderson Park. I'll set the field for you as we get back up to the cameras down the line. It looks like they're 250 meters into the race. In lane 0, furthest from the camera, is Mr. McClintock of Belen Jesuit. In lane 1 is Mr. Bergsteiner of the Bowles School. Lane 2 is Mr. Zachariah of Rocks. Lane 3 is Mr. Quien of Miami Beach. In lane 4 is his teammate, Mr. Politeev of Miami Beach. In lane 5 is Mr. Core of Sarasota Crew. Lane 6 is Mr. De La Esprella of Sora. And in lane 7 is Mr. Renault of Episcopal Jacksonville. So that's your field, 8 boats across, as they are into the second 250, approaching the 500-meter point of the 1,500-meter race course. Again, this is a race for trophy and medals for the crown of state champion in the boys junior single here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships, live from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And I want to take a moment as you see all of these scullers come into view. And it looks like it's a battle early on here for the gold medal between lanes 6 and 7. Lane 6 is De La Esprella of Sora, and lane 7 is Mr. Renault of Episcopal Jacksonville. You can see they're connected at 500 meters for the gold medal. 3rd place currently is, looks like the boat Mr. Zachariah of Rocks. But I want to thank our sponsors, Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC 7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. So you saw where they stood as they came through 500 meters. We had a connected race for the gold medal In the adjacent lanes, 6 and 7, Sora and Episcopal Jacksonville were connected, and then you saw in third place, I think with open water, was Mr. Zachariah of Rocks. In the picture there is Belen's Mr. McClintock and the Bowl School's Mr. Bergsteiner up there in lanes 0 and 1, but they are out of the medals currently, as we now get the picture of the entire race as it comes down. And you can still see on the left side of the screen that it is a big-time battle between Sora and Episcopal. Sora maybe with a slight advantage. Again, an advantage like this, which to my eye, it's hard to tell, but let's call it about a length for Sora, is a distance that is not a very comfortable, even though you're sitting in first place in a single skull shell, because of the fact that these things can really change speed pretty tremendously if you start putting on moves, you start taking up the stroke rating as they start to get closer to the finish line. So they're going to come through about 500 meters left in this boys junior single grand final at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. If you're watching at home, these are single scullers. They are all boys and they are juniors or younger. That is how they qualify for this junior single event. And we're seeing the junior events, as I said before, extremely well attended at these championships. We'll see likewise at the sweep championships in 2 weeks. And it is Sora still out in front. It is still Episcopal sitting in the silver medal position. And it is still Rox Zachariah up there in a blue boat with the green blades with the spiral of Citrus County sitting in the bronze medal position. The biggest challenger for the bronze medal for Mr. Zachariah, who is sitting in that third place position, is, it appears, the boat from Miami Beach, Mr. Polatev. And we do not have Sarasota Crew in lane 5. Mr. Kaur, I guess, didn't launch or is not a part of this. As you see, the single sculler from Sora has he put on a major move at 500 meters, and his distance back to the silver medal battle now, because it looks to me like Mr. Reynaud of Episcopal is starting to fade a little bit as Mr. Zachariah of Rocks is getting into the mix maybe for the silver medal now. But that distance between Sora and that battle for second, third, and fourth place has swelled considerably. So right now it is Mr. De La Esprella of Sora, Joe, as he comes into the last 200 meters out in front, trying to win a gold medal in the boys junior single.
And it looks like Mr. Renault from Episcopal has decided he wants to row Mr. De La Esprella's lane, but it doesn't really matter as they're coming along. But then on the outside, or over there in the blue hall, making a big move is Mr. Zachariah from Rocks. And unless Renault pays attention, he may sneak up on him.
Yep, so let me say it correctly because he's about to win a gold medal here. It's Mr. De La Esprella of Sora, who's going to win a gold medal in that Volt Green hat as his teammates cheer him on.
It's Rocks on the outside. Will he do it? Oh, this is going to be close. He put on a big move, and his big move meant a silver medal.
Yep, Zachariah of Rocks with his fist in the air. He did it in the last 500 meters. He tracked down and stole the silver medal away from Mr. Reynaud of Episcopal. And a close fourth place, just out of the medals, is Mr. Polatev of Miami Beach, ahead of his teammate, Mr. Quien, who will finish ahead of Bergsteiner of Bowles and McClintock of Belen Jesuit. So that was the A final, the grand final of the boys junior single. We have another A final that is going to come up next, which will be the girls lightweight single A final. And if you remember yesterday, Joe, that was a race for lanes, I believe, was the girls lightweight single, because there are only 7 entries in the boat class.
Yeah, it is really going to be meaningful as far as seeing how they resolve, because yesterday they just kind of took their time going down the course, but now they're going to have an opportunity to go for it for real. And again, as David indicated, there was no need for a heat because there's only 8 or less entries, which means that everybody was able to proceed to the final. We see the rower from Rocks who just put on that Herculean effort and just really walked almost a length past the person that was in third or in second in order to claim that silver medal. He ought to be just so proud of how hard he worked, and he's given his legs a little rest. And quite often, like they do in Europe, after they're done racing, he goes ahead and puts his legs in the water in order to cool them down. And you see a judge referee going over to check and make sure he's okay. So one of the things they do at the end of races is they will have one of our judge referees that are following to come and check on the rowers to make sure they're fine.
Yeah, it's all about safety. That is the number one goal of all of the officials that are out here, typically wearing those light blue shirts or a navy blue blazer. You're going to see them in the launches. They're also down at the start line. They're also on the sides of the race course, and they are in the warm-up area as well. And that is their primary charge, is safety. And they do a tremendous job. You know, we've been doing this regatta for 10 or 12 years, Joe, and it's really the same officials that we see year after year. There's a tremendous amount of experience out here with respect to the officials. As it looks like like our rower from Rocks who secured that silver medal either needs a little bit of help physically or with the equipment, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that the judge referees are well trained to do. Maneuvering the boat is necessary to bring it alongside, and if the individual is in distress, they will stabilize the boat by holding the rigger, which is the metal piece, in order to allow the athlete, if necessary, to do a transfer from the boat to the launch. And these wakeless launches are made in order to have enough displacement so you can have a coach on there and take an 8, which is 9 people, 8 rowers plus a coxswain, and safely do a transition from, let's say, a capsized boat or a boat that's in trouble into the launch to go back and safely return to the boatyard. So, as they're carefully taking a look with launch number 8 there, dealing with Rock's athlete, we're going to follow and see what's going on. We're now seeing our crews down at the start position at the starting blocks. A young lady, as soon as we pan over to the right, we'll get the bow numbers. This is the girls' lightweight single final. And all these crews went straight to final. There are 7 rowers in this race. And we can see all 6 out of 7 boats were still waiting for lane number 1, Miss Acosta, to join. And it looks like they were able to resolve the issue with the rower from Citrus County, Mr. Zachariah, who really put everything he had into the finish. One of the things we can notice if we go back to the finish camera, Mr. Zachariah is using a new blade design from Concept 2. These are called comp blades, and they're a little bit narrower but wider as far as their depth. I personally use them and just really enjoy them. Those comp blades resulted in 7 medals at the recent Olympics. So very, very nice. I've used both the sculling and the sweep. So it will be interesting to see whether or not they take the place of the normal big blades or the croakers that we see most crews use, but a comp blade from Concept 2. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and shift back to the start line, and we see that the crew from Holy Names, Miss Acosta, has now made it, and you can see right now this beautiful picture of all these crews lined up, ready to go for our final of the girls' lightweight single.
Let's talk about that, Joe. If Acosta was late to the start, typically what would happen, as I talked about earlier with false starts, is that they will get a warning. The crew will get a warning if they are late. Sometimes they will be completely excluded if they're super late, so that the regatta doesn't get significantly slowed down in time. That's very rare. If they're a minute or two late or even 5 minutes late, typically they'll get a warning. Like I said earlier, unless you get 2 warnings, it really doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. You can still go start to finish. You can still win, and it wouldn't make any difference at all. But if you get 2 warnings, it is then the officials' call as to whether you are excluded from the event. And usually with 2 warnings, you would be. As we have a start here at 7 boats across, and it's Acosta from Holy Names at the top of the screen. Then it's Raymond Moore of Hillsborough, just 1 lane below. Then it's Mello of Lyman, Munoz of Lyman, Elliott of Vero Beach, Shapiro of Episcopal, and closest to the camera, but not on the screen currently, is Wadovich of Stewards Foundation. As you see, that was lane 4, Munoz of Lyman, and then her teammate, Mello of Lyman. That is Raymond Moore of Hillsborough in some very stylish sunglasses.
She definitely is styling.
So this is a lightweight event. What does that mean, Joe? It means that all of these athletes had to weigh in, and they have to weigh in each day of the regatta. They have to be under a certain weight in order to qualify, as you see Miss Acosta of Academy of the Holy Names. And so long as they weigh in that one time under the weight, they typically are good for the entire day, even if they have multiple races. That's not always true at every regatta. Sometimes you got to weigh in for each race. But that is what sort of differentiates the lightweight events from the varsity events. But otherwise, they are open to any age athlete that is still in high school. But they've just got to hit that lightweight mark in terms of body weight. So you see on the screen that is Mello of Lyman on the left. The blue boat in the center of the picture is Raymond Moore of Hillsborough High School. And then on the left side is Acosta of the Academy of Holy Names. Coming into the picture is Miss Munoz of Lyman. And then also and ahead of the rest of the boats in the picture there is lane 6, which is Shapiro of Episcopal, Jacksonville. And then just far left of the screen there was the Vero Beach single sculler, Elliott.
Well, it appears that in keeping with the long tradition of sculling excellence at Episcopal, Miss Shapiro is definitely doing that, moving way out on the field. And it looks like our second place sculler is Miss Wadovich from Stewards Foundation. That'll make Carlos Gratterall really, really happy. Vero's Miss Elliott. And here we go with one of the smallest bow markers in the history of the world is Miss Munoz from Lyman.
Yep, the 2 Lyman teammates then ahead of Hillsborough, who is ahead of the Academy of Holy Names. So that's your field. So it is Shapiro of Jacksonville Episcopal out in front in lane 6. Second place, Wadovich of Stewards Foundation. So we're seeing the seeding sort of come through yet again in this one so far as they come through 500 meters. They get into that middle 500 meters where there's, as Joe has pointed out several times, really where crews tend to separate from one another is in this middle 500. If it was a 2,000 meter race, we'd be talking about the third 500 as really the separation point for the most part. But it's really the middle of the race that I would agree of any race that is really the most critical typically, because everybody can muster usually enough adrenaline at the start and the finish to find some speed, but it's the middle of the race where they separate themselves.
Yeah, that third 500 in the 2,000 meter race, that's the one that really, really hurts. You've got to have a lot of intestinal fortitude to deal with that. All right, so we're seeing on the screen, it's a little bit hard to see with the black boat over there on the left-hand side from Stewards, but it looks like she is having a little bit of a challenge her steering. If you look at the trail of the wake going off her stern, she was kind of maneuvering a little bit. Episcopal Shapiro in the lighter boat is really steering a lot better. And also Vero, Miss Elliott in lane 5 is right in it. The other crews are really kind of behaving based upon the seeds. But Shapiro is really moving on the field, and it looks like Elliott of Vero has moved into second place.
So this is an A final, Joe. This is for medals. This is for a state championship. Jacksonville Episcopal's Miss Shapiro has led this field at each checkpoint so far. As she comes down and into the last 500 meters, she's going to be able to hang on for a gold medal and the title of state champion in the girls' lightweight single. Is anybody going to challenge her? I think the biggest challenge is probably going to come from Wadovich of Stewards Foundation in the adjacent lane 7. And so we will see if that shapes up and it gets any closer up front. But you've got Shapiro, who has been playing defense all the way down. Usually that is the position that you want to be in, and that's going to carry you through because you're able to see relative to the other boats what you need to do, just exactly what you need to do to stay in front. Third place right now in the bronze medal position and with open water ahead of the rest is Miss Elliott of Vero Beach.
Exactly. So what's happening is Shapiro is rowing along, and she's keeping her head in the middle of the boat, but she's peeking over there to her left-hand side or her starboard side and watching Wodovich. Wodovich is trying to move. She's got a little bit of a rate going up there. There she goes. Her rating just popped up about 4 beats, and Episcopal, Miss Shapiro, saw that, and she went with her. So she's not going to allow Wodovich to jump her as far as go undetected.
32 strokes a minute for Shapiro. 30 strokes a minute for Wodovich. As they get into the last 20 strokes for a state championship, this is a girls' lightweight single grand final at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. It's Shapiro of Jacksonville Episcopal with a little bit of open water ahead of Wodovich of Stewards Foundation. As they head to the line, third place continues to be Elliott of Vero Beach. And then it's the 2 Lyman teammates, Munoz ahead of Mello. Is Shapiro going to hang on? Big push being made by Wodovich. I think she's just going to run out of water, Joe.
I agree. And she's able to almost close to overlap, but not quite. Our winner unofficially is Miss Shapiro representing Episcopal with a slight open water win unofficially over Stewards Wodovich. Coming in third in a nice little yellow Empacher is Miss Elliott of Vero. And we have the petite final, or second level final, for the boys lightweight single already on the water, and they've gone 500 meters.
Yep, so let's set it up. There's just 4 boats. I'm looking out there, and I do see all 4 of them. So when we do get a camera picture, it's going to be left to right on the picture from the tower camera. Well, we're getting a picture now from behind. But when we switch to the tower camera, left to right is going to be North Palm Beach on the left, One boat over to the right is the Bowl School, then Miami Beach, and then Lyman, as you get that picture from the top of the tower here at Nathan Benderson Park. Those are your 4 boats. This is the B final, or petite final of the boys' lightweight single. And again, contesting places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida in this boat class, as we have the last couple of girls' lightweight singles coming across the line. There, Miss Acosta from Academy of the Holy Names, about 5 strokes from the finish line. So we're going to see this all day long for the rest of the day. We're going to see A finals, B finals, C finals, or grand finals. Petite finals are petite finals 1 and 2 in some events, the ones that were super well attended or entered. And Joe, it looks like the top seeds are out a little bit. It does look like in lane 7, if I had to say, Mr. Hughes of North Palm Beach is leading this B final. And then second place does appear to be Mr. Hendershot of Bowles, who might be slightly ahead of Mr. Shonley of Lyman, with Mr. Barcelo Jeffers of Miami Beach sitting in 4th place. So again, places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida up for grabs.
I couldn't agree more, David. It's interesting when we look at our view from the camera. We have a nice, like about a 45-inch monitor right here where we're calling the races from. And then when we look with the naked eye, I think I can actually see better with the naked eye because of the parallax of the width between my eyes. It allows me to get a better judgment as far as with the placement of the crews that I'm seeing from the television. So we have the best of all worlds here in this beautiful air-conditioned space on the 4th floor of the 6 floors here at the Finish Line Tower at Nathan Benderson Park. And life is good for David Wyant and myself, Joe Dobson, being the announcers here at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association's Sculling Championships.
Are you looking for a diversion while you're here? Check out University Town Center and its more than 200 stores, eateries, and more. There's something for everyone at UTC, and it's a quick walk north of the park. Next year, when you get here, there's going to be a whole new phase probably open over there at UTC, which is going to include, I heard, a Tiger Woods mini golf situation, in addition to several other new facilities. As you see, a very spaced out B final here. Everybody with open water relative to the boat just trailing them. So out in front continues to be Hughes of North Palm Beach. Second place continues to be Hendershot of the Bowl School. Hendershot, a familiar name, being that we've had U.S. Olympians with that last name. So I wonder if there's any relation there. And then you've got Mr. Shonley of Lyman ahead of Mr. Barcelo Jeffers of Miami Beach. So that's your order here as they get into the last 250 meters of the boys' lightweight single here, the petite final or B final of the boys' lightweight single at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships.
It's interesting because we have a little bit of wind, which is now shifted around to where it's on the northeast. We started off with the wind, a tailwind, and now on the starboard side, quartering tailwind, and now we have a starboard bow headwind. And we are seeing a lot of our rowers being pushed left in their lanes. Going across the line for 9th in the state is Mr. Hughes from Palm Beach.
Yep, it's an outdoor sport, Joe. So we see, as we saw yesterday, there were probably 3 or 4 different condition changes yesterday from over the course of the day. And we're seeing a little bit of that again today because we did start very clearly with a tailwind this morning. Especially when we look out from the finish line tower now, it has shifted and it's coming out of, it looks to me like the northeast. So it's actually a little bit of a quartering headwind. As we get on the race course with the grand final, the A final for medals and a trophy and the title of state champion with the boys lightweight singles. That is a picture right there of lane 6, Mr. Royer of Miami. Let me set the whole field for you as it pans. That's lane 5, Mr. Dominguez of Miami Beach. Then to his left is Mr. Kondapalli of Sarasota Crew in lane 5 there. And then lane 4 is Mr. Lester of Boone High School, right there in the blue boat. Actually, that's Mr. Kondapalli of Sarasota Crew. And then I'm just looking at the numbers incorrectly. That is Mr. Lester of Boone. 8 boats across. Again, this is a unique situation. If you're watching at home and you watch the Olympics in Tokyo, they don't even do 8 boats across. We do 8 boats across here at Nathan Benderson Park because we have the ability to do so, and it makes it more exciting. It gives more athletes a chance to row for the medals in A finals like this.
It also makes the management of a regatta a lot better because you could put more boats on the water, and then that cuts down the number of heats and semis you need to have. I've actually seen us use 10 lanes here, or you could use lane 8, which is the one closest here to Regatta Island, or this athlete right here is in lane 0, but you can go on the the left side of those buoys and be able to go down in lane 00.
Yep, so that is Tampa Prep's Brown. This is the boys' lightweight single, A final. Right there, lane 5 is Mr. Dominguez of Miami Beach.
Looks like he's got a race on his hands with Berlin's Mr. De Cardenas.
Yep, they're connected at 500 meters. Those are your 2 leaders, Joe. And De Cardenas was really putting on some juice. As you see just how close it is for the bronze medal currently, that's Royer of Miami. And then in that dark boat with the orange blades, that's Lester of Boone. So those 2 boats were basically deadlocked at 500 meters for bronze.
A wonderful race here as we move along in this boys' lightweight single final.
Picture there again of Tampa Prep's Brown up there in lane 0. And we're seeing a couple bikes. You'll see more bikes when the boats get bigger, and the finals, the A finals come around for the bigger boats, just simply because you've got more opportunity for family members and or coaches to want to be on that path on the bikes going along with the races. But this is an A final. Again, this is for medals, a trophy, and the crown of state champion. This is the lightweight boys single at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. And to my eye is a continued lead for lane 5, or excuse me, is it a
5.
New lead for lane 5? Mm-hmm. It's definitely either lane 7 or lane 5 at this point. So it's De Cardenas of Belen and it's Dominguez of Miami Beach. And those 2 are battling it out. It may be De Cardenas ahead in lane 7 from Belen Jesuit, but they are quite close to one another relative to each other. It does look like the medals are starting to separate a little bit, though, because third place, a solid third place, appears to be Mr. Royer of Miami in between the 2.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
And I say that, and Royer loses course quite considerably.
Yep. Well, you can all of a sudden see if you get that oar banging along a buoy line, that could really be distressing. Or even worse, if you will all of a sudden find your oar stuck underneath a buoy, that could bring you to a full stop. So they have to pay attention. But as you said, we're really seeing our first 3 on the left-hand side, the seated lanes doing well. Looking over 2 more lanes to the right, and kind of in a stealthy black boat and a white boat beside him, are Boone and Sarasota.
Yeah, Lester and Musgrave, and you're right, they are about the same speed currently as they come down the race course. And trying to also be in the mix is the other Sarasota boat, Mr. Kondapalli. But it continues to be spaced out for the medals, but it's anybody's game here in the last 350 for the gold medal. Out in front is De Cardenas and Dominguez of Miami Beach, Belen Jesuit and Miami Beach, respectively, 2 Miami area single scullers. De Cardenas working on his course a little bit. Looks like Dominguez going a little bit straighter than De Cardenas there for about 5 or 6 strokes. Will that matter? A lot of power, it looks like, from De Cardenas as he goes through the water.
definitely. Now the wind is going to be coming in from their left-hand side, and will push them over to the right, onto the leeward side. But looks, as I agree, it looks like we're seeing a lot more animated physical style from Cardenas and Dominguez.
It just looks very powerful for De Cardenas. Let's see if I can get a stroke rating.
He's definitely overrating
32
Dominguez.
strokes a minute for De Cardenas.
About the same then.
Yep, 33 strokes a minute for Dominguez. Those are your top two as they come through. They're racing for medals. This is the boys lightweight single at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. It is De Cardenas of Belen Jesuit with a length of open water, trying to hang on to a gold medal here. 5 strokes from the line. Ahead of Miami Beach's Dominguez. And then a solid third place and in position for the bronze medal is Mr. Royer of Miami Rowing Club. As you see Belen Jesuit come across the line unofficially in first place for a gold medal and a trophy in the boys lightweight single, just ahead of Miami Beach and Miami. So we have 3 Miami single scullers, Miami area single scullers, taking all the medals in the boys lightweight single A final and boat class. As you see, Mr. Musgrave of Sarasota Crew finishing in 4th place ahead of Mr. Lester of Boone High School and his teammate Mr. Condapali of Sarasota Crew. And then it will be Mr. Bernardo of First Coast finishing ahead of Mr. Brown from Tampa Prep. So that'll do it for the boys lightweight single boat class, as that was the grand final. And the next boats we're going to see on the race course are going to be the girls' lightweight doubles. And it appears, Joe, we're going to have a 9-boat final if it sets up correctly. So we will see as the camera pans down. We'll maybe take a very quick break here, and when they set it up, we'll get going.
Yeah, as David indicated, and as I was talking about earlier, with the capability we have here at Nathan Benderson Park to run 10 lanes, we're going to actually run 9, and that one will be at the very top of your screen as you watch it on the video, and that'll be lane 00. They will have one buoy line on her left-hand side for the young ladies. There will not be another one on the right. They want to really kind of pay attention because you don't want to veer off the course into the grasses or other stuff that they have along the side. We've already seen one quad make an amphibious landing short of the finish line, but we hope that that won't be the case this time. So it looks like they're getting ready.
I kind of been wondering, Joe, what all those colors are on those row house unis. It looks to me like they're flags.
It does. An international organization.
So we're setting it up. It's going to be 9 boats, excuse me, as we alluded to. And you see all the way up there. Well, it's currently 8. We'll see if we get our 9th boat. As I'm looking at my sheet here, I don't see Plant. Plant's supposed to be in lane 00, so we'll see if that ends up happening.
Yeah, there they are backing in.
And so Plant may be a floating start here. Oh, look at what they're doing. They're using a launch.
Stake boat, a John boat, yeah. That's cool.
This is great because this means that all of these boats, there's no exhibition race for the one boat who didn't make it through technically to the A final. We're just going to have 9 boats across. This is, again, something you are not going to see if you tune into any rowing broadcast in America, probably not really in any other country either, is 9 boats across. This is as good as it gets in my mind here for this grand final or A final of the girls' lightweight double. As we get Plant into place, you've got that John boat operator is going to have to be very proficient here in order to make sure that he can get the proper alignment for that Plant boat in lane 00 relative to the others. So let's set it up. Plant is in lane 00 in the gold boat. Just below them is Palm Beach. Then it's Team Tampa, Vero Beach, University School, Sarasota Crew, Winter Park, Miami International Row House, and South Orlando. Very few Winter Park entries here. They typically don't scull, Joe, but it's nice to see them at least throw a couple of scullers into this regatta. And you see them there in lane 5. Particularly the, in recent years, Winter Park girls. Really strong program, always the boys as well. A Scholastic program. They tend to go to all of the kind of major Scholastic regattas, including the Scholastic National Championships. Sometimes I think they even go to Stotesbury. As you see a good picture there of Miami International Row House. That's Winter Park. Sarasota crew. University School. Everybody looked like had a good, clean start, Joe.
I was really amazed by how well that judge referee was maneuvering that John boat back and forth in order to have that plant entry out there in 0-0 really closely aligned with all the other crews that were stationary with the starting platform.
That's Vero Beach. That's Team Tampa. Palm Beach. Plant.
That's a wonderful job by our photographers in order to really give everybody a chance to see their crews as they go through the first 250 to 300 meters.
Yeah, what's amazing about this race course, Joe, I mean, you were talking about it, we can do 10 boats across. You probably could even do 11, but lane 00 is fully buoyed. So lanes 00 and 0 are completely and fully buoyed. If you look at the picture, Plant is within a full buoy line. They have buoys on either side of them. So there literally are 9 lanes that are fully buoyed out here at Nathan Benderson Park. And then if you wanted to, you could have buoys on one side and run 2 more lanes as they come down. That's Miami International Row House, lane 6. And they are in the lead. And look how close it is for the silver medal. Lanes 7 and 5, Sora and Winter Park, as Sarasota crew is maintaining connection at 500 meters with Winter Park.
And this is the girls' lightweight final because we do not have a petite. So we'll change that graphic to reflect that.
Yep, as you see Plant come through in that gold boat. In lane 00 here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Well, then I guess they could go 000 if they wanted to because there's enough room out there. It would be, the way I steer, that would be a hazardous track. But I think for these young ladies, they're probably handling it quite nicely.
Like that launch driver is multitasking.
That is scary.
Somebody running along with the race in addition to some bikes. I suspect the boats are a little faster than that runner. It's funny, sometimes we see that. I can recall at Olympic trials, the Graves brothers from Cincinnati, who all rode at Trinity, my arch rival in college. I remember seeing one of the Graves brothers running along with his brother who was rowing in single scull at Olympic trials and making it about 500 meters with him. I mean, dead sprint. I was kind of shocked that that was something that anybody could really do, but those are some serious athletes, those Graves. So that is Palm Beach that was in the shot there. And as we look back and we look at the field, it's still Row House out in front. They're the second boat from the left. Sora in the bright green hats on the far left is right there for the silver medal. And it's a good race here. It looks like 4 boats, Joe, with a chance at medals. Sora, Winter Park, and Sarasota are all kind of right there. It's just that Row House, it has a stranglehold coming through 500 meters to go on the gold medal position.
Yeah, they do. They've got open water on the field, which is a good thing. And when you're out there in front and you can see everybody behind you, you know, it really tends to energize you. It gives you a little bit of confidence. You can see what's going on, and it really helps you from a mental perspective. You're feeling positive. If you're behind, you're kind of feeling negative. Am I going to catch up? And the further the head, the lead crew is, out of sight, out of mind, the more depressing rather than optimistic the cruise and trail will be. So it looks like we've got, as you were saying, David, the crew from Row House is doing a really good job. But then you can throw a sheet right over Sora, Winter Park, and Sarasota. They are really, really close. If anything, Sora may be dropping back a little bit, and Winter Park may be moving quite nicely.
Yeah, it looks like Sora's pretty solidly in second to my eye, with Winter Park in third. Sarasota Crew may have a connection on Winter Park. They're going to have to do kind of a tremendous amount of work in the last 250 as Sarasota Crew if they're going to get into the medals. But it's Row House well out in front. And the only thing they have in front of them besides the finish line are some white pelicans. And so we will see what they do in the last 20 strokes. But that is a proficient row. You're watching those bodies, Joe, in that Miami Row House boat. They are using them extremely well and efficiently, and it's moving the boat quite nicely. Doesn't look like they're really having to take the rating way up either. They're just putting on some pressure at this point to finish it off.
Yeah, the stroke person, or they both are really using a lot of layback, which is the angle past vertical of their back, and they're really holding on to the oar to really get as much arc as possible, and the length of that stroke really paid tremendous dividends.
So it's Row House unofficially with a gold medal in the girls' lightweight double, and the silver medal unofficially to South Orlando, the bronze to Winter Park High School, and then just out of the medals in fourth place is going to be Sarasota Crew, who will finish ahead of University School, and then it's going to be Vero, Plant High School, then Team Tampa, and Palm Beach, probably in that order as all of those boats pretty spaced out. So that was places 1 through 9 in the state of Florida for the girls' lightweight double at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park, unofficially won by Miami International Row House, second place or silver medal to South Orlando, and third place to Winter Park High School.
Now for our next race, which is also a final, is the boys' lightweight double. And we are having 6 boats in this race, and they're loaded from our left-hand side to right because of the anticipated win. In the left-hand side is Vero Beach, and Vero Beach appears to have a lead. We'll shift to that picture shortly. And also is Miami, Berlin, Miami Beach, Sarasota, and Plant. So here is our picture right there, just a little bit past 500 meters. And again, our early leader is our crew on the left-hand side of your picture, which is Vero Beach, and they're in lane 7. And then it is almost too close to call between the following crews of Miami, Berlin, Miami Beach, and it looks like Sarasota and possibly Plant.
Yeah, Plant looks like the only boat off the pace, Joe. It looks like everybody else is in the mix, with the exception of Vero Beach having open water on the field. But to my eye, it looks like even all the way to the right there, Sarasota Crew is in the mix for medals. 4 boats for 2 medals is what it looks like to me behind Vero Beach as they come through and almost past the 1,000-meter point, 500 meters to go in this final of the boys' lightweight double. And this could get very interesting, I suspect, as they move down this race course in these lightweight doubles. Vero Beach, definitely a stranglehold on it currently, but then look at the connection amongst these other boats, Joe. I mean, you talk about throwing a blanket. I really don't, quite frankly, know who's sitting in second place at the moment. Maybe it's even Sarasota Crew all the way at the top.
It's really kind of hard to say. We can almost get better. I was fooled by watching the video lead and get a better perspective by looking from just straight down visually rather than through the video. So right now, I would guess the lead is between Berlin and Miami Beach. Those 2 white crews. And then Sarasota and Miami are just a little bit off the pace.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I was wrong about Sarasota, but I think it's Belen maybe who is just slightly pulled up next to Miami. I think it's Belen and Miami for the silver medal at the moment, with Miami Beach connected, and then maybe Sarasota with a slight connection on Miami Beach. But it's definitely very competitive, and these last 250 are going to be exciting. So here comes Vero Beach for a state championship, potentially in the boys' lightweight double, if they can continue to maintain this lead over the next 200 meters. And they will take a trophy back over to the East Coast, Vero Beach.
There goes Belen. Belen has put in a big move. Belen is very famous for their sprints, and they're trying to walk away from Miami on their starboard side. It's Belen and Miami fighting for the silver as Vero Beach leads. And it's too close to call. Belen in the yellow oars, Miami in the blue oars. And Miami has now moved ahead. Miami's moved ahead a little bit on Belen, coming right down to the last 10 strokes. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It's really close. 3, 2, 1, and it is Belen just by a bow ball, I think, unofficially. Very, very happy over there, but a wonderful race by Vero Beach. But really, you can see how much that Miami put into it as they collapsed at the release, or collapsed at the finish, but some great racing. And this is what I love to see, these two crews talking to each other, congratulating each other. You know, this is very typical of rowing. At the finish line, you come up close to another crew, you wave over and congratulate them. This is the epitome of sportsmanship of this sport, which is the oldest sport, collegiate sport in the United States, which is rowing. Older than football, older than baseball, older than basketball. Rowing was their first, and good sportsmanship continues to prevail here at Nathan Benderson Park.
So unofficially, the winner of the boys' lightweight double is Vero Beach, ahead of Belen Jesuit, and then Miami in that order. To my eye, at least, it looked like Belen edged out Miami by about 2 feet at the finish line for the silver medal, as the last of the boats come through there. Plant High School in that boys' lightweight double. Already on the race course is a match race here, a match race petite final in the girls' lightweight quad between Hollywood and Miami Beach. And looks still very close. You can see them side by side, and you're seeing the official trying to ask Miami Beach to get back in their lane, and they're doing it maybe a little bit too aggressively there for a second. So on the right side is Hollywood, on the left side is Miami Beach. As I said, it's a match race because there were just 10 entries in this girls' lightweight quad boat class here at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. So it's Hollywood on the right, slightly ahead of Miami Beach on the left. And will that sort of steering issue maybe pump some adrenaline into the Miami Beach boat as these two boats approach 500 meters to go? But this is actually typical, Joe, or somewhat typical of collegiate racing, where you're going to go off. In today's world, they try to condense it a little more, maybe have 3 or 4 teams race against each other. But for a long time, it was one team against one team each weekend. And you had match races depending upon what boat classes were put out, varsity, second varsity, third varsity. And these match races can be extremely fun so long as the boats are evenly matched.
But of course, a couple weeks ago, we had the oldest match race in the history of rowing taking place on the Thames, where Oxford and Cambridge met. And we saw a wonderful race for both the men's and the women's crews. We can see right now the effect of the wind. The wind is really kind of pushing these crews to the right. And in order to go straight, they're going to have to aim to the left. Maybe not as far as we're seeing the Hollywood crew, but what you want to do is you want to stay straight, but you can't aim straight down the middle because the wind will blow you over. You almost have to, like you're landing an aircraft, you have to crab your bow a little bit into the wind in order to make a track or plan of intended movement straight in a straight line. So they have been doing quite a bit of maneuvering, these two crews, and it looks like Miami Beach is headed back over into the other lane, and when they have to maneuver, which they're doing right now, that's going to really put them under a lot of stress.
Yeah, and saw some blades hitting the buoys, and they probably will again here as they move back into their lane. But you saw the buoys just change to red. We're in the last 250 in this match race for places 9 and 10 in the state of Florida for 2022 in this girls' lightweight quad boat class. These are girls' lightweight quads.
Well, let's see whether or not Miami Beach, now they're finally headed straight, can put the pedal to the metal and overtake
They're
Hollywood.
doing it. They're doing it right now.
But then they're maneuvering over into Miami. Yeah, Miami Beach is maneuvering over in Hollywood, and the judge referee has put out their white flag to get them over, and that might take the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, it seems like any time Miami Beach finds their full speed, they're just going to the port side, unfortunately, because they had just tracked down Hollywood, but because they had to maneuver back into their lane, it does look like Hollywood is going to hang on and finish 9th in the state of Florida.
Not by much.
Not by much, by about 10 feet.
Well, unfortunate, but sometimes that is where it would be good for the person in stroke to have the tow or a tiller that they could steer with, because then she or he could look straight down the
Well, to be honest,
line.
Joe, it looks attached, so maybe it was just an issue with whoever has the footboard for steering.
Yeah. Sometimes if you put it up in bow, where I am in the pair, it's kind of hard to see because you have to look over the person in stroke. But if the person normally at Henley in doubles and pairs and sometimes in quads in England, they'll race with a tow and they'll put that in the person in stroke who can get a better perspective. It looks like we have a little bit of a time break in between here, between our petite final and the grand final of the girls' lightweight quad. Okay, on our picture right now are the crews participate in the girls' lightweight quad. Absolutely beautiful photography there. And we could see First Coast in our closest to us, and then Miami with their pink hats and their unis with the red stripe going down the side is Sarasota. Bowl School, again, with the orange and blue, like the Gators. Sora, with their yellow hats. Holy Names, up there with the black predominant. The yellow-hulled boat for Plant High School. And our top is Miami Beach B. So this is an 8-boat final. Looks like they're ready to go, and they're off. Now, they're taking shorter strokes. Hands do not go quite as far apart. And as they build up to speed, they're going to take longer and longer strokes to the point where their hands will be separated the max amount of distance in order to get the longest stroke. But it takes a while to get the boats up to speed. Here we can see lane 5, which is a Sarasota crew. They're moving out quite nicely. And here's a picture of the Bowl School, the great orange visors. They're handling the water very nicely. Standing over to the left, here is Sora. Holy Names will be next. With their blue oars, with the gold insignia on it, the Academy of the Holy Names. Plant High School, with their bright yellow oars, bright yellow boats. Well, the last crew we'll see as we pan left will be Miami Beach. Miami Beach is moving along really nicely out there, up at the top of the course.
Yeah,
to
very
the east
deliberate
side.
at the finish, Joe, in that boat.
Yep. That's a good catch because what they do is they're really letting the boat run. And it looks like, unless we're seeing something strange, it looks like lane 5 and lane 7 are our early leaders, with First Coast having about 2 feet over Sarasota, then Miami, and then out on the outside, Miami Beach.
Look at this. We haven't seen a picture like this of 4 boats this close to one another at 500 meters, maybe all day. I mean, 5 connected boats in the picture, but 4 of them separated by like 10 total feet. That's pretty good. That's as good as it gets. So you did have at 500 meters a slight lead for First Coast over Sarasota, and then those 2 boats had about a length over Miami, who's sitting in the bronze medal position. This is the A final, grand final of the girls lightweight quad at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. This is for medals and a trophy and the crown of state champion in this girls lightweight quad boat class.
I really, if you look at the top of your screen, that Miami Beach boat, I love the way that they really time their finish, where they come to the same position together and they really let the boat run at that time rather than forcing things. And they really are very efficient as maintaining balance of that boat and really moving away by finishing together. Very, very efficient use of stroke.
And you're right. I mean, it's working for them because they are in the mix. They are certainly the fastest of the 4 boats on the right hand of the screen, Joe. But then on the left hand of the screen, you're seeing your leaders continue to be First Coast. Far left, I would say second place continues to be Sarasota Crew. So the boat, the third from the left with the pink hats, if you can see at home. If you got a high resolution screen, you could probably maybe just barely make that out. And again, just a great race dogfight. Maybe even Miami Beach is right there with Miami for that bronze medal, all the way up there in lane 0.
Exactly. So, you know, sometimes you can kind of hide out there and people won't keep you in mind, but they are rowing beautifully. And it's a really indicative of quality crew when you can look at them and you aren't seeing anything in any anomaly, anybody's head floating around, oars being weird. You know, it's just really beautiful blade work. And I'm seeing that certainly with our 3 lead crews of First Coast, Sarasota, and I think Miami's in third, but not by much. But the blade work of the Miami crew with the dark blue, second from the left, when those oars go in the water, it's quick and it's really efficient. Their only issue right now is they're riding right along that buoy line. Now they're adjusting. But taking it away by open water is our lead crew from First Coast.
First Coast trying to hang on to a gold medal in the girls' lightweight quad, driving across the state of Florida, coming over here to show that they believe they are the class of this boat class, and they remain in the lead, as Joe said, with open water ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew sitting in the silver medal position. And then I believe it's Miami that is ahead of Miami Beach. It is relatively close, and it's so hard to tell because there's about 6 lanes separating them on the race course. But we will see as they come into better view. I do think Miami's got maybe even a length on Miami Beach, but a great row from Miami Beach, very clinical up there, has them ahead of everyone else. So they may just be the first crew out of the medals, might be that blue boat from Miami Beach. But here it is, a victory last 10 strokes here for First Coast as they try to come across the line, secure themselves a state championship in the girls' lightweight quad. Sarasota Crew hanging on to the silver medal position. Miami hanging on to the bronze medal position. The big push there from Miami Beach, but I think they're just going to run out of water up there.
Oh, Miami just caught a crab.
Oh, and they may not run out of water.
Yep, it's on the outside. It may be Miami Beach.
It's Miami Beach to my eye by about 2 feet.
Oh my goodness, that's such a tragic thing. The bow person of Miami caught a crab in the last 10 strokes, and she's just crushed. They were trying so hard, But, it happens. It happens. It's probably indicative of the amount of effort that they were putting in, that they were just so exhausted. And when you fatigue, bad things happen. Bad things happen.
It happens. We saw it. If you watch the Olympics, there were a lot of crabs in the Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking about the highest level of rowing. It happens. That is just such an unfortunate place for it to happen because literally that crab cost them a medal. With Miami Beach just staying on it and continuing to concentrate, and unofficially, to my eye, looked like just edged out Miami by 2 feet there for the bronze.
And the emphasis is on the word unofficial.
That's right. So the next race, it's already on the race course. As you see the graphic, if you're watching at home or on the Jumbotron here, it's the boys' lightweight quad petite final, and it's a 3-boat race. It is starting from left to right, it is the Bowles School, far left. The middle boat, that gold uniforms and boat, is Plant High School, HB Plant High School, and then on the right is Palm Beach. So those are your 3 boats. Looks to my eye like Palm Beach may have a lead, or it's very close between Palm Beach and Plant.
I agree.
They get to that first 500-meter marker in our race course. No, excuse me, as they get to almost to the 1,000 there, a little bit past halfway as I put my eyes out actually on the race course at this point.
Yeah, again, it's amazing. As much as we love the video feed, which you're seeing, but we get a much better perspective with our actual eyes from these beautiful big windows here in Sarasota. If you ever have a chance, come on down here, check out Nathan Benderson Park. Want to see something really cool, go up to the observation deck on the 6th level, and it's up so high you can look over and you can see downtown Sarasota. You can actually see out on Longboat and Lido too.
So a really good race going on here for 9th place in the state of Florida in the boys' lightweight quad between Plant and Palm Beach. I think Palm Beach may have the slight edge. Actually, it looks like maybe they're stroke for stroke, Joe. This is going to be really good down to the line, I believe. It's going to be whoever has more in the tank. Palm Beach making a move, it looks like, at the moment to try to cement 9th place and to try to play defense on Plant. But this is for 9th through 11th places in the state of Florida. The trailing boat that's sitting in 3rd place is a boat from the Bowles School.
So, David, I'm seeing Palm Beach just a couple tips higher rating than Plant.
Palm Beach, 37 strokes a minute. Very high. Plant, 34.
There you go. So we'll see whether or not Palm Beach can maintain this high rating and maintain the speed without really shortening up. If they do shorten up, the longer stroke will prevail. And it is Plant starting to move on Palm Beach. Plant is starting to move.
Oh, boy.
We'll see whether or not they can hang on there. Will Palm Beach hold on? And here comes Plant. Plant is trying to move through them. Their bowman's looking over. He's yelling at them. Can they hold on? Palm Beach holding on. Here comes Plant. Oh, a little bit of a crab got stuck in the water, and Palm Beach took advantage of that slight miscue. The momentum, the fastest boat on the water was Plant, but then they just took it to the very edge. And if you take it to the very edge, quite often what will happen is you'll lose your coordination. I've actually been in a race where, my field of vision starts blanking down and I can only see a black spot right ahead of me, and you're going by rowing blind because you're in such pain. But it was just a great race between Palm Beach and Plant for 9th place in Florida.
All right, we're on the race course with the A final of the boys' lightweight quad. And that's a good picture of Miami Rowing Club. They are in lane 6 in this race. It is 8 boats across, like we have seen all day long for these A finals. That's Belen Jesuit in lane 5. Love these shots because you can see the athletes' faces. That is the boat from First Coast in lane 4, although they have a lane 5 bow marker, so they're trying to mess with us here. Sarasota Crew, lane 3. Lane 2's University School. Lane 1 there in the red, Vero Beach. You could not really see them that well because of the launch. And then in lane 0, South Orlando. See that sign? So all these boats moving through the first 500 meters, excuse me, of this 1,500-meter race course here for these FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. While I have a moment here as I get into this middle 500, I just want to remind everybody to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram, using the handle at Nathan Benderson Park, and on Twitter at MyMBP. And check in at the park while you're here. Use the hashtags #MyMBP and #FSRA Sculling as the last of these 8 boats get through 500 meters, Joe. It does look like the seating is coming through to some extent in my mind or eyes. It looks like the boat from Miami is out in front in lane 6, but you've got a very competitive race behind them.
Definitely. I can see what you're seeing. The boat from Miami appears to have almost broken the field, and it looks like in second place might be Berlin that's on their port side, but right along with them is First Coast and Sarasota maybe back a little bit.
Yeah, and don't forget about Miami Beach in lane 7. They'll be probably in the mix as well. I think you're right that they're a little bit off of the other ones you mentioned, but they're right there. So we could have a nice race here in the second half for the medals, but we have kind of seen somewhat of a pattern, quite frankly, of one boat just kind of being the class of some of these finals so far. And currently, at least through the halfway point and approaching 500 meters to go, that currently in this one is Miami Rowing Club out of lane 6. This is a boys' lightweight quad event, and we will see what types of different moves and strategy comes into the last 500 meters, because this is it. This is the A final. This is where you pull everything that you have in your bag out, and you see where it lands you at the finish line.
We're seeing that Miami, which is the second boat from our left, is going right down that buoy line, and that could have an issue if they get their oar stuck on, or they bang an oar on a buoy. But it appears they've resolved that and starting to move away. Miami Beach over our left-hand side is definitely having some steering issues. As you see, their bow kind of going to the left and to the right. Berlin is right in it, and I think they are definitely in second. And then for third, it's too close to call between Miami Beach, First Coast, and Sarasota.
Yeah, it looks, I don't know. It looks like Miami Beach is in second. I don't know what they have done, but they have really powered out of lane 7 into a silver medal position. I think they've gotten past Belenjo, but it does look like 3 Miami area crews are in the medal positions in lanes 7 through 5 as they come through. Can Miami Beach catch Miami? I had Miami at about 34 strokes a minute. Let's see what I can get on Miami Beach. As they really try to throw everything at Miami here. Does Miami Beach also 34 strokes a minute?
Miami Beach, it looks like they're really striding, and that in rowing means that you're really swinging together and really leaping off that footboard, and they are definitely the fastest crew on the water, but will they be able to overtake Miami? There goes Miami. They went even up a couple more bips, and they're probably around a 42. Not as long, but certainly very, very aggressive at the front end, and it is Miami holding on to a one-length lead over Miami Beach, with Berlin coming in at third.
Yeah, that was a big time last 500 meters for Miami Beach, and it almost got them all the way to the front. I do agree with you. I think Belen Jesuit at 500 to go was sitting in the silver medal position, and man, did Miami Beach just go right past them.
You know, they definitely had practiced that move and really knew how to go for it, and it was just very, very hard to respond because, you know, they probably had one key word, and they said it quietly, and then all of a sudden they just took off like they were shot out of a gun.
Yeah, I don't know. They did a little dance there in the Miami boat. I may be too old to know it, maybe from some sort of music video or something. Maybe over my head literally, but I was watching them kind of do some sort of hand motion, and then at the end it looked like they kind of did like a shooting a basketball motion. So they had something planned out for a celebration at the end of that one, and unofficially they will bring the gold medal back to the Miami Rowing Center.
Well, you obviously don't wake up in the middle of the night like I do to watch TikTok videos. But you do have shoes with good colorways there, David. Good colorways.
All right, so we have 3 more races, only 1 boat class remaining until we have our lunch break. It's going to be the boys' freshman doubles. We're going to have 2 petite finals. So this is petite final 2, or what would be the C final. Then we're going to have petite final 1, which would typically be called a B final. And then we will have the grand final for medals. So just seeing how well attended this freshman double event was, where we had a time trial. And the time trial then led to semifinals. Or maybe we didn't have a time trial in this one. I can't remember. But either way, we've got full 8 lanes for 3 finals here in the boys' freshman double.
Which means 24 crews, freshmen, sculling, and doubles. A double is a beautiful boat. You know, it's one of the most beautiful rowing that you'll ever see because it's sculling. You've got an oar in each hand. It's a fast boat. It's a boat that really rewards being technically proficient. And a lot of people feel that the double and the pair are the most beautiful boats to row or fun boats to row. I know personally that, you know, I love rowing the pair. But the fact that we have these freshmen and younger, some of these kids are 7th graders and 8th graders, rowing out here in a 3rd final for these racing is state of Florida is just indicative of how far we've come as far as the popularity of this sport here.
Good boat name, Twice the Effort. That boat in lane 7, Tampa Catholic. Is a good name for a double. All right, let's set the field for you as they are all here and ready. Or maybe we're missing one.
We're missing Cape Coral,
lane 0. So starting with lane 1 at the very top is Rocks. Then it's Palm River, Belen Jesuit, Plant High School, North Orlando, Sarasota Crew B, and Tampa Catholic.
Right. And as we said before, because of the winds expected from the east, we're going to have the higher seated crews closest to the camera, or closest really to the wave attenuator. The wave attenuator is this long concrete floating island that we have that has baffles in it, so that the wind is blowing from the east, which is what it is. Those waves that could cause a lot of trouble on the water go into this baffle system on this wave attenuator, which is concrete, and can actually support a Ford 150 driving on it. That creates really flat water. It's very similar technology that you would see with the baffles on the buoys that you would see in a swimming pool for racing. So again, one of these technology that we have here at Sarasota that I don't know they actually have anywhere else in the world. And it provides just the optimum race course possible for these athletes. And this is really cool. These are kids that are, you know, less than 16 years old, or 16 or younger maybe, and they get a chance to race on a course that was designed for rowers at the highest level, Olympic and World Championship level rowers. So we saw lane 5 having a little problem getting onto the stake boat and in order to maintain their point, and they did the smart thing. They went out and then came back. They gave them more room. We'll see whether or not North Palm Beach, who's supposed to be in lane 0, shows up. If they don't come up pretty soon, they may start without them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm looking at the stake boat holder human on that stake boat, and I'm not seeing him look back or any indication that we're going to have that 8th boat. So I think we're going to go with 7 here probably, and get this thing ripping quickly or shortly. It's Petite Final 2 or C Final of the boys freshman double at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from beautiful Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And we have 3 more races before our lunch recess. And then we will be back with the remaining races for the rest of the afternoon, which are all finals for state championships here in the state of Florida. This is the Scholastic Championships. Want to thank our sponsors while we have a minute. Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. And we'll set the field for you here one more time, as it does appear we're probably not going to have that 8th boat, but we'll see. They haven't started the race, so maybe they will be coming in. But in the green at the very top or furthest from the camera is Rocks, then it's Palm River, and then Belen Jesuit, Plant High School, North Orlando, Sarasota B, and Tampa Catholic. I know I set the field a couple minutes ago. Want to remind everybody, if you're watching at home or you just tuned in to see this boys freshman double boat class, those are the competitors in this C final.
I have a very important announcement for the venue. We need stake boat holders between the hours of 3 and 5:30 this afternoon, and we need 16 of them. Needless to say, we don't have 16 of them. We need you to step up, help out here. Coaches, parent leaders, let's scramble, hoodwink, steal, lie, whatever you need to do. But let's go ahead and get those volunteers to be stake boat drivers. They should report to the white tent, which is just close to the finish line tower behind the stands. Again, we need stake boat holders desperately for the time frame of 3 to 5:30 this afternoon. If you don't show up, these athletes can't race. So stake boat holders. And just an by the way, if you really want to see racing and you really want to get appreciation of what's going on, you've got to be a stake boat holder at least once. It is amazing. You're down there, you're holding onto these boats. You are connected via a walkie-talkie system to the aligner, and you will appreciate rowing so much better after your stake boat holder experience. Okay, looks like we've got the crew that showed up from North Palm, and they are off. Our early leader going off real quickly is lane 4, 5, and 6. Lane 4 is Plant, Orlando, and Sarasota.
Joe, I suspect what just happened, because that was not the cleanest of starts for several of the crews, is I bet you they went to a quick start because they waited so long for North Palm Beach to show up. And it caught a couple of these crews off guard.
Yeah, you
bet. A couple of them were a full second or two behind starting when they should have. So I think that may have been what just occurred. North Palm Beach, pretty fortunate. They waited quite a while and still let them in, so that's good. They probably got a warning, as I've talked about before, but so long as they don't have any other issues, their time will hold up and their result will as well. That was Plant High School. This is Belen Jesuit in the picture.
I think that's actually Palm River. Or maybe, yeah, that's Belen.
That's Palm River.
There's Palm River. Next one ought to be Rocks with green. Yep, and there is Rocks with their green unis, and on the outside, the aforementioned North Palm Beach. So as they approach the first 500, we should be able to get a good idea as far as who's who in the zoo here. And it looks like the crew from North Palm Beach is doing a good job from the outside. Pan down.
Maybe that was their strategy, Joe. They wanted to make everyone else wait. They're going to come in high energy and get out to a good start.
Yeah, and then everybody else has been sitting there getting cold. I had the Princeton women do that to one of my crews. We got there on time, And then we sat there for 2 minutes and got cold, and they showed up and boompa. Hello, goodbye.
That's North Orlando in lane 5. With a length advantage on second place is Sarasota Crew B in lane 6. And then look how close it is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. They're all connected behind those first two that came through. So it was North Orlando and Sarasota B, and then everybody connected behind them coming through 500 meters.
It looks like it's going to be a tight race for third.
This is
we
the
will see.
final. So it's contesting places 17 through 24 in the state of Florida. I believe. I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And this is the boys freshman double boat class.
And these kids are doing very nicely. These are ninth graders, and a lot of these individuals have this might be, for a lot of these rowers, their first year rowing. And they may have had a fall season, where they are doing some low steady state, may have done a head race or something, but at this level it's mostly technique. Done a lot of work on the ergs during the winter, and then have had the America's Youth Cup that Casey Galvanic rows, and then the regionals, and here for the finals for the states. And we see the judge referee with his flag up telling somebody to move back over in their lane.
Yeah, with the difference between the events, between youth and Scholastic, these could be lineups that really just typically don't row with each other for some of the other regattas, with the youth events being underage events, so under 15 years of age, under 17 years of age, under 19 years of age. This is freshmen. This is freshmen in high school or younger is what qualifies here. That could be various different ages potentially, and there may not be any overlap between the two. So you could be seeing lineups that really are pretty inexperienced with one another, on top of the fact that they may be first-year rowers.
Yeah. Well, based on our eye in the sky right now, it looks like our lane 6 Sarasota crew in white, the second from the left on your screen, has moved out to a substantial lead. The other dark horse that we're seeing is out there in lane 0, Palm Beach. They came in hot and may be taking advantage of it. But Sarasota Crew is right out there in front. In second place appears to be North Orlando, which is on their port side. Tampa Catholic was the highest rated crew, is having some issues with their steering, dealing with quite a brisk wind that's built up. I'm seeing the flags rippling back and forth, which indicates more than about 10 miles an hour coming in broad on their starboard bows. So Sarasota Crew with Mr. Kelly is doing an excellent job walking out on the field, and this our petite second final, or C final, in the boys freshman double.
Yep, so you're late to the start. North Palm Beach is having a great race all the way up there in lane 0. They are right there. This is for places 17 through 24 in the state of Florida in the boys freshman double, currently being led by Sarasota Crew out of lane 6. Looks like North Palm Beach in lane 0 might be in second place. The other boat that's right there with them is North Orlando in lane 5.
Yeah.
But it is North Palm Beach, I believe, that is sitting in second place all the way up there at the top. And again, there is no, you could be excluded, or you could just get a warning. I'm sure they only got a warning. So
well, this is going to be close. This is close. North Palm may be making a big move because the blade work's getting a little iffy with Sarasota, and it's really close. North Palm might be able to beat them. I think North Palm actually may have won. Their blade work, they're going into the water a lot more squared than Sarasota and got a little bit better purchase at the front end. So we'll see.
Yep, I'm going to say that they knew what they were doing showing up late, but really they also could have been like hot seating a boat, and the officials might have known about that, and they might have had to row around pretty quickly. But they did, to my eye, unofficially win the C final ahead of Sarasota Crew. And then it was North Orlando ahead of, it was close between Tampa Catholic and Plant. And then behind Plant was Belen Jesuit, then it looked like rocks and Palm River.
Yeah.
So that was the C final of the boys freshman double. And the next race on the race course is going to be the penultimate one before our lunch break, and it will be the petite final, or the B final of this event, the boys freshman double, which will then be followed by the A final for medals and a trophy. And I'm seeing a vacant lane there, so is that lane going to get filled as I count 7 boats? We'll set the field for you as it sits at the moment. Furthest from the cameras is Cape Coral. Then in the dark red shell is Vero Beach B. Then one boat closer to the camera, Gainesville. Then Sebastian Rowing. Then Hillsborough High School. North Palm Beach is the boat that we don't see at the moment. So again, another North Palm Beach boat. Maybe they just have limited equipment. We may see them come in here in a minute. Lane 6, Oars. And in lane 7, closest to the camera, is Lyman.
Again, hearkening back to my own personal experience, I had a crew racing at Princeton against the Princeton's women, and we got there on time on the starting block, and they showed up a minute and a half later, and it was a cold day, up in the Northeast in the beginning of March, and when they took off, they had just come off, and we had been sitting there for a while, and it was not pretty, because when you're cold, your muscles just don't respond. That's why it's so important when these crews launch and they're headed down to the start line, and they're going to work hard enough so they'll actually generate a sweat and get their muscles warmed up so that they can be quick and respond. Cold muscles just don't do it. Now, here in Florida, it's not quite as bad. Right now it's probably into the 60s. I know it was 49 first thing when we got here. But, it's a situation where it can make a difference.
So we'll see. If this is a pattern we kind of saw with the last one, so I think they probably are waiting on North Palm Beach to make their way in at this point. When they get there into lane 5, we'll get it going. But again, it's 8 boats across. It's the B final of the boys freshman double. While I have a minute, I will remind everybody to, like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram. The handle is at Nathan Benderson Park. And on Twitter, where the handle is at MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. Use the hashtags #MyNBP and #FSRA Sculling. While you're here and you're documenting the fact that you are here, use those hashtags so that we can find you. And it looks like it's starting to get a little bit more full on the venue, Joe. And I know towards the end of the day, it typically starts filling up a little bit more because you have a lot more quads that go. So you just have more spectators in terms of people related and peers.
I just want to remind everybody that we have a tremendous need here at the park for stake boat holders. And if you look on your the Jumbotron, or if you're following us online, you can see those people that hold the boats, lean over, and have a nice little area down there, and they are absolutely necessary in order for us to hold the regatta. And then we've got a situation where we need about over 10 stake boat holders to help us between the hours of 3 and 5:30 this afternoon. So if you want to experience the glory and interest and beauty of rowing, go down there, become a stake boat holder, be able to see what's going on. And if you haven't volunteered before, this is your way of getting rid of your guilt for not helping out. Go down there and help out. All right, so now we're seeing right now Gainesville area rowing. And as we pan over to the right, or the left, that is Vero. And then our last one we'll see as we pan to the left will be Cape Coral. Cape Coral has some very, very distinctive oar colors.
They do. That always helps us out when we are bringing you a broadcast. either outside or inside, as we are currently watching the same feed that you are at home on YouTube.
Again, if you're going to be a stake boat driver, please go to the white tent, which is located behind the stands, right by the finish line tower. We really need your help, so please come out and do that. Help us. So we're seeing a crew from Hillsborough with the red oars right there. And it looks like we have a pretty tight race as we pan right to take a look at the 1,000 meter mark to go. And that's coming up right about now. And there we have Lyman, again, with the world's smallest bow markers. Oars in second place. And North Palm Beach, or Hillsborough. And North Palm Beach was a no-show.
Hillsborough, and then it looks like Gainesville and Cape Coral, then just ahead of Vero is what I had, and then Sebastian. So that's what it looked like as they came through, and that was the 500-meter point, so they're in these middle 500 meters now. This is the B final of the boys freshman double at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. Good shot there. Close-up shot of Sebastian. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong before the afternoon, but I think it's Sebastian River High School.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful place. As I mentioned yesterday, I was camping over there at a state park just south or surrounding Sebastian Inlet. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful area! And of course, that's called the Treasure Coast because the 6 Spanish galleons that sank in a hurricane there in July of 1715. And then all that gold, millions of dollars of gold, was found in the 1960s.
So the other boats in your picture, right side there, that is Hillsborough High School. And then you also saw Cape Coral in the picture there. Those were the boats that were in that nice video picture that we had from behind. So you see a gap there where you see the launch on the left side, the white catamaran motorboat. That's where North Palm Beach would have been. Otherwise, we've got the other 7 boats. And to my eye, Joe, it looks like we got kind of a 3-boat race up front. It's lane 7 Lyman, lane 6 Oars, and lane 5 Hillsborough.
Yep, I agree.
This is for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida in the boys freshman double. And really good rowing. We've seen it as we have remarked several times. Extremely good rowing at from these freshman boats, almost to the point where a lot of them are indiscernible, other than possibly body type, or if you're close enough to see their faces, to know that they may be a little bit younger athletes. But the rowing, the caliber of rowing has been extremely high in these events. Couple yesterday had some trouble at the start line because there was so much turbulence, especially coming from the side. But that's just an experience thing for the most part. You see Lyman out in front in lane 7 in that bright blue boat with those all-white shafted oars. And trying to go with them is that boat adjacent to them in lane 6, Oars. We'll see if Oars can track down Lyman in the last 250 as they get into the red buoys.
Now this is where it gets dangerous because they've gone, 1,250 meters. These athletes may not be fully developed physically compared to older athletes, but they're in a situation where they're going to get fatigued, and when you get fatigued, your blade work can suffer. So as you get more tired, you, in addition to really pushing the envelope and working yourself, you have to make sure that you make those rather quick and precise motions with your blades to put the oars in the water. And it looks like Lyman's doing that very, very nicely. If you don't turn that blade completely square and you pull, it's going to put that oar 4 feet underwater, and it'll take that boat that's going 10 miles an hour and break it, and possibly break that oar in your hand.
So
Nice rowing there.
Yeah. Looks like Lyman's going to win the B final, just ahead of Oars, with that Vespoli decal that's upside down. Ahead of Hillsborough High School, who will come across in the third position in this B final. And then that's going to be Cape Coral up there that will finish ahead of Gainesville. Gainesville will finish ahead of Vero Beach. And then it will be Sebastian coming across the line. So we have one more race before our lunch break, and it's going to be the A final for medals and a trophy of the boys freshman double. And they're already on the race course as I look down. And I'll set the field for you. It's 8 boats across yet again. And this is our last A final of the morning. Furthest from the camera shots that you will see, or farthest on the right when we get the overhead shot, will be the University School in lane 0. In lane 1 is Miami Beach B. In lane 2 is Sebastian. In lane 3 is South Orlando. In lane 4 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, Miami Beach. Lane 6 is Vero Beach A. And in lane 7, and out in front at 500 meters, as you saw them just jet through our camera, is Miami Rowing Club.
Yeah, Miami Rowing Club was just very, very relaxed and quick and rowing very, very nicely. Open water back to Vero Beach was second. And then we have Sarasota and Miami Beach right in the mix.
So this is for the medals. There are trophies for all of these events. I think there weren't always, but there are now. They're also, Joe, competing for team trophies and a team point system. And each finish out of each one of these boats in their relative boat classes earns points towards a team championship.
Wow. Well, David, do you looking on the water and looking on the monitor here, do you think that maybe Sora over there in lane 3 might be making a move?
Yeah, well, I think relative to the boats around them, they are have pushed out a little bit. I think they're sitting in third place. The boats on the left are definitely in front, Miami and Vero. But I think you're right. I think the boats that are around Sora, they are probably the fastest mover, although that boat from Sarasota, just to the left on the screen, may actually be slightly in front of Sora at this point. But they did make a move there. You could tell relative to the others that they had kind of pushed themselves further into the picture. What's interesting is it's probably pretty close, but you're unable to fully tell. That Miami Beach boat that's third from the left is probably very close to those other two boats we just talked about, but it's just that's where the angle comes into play, and we'll see what happens as they come down. But it looks like Sarasota Crew and Sora are sort of the class of the boats that are not in lane 6 and 7, but right now just continuing to row away with this thing as Miami Rowing Club.
Oh, big time. And watching their blades go in and out of the water, so crisp, so together. You don't see any waffling. What's really nice on the Miami boat is when their blades go in the water, you're not seeing any white at all. So that means they're covering their blades and probably about 4 to 6 inches up the shaft. And the key for rowing is you want to get that blade to a depth where you are maximizing the benefit. Because in rowing, you don't pull the oar through the water. You place the oar in the water, and then you pull the boat by you. And if you get that good connection, or what's called purchase, then you can really move. Well, it looks like we've got a heck of a race with Miami in first, Vero in second, and then we've got ourselves a boat race between Sarasota and Sora. Give the nod a little bit to Sarasota for third place. What do you think, David?
I think at the moment, we'll see what Sora has in their bag. We've seen some really strong crews from Sora. We've seen some, obviously, Sarasota Crew annually puts out strong crews. So can Sora close the gap and take a medal away from Sarasota Crew? We will find out. Miami Rowing Club is going to win another gold medal here at our FSRA Sculling Championships and do it in style, rowing away from the field every time they drop in.
How far out they go out to the catch. The compression of the legs against their chest, their hands so far apart. Oh my goodness, that is just absolutely beautiful rowing to totally
Yeah,
dominate.
they're
that.
not what we are calling what we would say
Dominate.
missing water at all either.
Oh.
They are getting every tip of that water. As you see, the second place boat come through, that's Vero Beach. They will win a silver medal in the boys' freshman double. And it's Sora who has come through Sarasota Crew, and they are going to take that bronze medal away from Sarasota Crew. At the finish line, it's going to be South Orlando with a 3/4 length third place ahead of Sarasota Crew, and then the boat from Miami Beach.
Wow. But the dynamic, wonderful rowing by those freshmen from Miami Rowing Club. Wow, that was just wonderful to see. Just, it takes my breath away. Great rowing.
Yeah, bright future ahead for those freshman athletes who are going to take a gold medal back to the Miami Rowing Center in Key Biscayne, representing the Miami Rowing Club. Unofficially with the gold medal ahead of Vero Beach and South Orlando. Those are the medals of our last race before the lunch hour, Joe. And when we return and go live in roughly an hour, we will have a full afternoon, about 3.5 hours worth of finals racing here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships.
Well, look forward to it, David. If it is good as our morning, we are in for a lot of good times. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go off for a while, and we hope that you enjoy a nice break here, grab some lunch, and we will see you in about an hour. Attention in the venue. We need your assistance. We do not have enough stake boat holders to run the races this afternoon. Our final races between 3 and 5:30 this afternoon. Because of that, it's very important that we have some people here come over to our volunteer tent, which is located behind the stands by the finish line tower, and sign up to be a stake boat holder. Now, you might ask, what the heck does a stake boat holder do? What is a stake boat? In the sport of rowing here in sprint racing, we have platforms which were actually made for the 2017 World Championships that are anchored at the start distance on the lake. And the stake boat holder is a person that will have a walkie-talkie headset communication to a person called the aligner that will be on that platform, will lean over a specially constructed support or like a chair and reach down and grab the stern of a boat that will hold them in place so that when they start, they're even with everybody else. And if you've never been there or you've never seen a race start, it is an absolutely spectacular place to be. You'll be able to see all of the boats pull in, maneuvers necessary. You'll be part of a team, and you'll be making a major contribution to the success of this regatta. So I strongly encourage that if you're in the venue, even if you're over there on the west side, underneath the team tents from the parents, walk on over, come over here, and let's go ahead and sign up to help our athletes, because we want to be able to run these last races for the state championships at the end of the day today. So let's man and woman up, get up and come on over and sign up to help out as a stake boat holder. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. So welcome back for a little while. This is an interesting photo that we have from our start line camera uh, that's looking north here at Nathan Benderson Park. And we can see where we have lots of the crews who are launching from the 5 docks that we have off to the right-hand side. And you get a really nice view of the wave attenuator, which is, again, that floating concrete platform with all the baffles that takes all those waves and knocks them down. It's very, very easy to see right now because we have an easterly wind which is blowing. You can see the flags. Actually, a little bit of a northeast if you look at the flag that's on top of Nathan Benderson Park. But look at how dark that water is on the right-hand side of the wave attenuator. And that gives you an indication of the waves. And then look at the left side of that wave attenuator. It's like glass. And that's what's there, to attenuate or to kill the waves. And that's one of the really nice things that we have and we're really proud of here at Nathan Benderson Park, where we consider this one of the friendliest and most accommodating rowing venue in the United States. Also, as you look over to the left-hand side, you can see where we have all of the coaching or all of the judge referee launches arrayed down there getting ready for the start. We ran over a little bit in the morning, so I think what we try to do, and again, this is just conjecture between David Wyatt and myself, we kind of feel that we want to keep the same amount of break for lunch so we don't wear our judge referees and volunteers out and give them sufficient lunch break. That might be the reason why we're going to be a little bit late starting. We're supposed to have our next race start at 1:05. Is that right? Yeah, 1:05. David says, and we'll probably start a little bit later, probably about 1:30. I'm looking the other direction from the tower. You can count up the number of stories. So I'm up on the 4th level there. And I'm looking down the opposite direction of what you're seeing here. And I'm seeing all of the crews that have launched that are headed down the side of the wave attenuator that leads down the course. And again, this is one of the really neat features that we've seen here compared to a lot of the venues for the World Championships, where this wave attenuator that we have allows traffic down to the start that won't wake those racing. So we give the racers a really, really pristine course. The other thing that is really cool is right there you can see the finish line tower, and you can see a launch in the water right there by the bridge of the road goes by. It's called Cattleman. Right there, you take a right, and there's actually a canal that is actually named after Svetlana Oslova, who is a Bulgarian, and she's a member of the certifying committee for courses. And she helped us in the development of this course here at Nathan Benderson Park. And she says, well, you have all this island and everything. Why don't you cut in a canal? And then they could race and then go around the canal and recover and really give them plenty of room to warm down and plenty of room to recover and give a really clear race pattern where you have less conflict, where crews were going towards each other from the opposite direction. So this was supposed to be one big long berm that was going to come from where you see that bridge on the left-hand side and just extend out. Because of what Svetla said, we now have what's called Regatta Island, this 33-acre island that was actually created from the dredge when they had this big dredge out here sucking up the mud and everything from the lake to create equal depth all the way across all lanes and to clean out shallow areas, and also to take the coastline over here on the western side and make it straight. So as David knows, as I do, when we first started running regattas here, we had, 33 acres of mud. It took a couple of years in order to dry out enough, which is really important to me because for the wheelchair athletes and disabled veterans that I work with, we want to have a stable platform and ease to get access to the docks. So a little bit of history here about Nathan Benderson Park. And if you look in the background, you can see this wonderful shopping center called University Town Center. Kind of makes me feel like I'm back in San Diego. It also had a UTC. Here at Nathan Benderson Park, we have thousands of hotel rooms and other things available for people to visit. And just within a mile, I think, of this venue, we have over 500 rooms. So please consider coming here, and especially those of you that might consider coming down here for Youth Nationals. Or if you're a rower, we really would love to have you come down and participate in the last minute change to have the Masters Nationals here on the 11th through the 14th of August. And this is a view from our finish line camera looking north into University Town Center. Now talk about an easy place to go shop and tons of wonderful places to eat. When my daughter and my two grandkids came to visit a couple months ago, we went and we ate at a place called Selva Grill, which is really a nice Peruvian restaurant right there. Here's another view right here of the launch and recovery docks from our finish line camera, and you see those white tents, and that's our control commission. And the people here from the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association have really dialed in how to run this regatta and done a wonderful job. Each of the participants has a tag, and they check that individual against a lineup so they know exactly that the right people are into the boat. And they also have pictures on those. And on top of that, our judge referees are really doing a great job, and it's working out well, where they will go and check and make sure that every single shoe on every single footboard has a heel tie. And they'll physically touch those heel ties on every single stateroom and check the bow balls. I can't tell you about how many bow balls I've seen where you put your hand on it and then all of a sudden the bow ball's in your hand. It was just taped on. This is a picture of our child care center in area of North Cattleman Road, and in the background is the Hampton Inn, something Suites. I can't see what that is. Homestead Suites. But we have a huge child care area, and over here, this is the area on the west side where the non-credentialed people are, the parents and other people are on the west side. And we have the Jimmy John's food truck. We have food trucks from other places. And as we pan around, we'll be able to see more, including vendors, including those selling goods for it. So we now have our boats on the start line for our race, which is the Petite Final 2, which is the B final of the girls' Freshman 4. Wow, that's fantastic, isn't it? So not only do we have enough freshmen to race one final, but we have at least 24 because we're running 8 lanes. So as I said before, we're now seeing where we have a bit of a starboard bow wind, which will mean that the boats keep on getting blown over to the left. And you can see our crew on the very top, which is University. They're trying to go ahead and scull their boat around, but they're getting pushed sideways. So they did the right thing where they're going to have 2 reach around behind her, which she did very nicely. And then she's going to pull that boat around. And it is working very slowly, but it'll get there. The person is being a stake boat, that young man with the hood is holding onto the stern. But they may not make it. you're getting pulled around. They may have to go around or have 2 takes bows oar and 3 takes 2 port oar. There's another technique we're seeing right here. This is kind of like a modified river turn where the bow person in this boat is rowing with their port hand and backing with their starboard. That's one of my favorites. You can use that. And there we see a crew from Sarasota crew backing in. This is a skill that I think is really important for people that have rowing clubs to consider. I know at our rowing club, we encourage people to back in because then you can see where you're going and you have less chance of banging the pontoons or your float with the boat or damaging the boat. I know based upon my coaching at Craftsbury, which is a really excellent sculling camp in Vermont, that they mandate that all of their boats are backed in. So these are the Freshman Force 3rd level boats. And you can see that they're maneuvering necessary. In our view right there is lane 5, which is Sarasota. The people, lane 4 is not in there yet. They're starting to back down. That would be the Academy of Holy Names right there with those oars with the blue and black color of the Naval Academy, just a little bit different configuration. You can see lane 2, Hillsborough, and the red boat. They're starting to back down. So it's been a while. It was going to take them a while to figure out this wind, and it's fairly challenging. But we'll see.
Yeah, and especially for the freshman events, Joe. I was in the elevator earlier with some officials, and they were remarking how challenging it is sometimes for some of these freshman events if there's any wind at the start, and also particularly when we have 8 boats across. You just have 2 more in the mix than you typically would at any other race course in America. So they're trying to get in. Let me reintroduce you if you are tuning back into the afternoon broadcast. This is the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is David Wyant. I am joined by my broadcast partner of many years for these events, Joe Dobson, and we are in this finish line tower at Nathan Benderson Park, getting ready to bring you a full afternoon of all finals in these sculling events, where we will crown state champions in all of these different boat classes. We had a few at the end of the morning session, and we will go all the way through with all the rest of the boat classes at this regatta, as we still look to get a couple of these quads into their lanes. Looks like lanes 2 and 3 are going to need to figure out how to get their way back in. It looked like one of them went completely behind. Nope. One of them went completely behind the stake boats, is going to come back into the mix, pointed forward, which may be a decent thing to do. And typically, Joe, if you're down at the start line and you're watching this happen, a lot of times the officials, even most of the time the starter, so the official who actually starts the races, is going to direct these crews as to what they should do.
Right.
And oftentimes, I was a coxswain, oftentimes you hear the officials literally coxing these boats, tap it on the port side, or give me a stroke on the starboard side, or whatever needs to happen. Is oftentimes what you hear. So we're going to have 8 boats across as soon as lane 2 comes back through. Let me set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, who just got in there, is University School. 1 boat closer is United Sculling. Then it will be Hillsborough when they come back through. Then Academy of the Holy Names. Next to Academy of the Holy Names. So it's Academy of the Holy Names in lanes 3 and 4. The B entry in lane 3. The A entry in lane 4. Then it's Sarasota Crew B in lane 5. In lane 6, it's Team Tampa B. And in lane 7, it's North Palm Beach. While I have a moment here, although some of these women are sitting ready, I think we're not going to start until that Hillsborough boat comes back through. While I have a minute, I will go through and thank our sponsors of this FSRA Sculling Championships this weekend. And those are Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC 7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. Joe, as Hillsborough gets into the blocks here, I see Sarasota Bradenton International Airport is one of the sponsors, and I was just thinking about how you and I, having lived here for a while, all the different options, literally, that you can fly now. It used to be there were 3 or 4 flights pretty much total out of that airport. Now you can go to Canada. You can go all over the country from that airport, and it's packed constantly now.
Yeah, it's a great airport. It's only about 8 minutes from here, and there are all these different options. I saw this airline that I've never heard of, and I think they only fly to New Haven, Connecticut. I mean that's crazy.
Yeah, you can get a direct flight to New Haven from Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My dad lives near Pittsburgh. We can take a direct flight there now. So it's making it a lot easier, and that also means it makes it easier for people to come down and enjoy our park and compete in the events down here.
Now, if you're a masters rower and you're thinking about coming down here to row, you don't have to bring a boat. I know that Jeff Border from Vespoli and Matt Muffleman from Hudson, and I'm not sure about the people from Philippi, but there are going to be a lot of boat manufacturers, and you will be able to rent a boat here. So it's a really easy thing to do. Come down here and race and rent a boat, and that goes for all of our Masters races here. Not only the Masters Nationals, which is the 11th through the 14th of August, but also the Sarasota Invitational, which takes place the last weekend in February. So you all out and get away from the snow. You can finish up your crash bees and get out on the water and have a nice suntan. So it looks like we're getting pretty close to going. This should be a relatively quick start. The crew from Hillsborough is just making their way up there. Now this is where the aligner has actually a walkie-talkie. Each of the stake boat people has a headset, and they're getting direction to, let's say, push lane 2 out, pull lane 3 in order to make things as tight as they can. Right now we're within maybe 2 feet of perfect, but we've been waiting a while, so close enough be good enough is perfect with these freshman crews.
Yeah, it's safety first. So I suspect that they will go to a quick start, given how long it's taken to get all 8 boats in the stake boats and ready to roll into this one. And they're just going to get all of the boats safely pointed down their lanes, and then I suspect the starter will go to a quick start, which again is the announcement of quick start, attention, go. And
yeah.
it happens that quickly.
And the last race we saw, there were a few people kind of surprised by that. A little delayed reaction. Which I don't think really hurt them. It just scared them a little bit on this last one where they didn't start right with everybody else, but I think the adrenaline caught them up. I know I was in a race over in, here they go, they're getting ready to go. There they go, off they go. Close enough and good. So it looks like lane 7 has jumped off there really nicely, and that is Palm Beach, and they're the highest ranked crew going out, followed by Team Tampa in lane 6.
Yep, then it's Sarasota Crew just above them on the screen. So that's Team Tampa on the right, Sarasota Crew on the left. Sarasota Crew B entry. So we will see the Sarasota Crew A entry in the grand final, rowing for the medals. This is for places 17 through 24 in the state of Florida in the girls' freshman quad. As you see, a couple boats come together. We haven't seen that in the entire regatta, I don't think, Joe.
Yeah, it looks like the crew from Hillsborough is having trouble staying in their lane. But they were able to keep on going. Or possibly might be Holy Names moving over into theirs. Okay, looks like they're stopping it. Red flag is up and the horn is signing with the siren. So they'll stop it and either restart it or else move them back to another place in the queue.
Oh boy, that's You see that red buoy? That's 250 meters. That's a late point in the race to be stopping it. That's not a typical occurrence, but anything can happen out here, and the officials do it for safety reasons. So the officials obviously thought that it was an unsafe racing situation, and it probably, I mean, I'm sure they were right. We're not out there, but you have boats come together.
I saw boats hitting one or
Yeah,
the other.
you have boats come together. That's definitely unsafe, and also if it's one boat in particular that is coming into another and the other is in their lane and doing the right thing, it certainly impedes that boat that's doing the right thing from having their best race. So they will peel them off. Typically, Joe, they will have already pulled in the next race, so they probably will have these women go sometime thereafter, as they pull them off to both sides of the race course, so like lane 10 and lane 000, and they will row back through the start line, very likely, and they'll be called back in at some point, probably not next, I would suspect.
Well, we'll see. I'll put my eyes on it.
But now we're going to have to clear the race course. So there's going to be a little delay in the racing. What you're seeing is these boats having stopped about 250 meters into that Petite Final 2 of the girls' freshman quad. We're going to go off air for just a few minutes as they get it sorted out. They get the course clear, and we will come back with you at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. All right, welcome back to our broadcast live on YouTube. This is the Petite Final 1, or the B final, of the girls' freshman quad. And you're looking there at, well, let me set the lineup. In lane 0, so furthest from the cameras, is Sebastian. In lane 1 is Plant's B entry. Lane 2 is Gainesville. Lane 3 is Ransom Everglades. Lane 4 is Treasure Coast, who you see on the left side of your screen here. In lane 5 is North Orlando. Lane 6 is Team Tampa. And in lane 7 is the Bulls School. So 8 boats across, racing for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida. As you see them come down the race course here, this is the girls' freshman quad petite final. As you see Plant, that's a Plant B boat. The prior boat I think was Gainesville, but they're rowing with some other equipment trying to throw me off. Not with the typical Gainesville blades. Good shot from behind as all of these girls get to through the first 500 meters. And you can see the water. I can tell certainly as I look out at the finish line that the water in the first 500 meters is more turbulent than it is down here. It is a headwind, so these races are going to be a little slower, kind of like they were yesterday than typical, which is also very interesting because we started the morning with a little bit of a tailwind, so it's completely shifted around. As you see these boats that are somewhat out in front, it's lane 7 right in front of you. That's the Bulls School. And at 500 meters, they have a slight advantage, maybe a deck advantage over Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast looks like they're ahead of Gainesville in that non-Gainesville equipment that's trying to throw me off. But everybody's still kind of there. So again, this is a race for places 9 through 16, but it's a freshman race. These are all young athletes. They will certainly have many more years to come to the Florida Scholastic Championships and try their hand. For many of them, this is the first time they are here, as you get a good shot of the Plant B girls freshman quad. And Joe, as you come back and get situated here, they're about halfway here in the B final of the girls freshman quad. Getting a nice picture of Plant High School. And it's very competitive. So we had prior rounds of racing. We had racing all day yesterday. And that's how these boats have qualified for this B final, is through the progression system that we had. And as Joe told you, we have 24 boats in this girls freshman quad that are competing in these 3 finals. We had a stoppage of the C final, so they will run probably fairly soon, if not next, maybe one after the next race. But this is the B final. And this nice overhead shot is kind of showing us where these crews stand. And again, you've got Gainesville is the boat on the right side that's kind of pushed out a little bit. And then you see Treasure Coast is the boat right in the center of the screen. They may be in the lead. And then you've got 2 boats on the outside, Team Tampa and the Bulls School in lanes 6 and 7, that are also right up there with Treasure Coast. So it is very competitive as they approach 500 meters to go. These races are 1,500 meters out here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. It will be the same in 2 weeks when we have the FSRA Sweep Championships. Again, it's the Scholastic distance is 1,500 meters. And so we lop off 500 meters of our 2,000-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park for these championships. What are you seeing, Joe? I see Treasure Coast out front.
Yeah, I agree. Treasure Coast over there in lane 4 is definitely...
Or maybe Bowls. Bowls may be right there, too.
Bowls over there in lane 7?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it certainly get a different perspective when you look straight down here. It looks like Bowls and Team Tampa are very, very close. And then Treasure Coast over there in lane 4 is definitely there because we have one crew that's way off.
Yeah, so you come out here to race. This is a B final. Again, the first place finisher here will finish 9th in the state in this boat class of the girls freshman quad. But you come out here to race, Joe, and even though it's a B final, these are freshman athletes. So every race they get under their belt is experience. And I can remember even when I wasn't in grand finals from time to time in high school, I still remember some of those races just as vividly as any other because a good race is a good race. And that's kind of what we're seeing up front here. You see the Bowl School maybe trying to put the hammer down in the last 250. You see Treasure Coast out there going, and you see this boat from Team Tampa. Got a great race shaping up.
What I really like to see is when I see those blades square nice and early rather than wait to the very last minute for a flip catch. That's a sign of a very, very confident crew. And the crew from Treasure Coast is really doing a very nice job because when they place their blades in the water, they're really getting a good connection. And they are using that to their best advantage because they're able to pry the boat all the way through them. It's going to be very close, though. We have the Bowl School coming really close to going off the course.
Yeah, I've got Treasure Coast at 35 strokes a minute, Bowls at 32. It's going to come right down to it, but I think Treasure Coast is going to hang on because the rowing's just a little better to my eye in there, Joe.
I agree. But it's a great race by these young ladies. It's hard to believe these young ladies are rowing this well at this age. A lot better than I did when I was at that age.
So it's Treasure Coast ahead of the Bowl School. Then it's Team Tampa, who will finish ahead of, I think, this Incognito Gainesville boat that's rowing in some sort of other equipment, maybe Tampa Prep. We'll finish ahead of Lane 5, which is North Orlando. North Orlando finishing ahead of Ransom Everglades School. Then it's going to be Plant B entry, and then Sebastian rowing. Yeah, and Sebastian rowing is, 200 meters from the finish line. We're already almost into the last 500 meters of the next race. It's on the race course. I have not been looking at the monitor, and so we're going to hamstring ourselves a little bit. I see a light blue boat, and so in lane 4, and I think that's Hollywood. So this is the A final. This is the grand final for medals in the girls freshman quad, and that does make sense because I'm also seeing lane 7. I'm seeing gold equipment. So that is what's on the race course. Last 500 meters for these girls in the freshman quad to try to win a state championship. It looks like Plant High School way out in front in lane 7, Joe. And then behind them, I'm looking at second place right now is probably between South Orlando and Oars. They are in lanes 5 and 6 respectively.
Unfortunately, it looks like Oars is off course. They're going sideways, which is not going to help. South Orlando, if you watch them a while, they're going to have to come left to go to starboard, or else they're going to hit Hollywood. And they did make that change, but that migration over there may have hurt them. The judge referee was really clear. He had his white flag up directing him go. And so we're now seeing that Plant High School has broken the field. They have about 2 lengths of open water. They're doing a fantastic job if the referee would get out of the way.
Yeah, hopefully this launch driver sees what's going on because you got Plant High School about 12 strokes from this launch trying to win a state championship in the girls freshman quad.
And they did figure it out, and they're getting out of the way. Hopefully it won't wake them. So Plant High School is very, very clear, and then we've got ourselves a battle royal between Sora and Oars. Sora and Oars. Oars is Sora's going nice and straight, but Oars seems to be heading off to the left a little bit. We'll see whether or not that hurts them. But Sora is putting the pedal to the metal. These young ladies are sitting up nice and tall and really pushing through.
Yeah, 36.
And here comes Oars again. They're having problems with their rudder. But Sora hopefully will get out of the way in time.
Plant High School winning a state championship in the girls freshman quad out of lane 7.
And Sora is going to come across for second, and Oars will come across as third. It's really great racing here in the girls freshman quad final.
And a crab from the 3 seat in the Hollywood boat will push them back to 5th. They were in 4th place. They will finish in 5th, just behind Vero Beach and just ahead of the boat from Sarasota Crew. who will finish ahead of Miami Beach and First Coast. So that was your 8-boat A final of the girls freshman quad. Lots of action out here so far. First couple races of our afternoon at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. Again, unofficially, it's Plant High School with a gold medal ahead of South Orlando and Oars. Oars touching every part of their lane on the way down, but they're still going to, it appears, secure themselves a bronze medal.
Not only their lane, but a few adjacent lanes. Well, it looks like right now we're getting ready to finally run the petite final or B final of the girls freshman 4. They reestablished themselves. I remember the Hillsborough crew in lane 3. Missing the crew from lane 6, which was Team Tampa. I don't know if they're now down to 7 boats instead of 8.
Yeah, we'll see if they pull in or not. Could also be an equipment thing if somebody else needs the equipment. But you are correct, Joe. This is going to be a rerunning of the C final of the girls freshman quad. And the reason why we are rerunning it is just that it was an unsafe rowing situation about 250 meters into our first attempt to run this one.
Yeah, that's when Hillsborough and Holy Names B came together. Two judge referee boats following these races. Ref right on it, and so as we mentioned before, and you can look and see that we have wind bottom of our picture, which is from the east, and it's blowing with their right oar or port oar keep on trying to keep their bow pointed down. They look over their shoulders and they can see this perfect line of these buoys that tell them exactly where they are. It's like they're getting ready to go, except for lane 1 or lane 0, they're still having trouble getting around, and that is University. Almost there. Judge referee is going to be watching them very carefully. As soon as they're ready to go, they'll probably yell, "Quick start." And then go. We have a start, as advertised. I'll be darned. Okay, North Palm has really jumped there, as is Sarasota B. And there is Holy Names A and Holy Names B. Followed by Hillsborough, and the young ladies from United Sculling, and University.
So far, so good in the rerunning of this C final of the girls freshman quad. Good picture of the University School on your screen if you're watching at home or on the Jumbotron on the west side of our race course here at Nathan Benderson Park, or in person on the bike path or otherwise. And as we pan back, so they're in lane 0, University School. And then you see that's the tip of the stern of the United Sculling boat in lane 1. We have this official pushing up again, so I hope that doesn't mean that there might be an issue in those lanes again.
This is where we'll see our second camera, which is located at 500 meters down the course. This will give us a true picture of where the crews are when they cross the line. So, and as a master's rower, that's where we start. Trust me, it does feel long enough to go 1,000 meters. I don't feel cheated. It looks like on the outside. The crew from University is doing a very nice job as far as getting out there Very, very nice clean rowing from them in lane 0.
Yep, great work from University School. We're going to start seeing these other boats get into the picture.
Here's North Palm, who's supposed to be ranked number 1. And it's North Palm and then University and then Team Tampa.
Yeah,
the rest
Team Tampa
of
is
it,
the boat
it looks
that's
like
not here, so
a really big crab happened there in the Hillsborough boat. The 3-rower lost her oar and is trying to get it back. And they've now, and boy, I'll tell you, that hurt. And then they're out of their lane again, so they're actually checking the boat, holding water with their starboard oar to try to get back in the lane. So that's good for them to try to do that.
Yeah, that was well handled given the severity of that crab.
Oh, here's another one. So when you get all discombobulated and your heart is racing and you're freaking out, it's really hard to settle down and get back into a sport where you're supposed to have perfect synchronicity. So it's going to take a while for them to get back together, but they are. Pressing on there, Hillsborough, pressing on.
So still all the way at the top, right side of the screen, blue hats, that's University School.
Unfortunately, a bow person was holding the boat trying to check it, and she's just got an over-the-head crab. So that's going to push them back. Well, at least they don't have to worry about being close to other people because they're behind the field. All right, so David, looking out here, it looks like University over there in lane 0 is doing a really good job. They're ahead, and I think at the other side of the course, it is North Palm. What do you think?
Yep, those are the two that are out front. And Joe, I'm looking down the race course. You know, Team Tampa B didn't start with everyone else, but there's another boat that is on the race course out there in lane 8, and that may be Team Tampa, and they may be running them down that lane to get a time in this girls' freshman quad event. Maybe they had an equipment issue or they just couldn't get in time, but typically at these FSRA championships, they're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the athletes. They're going to try to get them in, get them a time that in whatever race that they are in. So I suspect that's what that boat is that's coming down. It's too far away for us to know, but I do see another boat on the race course all the way back there. It's still University School, and it's still North Palm Beach on, you know, with 6 lanes in between the two of them that are out front of this thing.
Yeah, Norm.
So it's University School having a great row out of lane 0. It is North Palm Beach out of lane 7. Huh. I'm pretty sure I'm not so sure that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that Hillsborough is in lane 2 of both of the races that it could be. So we'll see as they come down. We're being told that this might be the boys' freshman quad.
And we're also seeing some interesting steering taking place in the crew that is kind of searching for their lane.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm looking at the lineup. That's not accurate. This is the girls' C final. It's University School. I think it's winning it all the way up there, Joe. They're just kind of staying out of the fray, and they have just been having a great race all the way up there in lane 0. And then you've got North Palm Beach in lane 7 that is also having a nice race. This is for places 17 through 24 in the state of Florida in the girls' freshman quad.
Yep, I agree. You know, there's a lot of times where it's good to get out of it. We had a recent occasion down on the Intercoastal where we had 6 quads like this out on the water, and I was in a pair with my partner, Norm, and we went off the course, and we're glad we did because the rest of them had a very interesting time navigating the buoys south of the bridge.
So it's University School coming across the line. Many boat lengths ahead of North Palm Beach. North Palm Beach will finish a couple boat lengths ahead of lane 5, which is the Sarasota B entry. This is the C final of the girls' freshman quad. Then it's going to be United Sculling that's trying to hold off one of the Academy of the Holy Names boats, which is ahead of the other one, who is ahead of Hillsborough High School. So that is your order as they come through. We also have another race that's on the race course, and we continue to have this other quad coming down in lane 8, which I am going to believe is that Team Tampa B boat that just didn't start with these other girls in this C final. But they are in lane 8, so they are clear of the next race that's coming through. That's at the halfway point. It's definitely the boys, and it is Petite Final 2 or C Final of the boys freshman quad. And just to set the field for you as they come through, furthest from the cameras is Team Tampa B. Then it's Palm River, Hillsborough, Halifax, Bowles, Treasure Coast B, First Coast, and Ransom will be closest to the wave attenuator and beach coming down. And to my eye, looking out there, very competitive race. Maybe lane 6 and 7 out a little bit, Joe, but that's kind of been consistent based upon how these boats have come in with the seeding. This is
also looks like to me that Halifax in lane 3 is doing very well. They're certainly ahead of Bowles in lane 4 and the other 3 boats they're on their port side.
Agreed, yeah. Looks like they're in 3rd place at the moment. I'd give the lead to First Coast in lane 6, just slightly ahead of Ransom Everglades School in lane 7.
And then possibly Halifax over there in lane 3.
That's what it looks like as it comes down and they get into the last 500 meters. Again, this is a C final or a Petite Final 2 if you're looking at an official schedule of the boys freshman quad here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. Let's reintroduce the broadcast as we see that is Team Tampa finishing up here in front of us. And it looks like maybe they just rode exhibition because they're not up at race speed, Joe. But I want to reintroduce ourselves. My name's David Wyan. I'm here with Joe Dobson, and we are bringing this live to you on the Nathan Benderson Park YouTube channel. And if you're on the venue, you are subjected to listening to us as well. As we watch these races come down, looks like new leader, in my mind, is Ransom Everglades School ahead of First Coast, but it's very close, probably connected between the two of them.
Yeah, and it looks like Halifax is continuing to hold on to their 3rd place position in the middle of the pack. And now we're starting to see Treasure Coast veer off in their steering a little bit. Now they're headed back. We've got ourselves a race for first place coming down here, David, between Ransom on the left-hand side and First Coast just over to the right of them. It's going to be close.
Yeah, sea level final, and look at what we have shaping up here.
Yeah, look how well these kids are rowing. My goodness, I mean, blades are equal height off the water. Nice square roll up, getting the blades in. And it looks like Ransom is getting a little ragged. We'll see whether or not they can hold on. And there goes First Coast. First Coast is giving Ransom a race. It's going to be close. It's First Coast and Ransom. First Coast and Ransom. And the launch getting out of the way, finally. Good.
A little close for comfort with the launch. This is going to be a photo finish. Looks like Ransom Everglades in that beautiful dark hunter green boat is going to just do it by a couple of feet there over First Coast at the finish line. Those two boats back and forth all the way down.
Halifax comes in for 3rd, and then we have Bowles and Treasure Coast really close going across the line. Great racing here in our first Petite Final of the boys freshman quad, and we have the B final, the Petite Final 1, on the course as we speak.
Yeah, and about to come through 500 meters, and it looks like your leader there is Vero Beach in lane 6 is the early leader. Let's set the whole field for you, starting with Sora up there at the green hats, top of the screen. Below them, Miami Beach B, then Treasure Coast, Sebastian Rowing, Team Tampa, Gainesville, Vero Beach, and Sarasota B. So at 500 meters, your leader was Vero Beach, as you've got a great, beautiful shot there of South Orlando with those caps.
Yeah. I really appreciate them having those caps. It really helps us pick them out. I remember that Rocks used to have the same type of fluorescent, a little bit darker color, but still that fluorescent green, yellow color. All right, so our leader, again, I agree, is our friends from Vero Beach, and it looks like they are really clear of the field, maybe even open water. Uh-oh, they just veered off course a little bit. These are freshmen. They're doing some good racing here in this quad. Quads are a very fast boat, and you can react really quickly in them.
Top of the race course, Miami Beach B having quite the race.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as we have seen, pattern-wise, it looks like Vero Beach still out in front in lane 6. Sarasota B is in the mix, as well as the boat in lane 5, Gainesville. It's a little hard to tell from the angle exactly where that boat from Miami Beach lands relative to lanes 5, 6, and 7, but I can tell you Vero Beach is out in front for sure.
Yeah. All right, they're approaching 500 meters, which is, if you look over to the right, you'll see one of those yellow and black signs, and they just passed that. And there's one of our starting platforms right there, which is also used for a lot of other events, including Dragon Boat, where we're going to have the World Club Dragon Boat Championships here at Nathan Benison Park in July. So Vero Beach is pressing their advantage, and they're really doing very nicely in this Petite 1 final. And this is for 9 through 16.
Yep, this well-attended boys freshman quad event, in which I think we did have time trials. So they've gotten every style of racing in. Have these freshmen, including a time trial. And it's Vero Beach out in front. Still a nice race from Miami Beach up there, but I think they might be behind. I would say they're certainly behind Sarasota B. They may also be behind the boat in lane 5 from Gainesville. A little hard to tell, maybe right on par with Gainesville, but this is shaping up to have several boats possibly overlapped at the finish line, Joe, so it's getting exciting with the exception of the fact that Vero Beach has some open water.
Okay, so let's watch Sarasota out there in lane 7. They're trying to move really fast on Vero Beach. Will they be able to do it? Vero Beach is hanging on very, very nicely, and now they're really digging deep in that Sarasota boat, really swinging their backs. Will they make a difference? On the outside, it looks like Miami Beach is going to hang in there for third, or perhaps possibly in second. Whoa! They're only about half a deck down on Vero Beach.
What a last 500 meters.
Look at this buoy line. It's going to be close.
It is. It's going to come down to it, and I think it's going to be Miami Beach.
Oh,
wow,
my goodness. Where the heck did they come from? Out on the outside, it's the Beach coming through with a big victory. Unofficially, I might add.
Ahead of
and
Vero Beach.
Second with Vero Beach, 2 beaches, and then Sarasota Crew.
Then Gainesville, Team Tampa, Treasure Coast, Sebastian, and Sora. So that was the B final of the boys freshman quad. And no rest for the weary here as we are on the race course with the A final for medals and a trophy. This is a boys freshman quad A final. And they are out and on the race course and about 250 meters in. So I suspect we have a good, clean start. And you're looking at Belen Jesuit out of lane 2. That's a Belen Jesuit B boat. They also have an A boat in the adjacent lane to the right that you can't see. So we've got 8 rowers from Belen Jesuit in this freshman quad A final, which is very impressive. As you see those 2 boats, the 2 on the left are the 2 Belen Jesuit boats. Then you have another gold boat there, which is Plant High School. And then above those gold boats, you see Miami's B entry. There's also a Miami A entry. So we have 2 Belens, 2 Miamis in this grand final.
Here we're going to see who's who in the zoo here as we zoom around and then lock on right across at the 1,000-meter point and give us a true picture of what's going on. And it looks like one of the Belen A boats. And then it's really close out there in lane 7, Sarasota A, and then lane 6, which was Miami Beach. We've got ourselves a boat race here, guys. We got ourselves a serious boat race in the final for the boys freshman quad. Damn it, I love it when they're tight. I really do.
Yeah, so there's a Miami boat, and this one is extremely tight, as you say, Joe, almost all the way through the field. The only boat, to my eye, that is at all off the pace is the Miami B boat in lane 0. Otherwise, everybody is still right there as they come through the halfway point. Really, anything can happen in the last 750. So it's going to be interesting to see. You can see them all in the picture. The only boat that you can see that's off the pace at all of the 8 boats is that boat all the way to the right top, which is the Miami B boat. But again, it's a B boat. Their A boat right in the mix. So
Well,
we've got
it's
7 boats across.
Yeah, what I'm seeing some really great rowing by Berlin. Their A boat in lane 3, count 4 boats over from the right. They are in the lead. And then their B boat is overlapped with them and having Plant right even with them. So we're seeing some real domination by the yellow boats. They must be fast.
Yeah, the rowing is always at a very high level in the blend boats. I wouldn't be surprised if Sarasota.
Their B boat just had some steering problems. May have hit some of the buoys.
It's so hard to tell, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sarasota is actually in the lead. But I would say the second place boat is that Belen A boat, if not in the lead. So those two are probably the ones that are out from each other. Again, it's hard to tell, but I'll tell you something, Joe, that from what I have always seen in the past from Belen Jesuit, it will take a Herculean effort if they are out in front with these 400 meters left for somebody to go past them, because typically that just doesn't happen, because Belen has other gears that they can usually take it to move away. But I would say Sarasota Crew maybe with the lead. We're not out there. A couple people in those tents or on the beach actually have a slightly better view than we do of exactly where they stand. But this one is a heck of a race. It's going to come all the way down to the line. This is for medals and a trophy. This is the A final, grand final of the boys freshman quad here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships.
Yeah, definitely the Sarasota A boat over here in lane 7 closest to Regatta Island has the lead, and it is Berlin A in second place. And then Miami Beach just caught a crab right there. That's going to pop them back and let Miami A pass them. And then we have Oars, Oars the one that caught the crab. But Miami Beach is really starting to move. Will Beach be able to hang on to Sarasota A and beat Berlin A? So here we go, coming down to the last 20 strokes. And it is Sarasota A's boat that's really walking away very, very clean. And then the question is it going to be Miami Beach right there close, or the yellow boat from Berlin?
I had Berlin, Joe, at 38. There when Sarasota Crew was at 34. It's going to be a gold medal for Sarasota Crew out of lane 7. It's going to be Belen hanging on for the silver medal, about a half a length ahead of Miami Beach, who will take the bronze unofficially ahead of Miami Rowing Club. And then it will be Oars. And then you've got these other yellow boats, which is Belen B boat will finish ahead of Plant.
Yep.
And Plant will finish ahead of the Miami B boat. So unofficially, gold medal in the men's freshman quad to Sarasota Crew. Unofficial silver medal goes to Belen Jesuit, just ahead of Miami Beach.
Wow, some really great racing there. Got to keep your eye on that closest lane. They get out of sight, out of mind. But, man, I'll tell you, they just powered through, did a great job.
Yeah, those are important points for the team points trophy. All these quads are worth a lot of points. And we saw... particularly, I remember several wins by Miami this morning in some of the smaller boats, so they probably came into the afternoon with maybe a little advantage to Miami, but the bigger boats earn you more points. So Sarasota, on the boys' side at least, winning the first quad of the afternoon. The next race that we're going to see, the next boat class, which you can see on your screen getting ready to go, is the girls' junior double. And we will start with a C final, so we'll have a C final, a B final, and an A final, just like we have seen from many of these events so far, particularly these junior events where we had to have time trials as well because of how well attended they are year in and year out. So I'll set the field for you. I am not currently seeing lane 0. Lane 0 is supposed to be Berkeley Prep, but lane 1 is Miami B. Lane 2 is Oars, lane 3 is Vero Beach, lane 4 is Cape Coral, lane 5 is North Palm Beach, Lane 6 is Plant High School, and in Lane 7 is United Sculling. And these girls are contesting places 17 through 24 in the state of Florida, or 17 through 23, as we have 7 boats across. Off the line, Plant with a nice start here, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Berkeley was a no-show. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so our top boat over there is Lane 1, Miami. So this is the juniors. These are young ladies who are junior in high school, under a certain age, that are rowing. It's like a junior varsity, but is this particular to Florida, or is this a standard Scholastic?
No, this is a standard Scholastic event.
Okay. It's been a long time since I've coached juniors, so
you see Vero Beach there coming through. And that's OARS, Orlando Area Rowing Society. Big, long-time club out of Orlando. And that is a good shot there of the Miami B boat. And a very interesting shell that they are rowing in, Joe, with the tip of the stern, tip of the bow in light blue, and the rest of the hull is gray.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes that's indicative of repairs.
Yeah, I think this one is meant to be, but you are correct.
All right, well, as we are watching with our second, we've gone from our starting line camera, and we're now on our camera, which is located at 500 meters into the course. We're going to get a really true picture of where our rowers are in relation to the 1,000 meter to go sign, which is going to be coming up on our right-hand side shortly. Yep, and we can see how lane 6 all of a sudden, there it is. So it looks like lane 4, lane 6, and then lane 7. So lane 4 is Cape Coral, lane 6 is Plant, and lane 7 is United Sculling. That'll be our order I saw for the first 3 going across.
Yeah, and then Oars, Vero, and North Palm Beach were separated by about 3 feet after that. It was amazing actually watching those the 4th, 5th, and 6th place boats come through. That's a shot of Miami, their B entry in this girls' junior double.
It's wonderful that they're getting a chance to race. So it looks like lane 4, which is Cape Coral, and lane 6 and lane 7 are our leaders right now.
Yep, and it might be Cape Coral actually out in front slightly. Little hard to tell, but I would say you're definitely correct in terms of top 3. Anything can happen in these races. As you see, it going off course quite a bit is Plant there in lane 6. Starting to veer into lane 7. We'll see if they correct it, if the flag comes out. These lanes are wide enough, Joe, for really probably 2 of these boats to be in the same lane if need be. However, that is obviously not what they are supposed to be doing. So if you do go off course for a couple of strokes, usually you have enough space to correct it and still be in your lane, which is exactly what we saw with Plant.
Yeah, Cape Coral is continuing to press their advantage in this second petite or B final of the girls junior double. And then on the outside, our top seeded crew, United Sculling, is doing a very nice job out there in lane 7, where Sarasota crew was last event. Right beside them, Plant is starting to move into it. It looks like they're a solid 3rd place or possibly even 2nd right alongside of United Sculling.
Yeah, it's great to see new teams. It's a new team to me, at least. I think they're new for this year, United Sculling. And to come out here and be competitive in any race, even a C final, is quite an accomplishment for a new program.
Okay, so they're starting to come into some black water, quite a bit of puff of wind right here, right at the end of the island. We'll see how well they handle it. Whether or not it can knock you off if you're really not expecting it. If you're too stiff, it can make you bounce. Looks like these young ladies did a very nice job of handling it. Cape Coral has broken the field. They're out there by at least two lengths of open water, it appears. And then followed by a United Sculling with the white boat and the white oars. And then Plant is in third. Fourth appears to be North Palm Beach or over in lane 2, which would be oars.
Yep, so that's how they are shaping up, coming down. Can Cape Coral hang on and win the C final? Winning a race is winning a race, Joe. At any regatta, it always feels good, especially when you're lining up next to 6 or 7 other boats, as we are out here all afternoon.
Cape Coral caught a little bit of a crab, and it looks like United took advantage of it. I don't know if they've had enough, but they really are staying smooth and really under control. But do they have the power to overtake what appears to be a larger crew from Cape Coral? Cape Coral did have a little bit of a mini crab, got stuck in the water and slowed them down a little bit. But I don't know that United has the power in order to overtake them. Good race between these two, and third, well, looks like it's going to be Plant.
So I'm hearing the drum, Joe, but I don't see bowls, so maybe there's a different team that's banging a drum these days. As we see Cape Coral, it does look like they're going to hang on. They're going to finish 17th in the state of Florida and win the C final of the girls' junior double, just ahead of United Sculling, who will finish ahead of Plant High School. And then it looks like going to hang on to 4th place, North Palm Beach, and Oars is trying to hang on. They're about a half a length ahead of that boat from Vero Beach, and they will hang on, Will Oars, just ahead of Vero Beach, who will finish ahead of Miami B. So that was the C final of the girls' junior double. We're already on the race course, and you're seeing a picture here of Treasure Coast, who is in the B final of the girls' junior double. Why don't you set up the field, Joe?
Will do. Okay, starting at the top of the screen, over in lane 0 will be the Academy of Holy Names A, followed by Hollywood B in lane 1. In lane 2 is Treasure Coast. Lane 3 is First Coast B boat. Lane 4, rowing organization of Citrus County, or ROCS. And lane 5, Hollywood A. Lane 6, Gainesville, and our top-ranked boat is Tampa Prep. Okay, so they're coming into the 1,000 meters, and we could see at lane 7 right there in that orange or red boat has a lead, and we'll see how much it is. They're over lane 6, and they've got about the 3/4 of length over lane 6, and then lane 4, ROCS is 3rd, followed by Hollywood being 4th, and then First Coast, Treasure Coast, and Hollywood B have just entered our view. So it's a very nice race where the first 3 boats are overlapped, which means that we've got a potential for some real racing. It's not like anybody has broken the field. We saw one of our judge referees raise the white flag and help steer one of the crews that may be being pushed over from the wind, which is broad on their starboard side, pushing them to the left. We'll see what's going on.
White flag, Joe, is all good. Red flag is the one that you don't want to see if you're out there. So the white flag is used by the officials to help course corrections. Red flag is stoppage flag. So we've only seen that once in the regatta. It was 5 or 6 races ago when we started our afternoon. But look at this. You are so correct in that really this is extremely competitive all the way through the field. If I had to guess, probably like 3 or 4 boat lengths from whoever is winning this thing currently at 800 meters to whoever is sitting in last place. as I'm looking at 7 boats, so I'm not sure necessarily which one we don't have here, but it may be lane 0 Holy Names, but we'll find out exactly as they start moving toward us.
Yep. And to my uneducated eye, it looks like we've got a real great race going on with our lanes closest to us, with Tampa Prep on the left-hand side, and then Gainesville. Gainesville has that light-colored hat, which helps us pick us up. And then back a little bit is Hollywood, and the next boat in it appears to be Rocks. So, but they're about a length down. So, just coming up on 500 meters in about 2 strokes. 500 meters to go, which means about 60 strokes if they're getting about 8 meters per stroke, which is about right. And we'll see who's who in the zoo as they approach the end of the island, which is 350 meters. Oh, big move by Tampa Prep. You can see really throwing their bodies into the stern. The people from Gainesville have a little bit more upright rowing motion. And it looks like Tampa Prep is having some steering issues, which is going to hurt them. And Gainesville is straight down the line. So Gainesville may be able to carry a little bit more speed as they go through this nice glassy piece of water before they hit another puff of wind, which is right there. We've got ourselves a race, but then look, Dave, I cannot tell except for, I don't know, it looks really close between Hollywood and Rocks for third, maybe with Rocks a little bit ahead of Hollywood. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's really too hard to tell. What I do know is that I can confirm Holy Names isn't in the race. But other than that, I don't really know what's going on because I think Tampa Prep was in the lead for a while, but I think Gainesville has taken the lead from them. Either that or they are absolutely stroke for stroke as they approach us 200 meters from the finish line. And then look at this. I mean, it's really hard to tell between Hollywood and Rocks for third and fourth.
I'm going to announce it. This is my first barn burner of the afternoon. We have Tampa Prep and Gainesville, stroke for stroke. The red boat on the outside going up at Gainesville in the white boat. Who is going to be the winner? We've got the last 15 strokes coming up. Here we go. Gainesville on the inside in the white boat with the white hats. Will they be able to pull it off the crew from Tampa Prep? And they're flying down to the finish line. Who is it going to be? Will it be Tampa Prep, who's swinging their bodies up and down? Will it be Gainesville, who's more upright? It's really tight. It's stroke for stroke. And it looks like it may be Gainesville by about, geez.
2 feet.
2 feet at the most. At the finish line, okay, here comes another great race between lanes 5 and lane 4. Hollywood and Rocks. Hollywood and Rocks.
And
wow.
That one, by the way, changed in the last 5 strokes. Hollywood just pulled ahead and beat Rocks, it looks like, by 2 feet.
And
look at this.
Here's our next one. Look at this. The last 3, Hollywood, First Coast, and Treasure Coast.
Yeah, that's truly the first photo finish we have had is those 3 boats because I can't tell you. I was looking straight down the finish line. I can't tell you between those 3.
3 barn burners.
Amazing
3 barn
race.
burners in one race.
All in one race, we had 3 photo finishes.
All right.
And
well,
by
guess
the way,
what? Who's already here at
the
A
final is already into the last 500 meters. And so this is the one for medals in this girls' junior double. Sorry that we have missed the first 1,000 meters, but that's the nature of what has happened here. I'm going to give the lead to lane 7 right now. Miami is, I think, slightly ahead. It's either Miami or Miami Beach. So you've got Miami and Miami Beach in lane 6 and 7 that are going after each other for the gold medal. Who's going to be faster in the last 350, Joe, is what we're going to find out. The other boat that's going with those 2 is the boat from Gainesville. Gainesville A boat is trying to go with the 2 Miami boats, and those are the boats that are in the medals right now with Sarasota Crew sitting in 4th place. But I think out of striking distance is Sarasota Crew. So who's going to take the gold? Who's going to take the silver? Who's going to take the bronze? It really looks like a Miami area showdown in the red buoys.
You got that right. Look at those boats fly. On the outside is Miami, MRC. Next to them on their port side is the beach, Miami Beach. And then 2 lanes over, it's Gainesville. It's going to be flying down here in this junior double. And they've got 20 strokes left. And these young ladies are just doing a great job reaching out there, grabbing that water, pushing down. Wonderful racing between Miami on the outside and Miami Beach in there. And it looks like the Beach has found another gear. The Beach is starting to move out. Will they be able to hold on? Oh, boy, this is great. Here comes Miami. Miami's coming back. They're trying to answer. Will the Beach be able to hold on for the last 6 strokes? And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe even 2 more strokes. But the Beach put the pedal to the metal and they opened up to almost a length. What a great last 250 by Miami Beach.
Miami Beach with the gold medal unofficially in the girls' junior double, just ahead, 1 length ahead of their rivals from Miami Rowing Center, who will finish ahead of bronze medalist Gainesville. Sarasota Crew going to finish in 4th place, just ahead of North Orlando by about a length. North Orlando finishing ahead of First Coast. Then it's going to be South Orlando and University School in that order. That was an exciting finish. Those 2 boats, the 2 Miami boats, were either dead level or even MRC may have had the advantage going into the last 350. So that was a tremendous finish from Miami Beach. They held something back, and they executed it to take the gold medal.
Outstanding. God, this is fun.
So, next boat class getting ready for is the boys' junior double, and they are already on the race course and past 500 meters. So, again, these, and you see that picture there, it looks like our friend Elaine Roden with the white flag up telling somebody to move to one side or the other. This is the C-final of the boys' junior double, and I'm counting to my eye 8 boats across. So we've got the full field. Furthest from the cameras is going to be Berkeley Prep. Then it's the Bowles School in lane 1, North Palm Beach B in lane 2, Stewards B in lane 3, Ransom Everglades School in lane 4, Sarasota B in lane 5, Sarasota A in lane 6, and in lane 7, Gainesville.
Wow, it looks like Berkeley has pulled a flasher out there in lane 0. They are way, way out on the field along with Palm Beach, and then everybody is back quite a bit, except for maybe Sarasota A that is in lane 6, which is on our screen, which is the white crew second from the left. You can see the trailing crew of Gainesville in the dark one. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm kind of guessing right now, but it looks like Gainesville is way out there in lane 0, and then maybe Sarasota B. So it's correction.
Yeah, the Sarasota A boat.
Berkeley's way out there, and then a couple of lanes over. It looks like in lane 3, Stewards Foundation is doing very nicely. But Sarasota A in lane 6, it looks like they are way out. They may have broken the field for this. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think Sarasota is definitely in the lead, Joe. And then you've got a real good race between those other boats that you mentioned, which is Stewards B, North Palm Beach, and Berkeley, up sort of at the top of the race course or away from the cameras. So it's a Sarasota A boat and Sarasota B boat that are in this same C final. And it's a Sarasota A boat, probably a little bit upset that they weren't at least in the B final, and they are taking it out on the field here just a little bit. But again, the racing behind them very close. Probably second place is that boat from Stewards Foundation. But right with Stewards Foundation is Ransom Everglades. And then right behind those 2 is probably North Palm Beach and Berkeley, right around the same place on the race course.
Well, this one's a lot more spread out than the last one. But like you said, the Sarasota A boat with Mr. La Rosa in it is sending a message. They may be a little bit angry.
Well, you come out here to win races, right, Joe? So it doesn't matter what race you're in. You're coming out to win it. That's what Sarasota Crew's trying to do. Finish 17th in the state in the boys' junior double.
It looks like Stewards Foundation is in second in lane 3.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of boats finish up within a couple lengths of one another here shortly. after it looks like Sarasota Crew will come across the line. Sarasota Crew in a buoy line there, but they're actually, blades are kind of over the buoys, so it's not really affecting them a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, Strokes Oar just hit that buoy. I watched it bounce off of it, but they're far enough ahead, it doesn't matter. All right, so who do you think is going to get third? It looks like Stewart's is going to be second. Over on the outside, we've got Berkeley, but to the other side of Stewart's, Ransom seems to be right in as well for third place.
Yeah, it looks like Ransom is in third place. Let's see if Berkeley has a push in the last 5 strokes. A little bobble maybe from Berkeley, I think, is going to keep them out of that third spot now. As Stewart's comes across the line, then Ransom, Everglades, and Berkeley. And then it's going to be real close, actually, between lanes 2 and 7. So that's North Palm Beach and Gainesville, as I heard the horn go. Yep. That was a photo finish between those two. And they will finish ahead of Sarasota B, who will finish ahead, it appears, of the boat from Bowles. So that'll take us down the race course and through 500 meters. And on the screen, what you are seeing is the B final, the petite final of the boys junior double. And I'll set the field for you. Not exactly sure which boats are in the picture as we shift our focus to it. Furthest from the cameras is Rocks in lane 0. In lane 1 is Palm River. Lane 2 is Sebastian High School. Lane 3 is Melbourne High School. Lane 4 is North Palm Beach. Lane 5 is Halifax. Lane 6 is Belen. And in lane 7 is Hillsborough High School. And Joe, looking at this one looks extremely close up front. In fact, we may have 5 connected boats at this point, at the halfway point.
Yeah, I agree. So looking at your picture from right to left, we have one crew in lane 0 in the dark, and then we have another one in lane 1. It's kind of red, but then lane 2, 3, 4, and 5 all appear to be connected. Where did we get a drone? All of a sudden, I am really happy. Holy moly. Okay, well, this guy makes things simple. So it looks like those are those 5 boats or 6 boats that we're talking about. And it looks like lane 5 is ahead, and that would be Halifax. And then Belen is to the right there, and we're looking down the course, and we have a drone shot from overhead. Thank you for wherever the drone is. Thank you. And then Palm Beach is in third. Our crew over there far to the right is Hillsborough, and they are really fighting with Palm Beach to get third place. And all of a sudden, we're looking over and seeing Palm Beach kind of having a little incursion into Melbourne's water.
Look at this race. This is an awesome race.
But in the meantime, Halifax right there in the center of our right center of our screen is picking it up, and they are almost broken the field, have open water over the second place crew in Belen. Now they just passed into the last 500 meters.
Oh, in the last 250.
Or last 250,
see the buoys change to red there for your leaders. And so that's Halifax. And you can see Halifax starting to get tracked down, it looks like, by Belen Jesuit now. So here comes Belen with a finish.
Yep.
Are they going to be able to track down Halifax? Those are the 2 boats that are out on the screen there. You can see just how close lane 7 gets to the beach. This is such a good spectator.
Here we go. Halifax, who's a history of really having great sprints. Will Halifax be able to push on through as they come down the line? In the blue is Halifax. But then here comes Belen, and Belen has gone through them. Belen has gone through them. They just really brought up the rating and really efficient and powered through. Look at the size of the puddles coming off the oars of that Belen crew. Man, they are really putting the pedal to the metal as they walk through Halifax to get first place in this heat. Second will be Halifax, and third will be lane 7, which is Hillsborough. Great last 250 meters by a crew that is really known for their sprints, and that is Belen Jesuit.
And yet another photo finish that we had there between Melbourne High School and Sebastian High School, Sebastian River. What a finish that we saw there. between those two. Actually, it was maybe North Palm Beach and Melbourne. It was a photo finish after the cruise that you mentioned coming through. So that was the B final of the boys junior double. And the next race that will be on the race course will be the A final, the grand final. They are not yet on the race course, so we get a good setup here, and we're going to have the entire A final for you from Nathan Benderson Park here in Sarasota, Florida. My name's David Wyant. I'm joined by Joe Dobson. I'm going to take a moment to remind everybody that on social media, we would love for you to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram. The handle is at Nathan Benderson Park, and on Twitter, where the handle is at MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. And if you're posting, please use the hashtags, hashtag MyNBP and hashtag FSRA Sculling as they are off, Joe.
Oh, my God. Sora jumped it. Sora looks like they were shot out of a gun, and going with them is the crew from Miami Beach. But Sora in lane 7, they watched that flag come down. They did not wait to hear it. When they saw that flag move, they jumped it and had a great start. And that is Sora in lane 7, closest to us.
So let me set the field for you. This is boys junior double grand final, 8 boats across. We are rowing for medals and a trophy and the crown of state champion in the state of Florida. In lane 0, furthest from the cameras is Cape Coral. Lane 1 is Stewards Foundation A. Lane 2 is Miami. Lane 3 is First Coast. Lane 4 is Miami Beach. Lane 5 is Vero Beach. Lane 6 is University School. And in lane 7 is the aforementioned South Orlando or Sora crew.
All right. So we've now switched to our camera. It was 500 meters down, looking down, trying to get an idea of who's going on. It looks like our lane 2, which is Miami, is doing a very nice job. Oops, a little crab there. Again, the crab is caused when you don't completely square up your blade and you get it caught in the water, or you stop pulling as you pull into your body, and the wave on the side of it collapses. So, another crab right there. Wow, this will make him excited. Okay, here comes Sora in lane 7, which is the leader because they're seated to the first, and looks like they have open water on the field already. Looks like about, okay, at 1,000 meters, they have at least a length and a half of open water, followed by lane 5, which is Vero Beach, and then Miami Beach after that. So Sora, as predicted, being the first seed, they just had a fantastic start, and then they're leading it. And then we now see a great picture from above of a zone of a drone, rather, and you can see how Sora over there on the right-hand side is continuing to walk away, but we have got ourselves a boat race for second place between Vero, which is the first of those 3 boats together, Miami Beach in the blue boat, and then Miami in the white boat in between. First Coast is back a little bit. What a wonderful show. But Sora is just trying to break the field. They already have about 2 boat lengths of open water, so they are definitely exerting their will on this race.
Yep, so far right, that is your leader. That is Sora. South Orlando out in front. Little move there. Into second place is Vero Beach by half a length. You can see the boat just to their left. Adjacent to them in that green boat is Miami Beach, actually blue boat. It looks green on the camera, on our drone camera. So that's Miami Beach. They're sitting in a bronze medal position. They're about a half a length ahead of the boat from Miami Rowing Club. So again, we have another Miami showdown for medals, this time in the boys junior double grand final. And wow, these pictures are just tremendous. I have loved the invention of a drone and that getting into our rowing coverage for the various events that we have been covering both here at Nathan Benderson Park and all over the nation, because it really gives you a sense of just exactly what is going on. And it helps us because we don't have to contend with the angle. You can see Sora just rowing away with this thing, Joe. They just continue to open up water. They are leaving everything out there, and they're into the last 350 meters next to the beach, trying to win a state championship. And it now is a bigger second place lead for Vero. They have now extended it out to, it looks like, a full length over Miami Beach. And Miami Beach is trying to go away from Miami Rowing Center, The boat adjacent to Miami First Coast is starting to find some speed, but I think they're not going to have enough water because we're into the last 300 meters.
They certainly are. And, I hope everybody appreciates how good this is. Unfortunately, it's very hard to see the leading crew of Sora because of the nomenclature for it. And thank you for getting rid of that. But you are seeing technology that rivals what they have for Henley in England. We are now giving you a shot of what you can see, which is as good or anywhere in the world. So we're just so happy to have it, and we're so happy that you can join us to watch. So here we go, and it is Sora. They are stepping up, going to lay down a big time, probably get ready for youth nationals, and they are exerting their will on this field.
Yep, so Sora, 7 strokes from the line to win a state championship and do it in absolute style with about a 7 boat length of open water advantage at least over current second place Vero. Vero hanging on to the silver medal position out of lane 5. And it is going with Vero Beach is Miami Beach. They look like they will hold on to the bronze medal ahead of kind of just a spaced out field at this point, although we do have some connected boats that are going to come through towards the end of this one. But it's going to be Sora unofficially with the gold medal, Vero Beach with the silver medal, Miami Beach with the bronze medal, and then it's going to be MRC, or Miami Rowing Center, with the 4th place finish just ahead of First Coast. And then it's going to be closer to us, University School, coming across in 6th place, just ahead of Stewart's Foundation and Cape Coral. So that was the A final of the boys junior double here at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. And while we have a moment, I want to thank our sponsors of this event, Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC 7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, to the Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center.
And then we have a lot of other crews. Lane 6, which is Hollywood, and over there it looks like a Team Tampa boat. So good racing in contact for most of them. Our early leader is the Bowl School in lane 5.
So as we come back in to give you audio, let me reintroduce where we are. This is the girls' junior quad C final. And this is the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. If you're watching at home on the Nathan Benderson Park YouTube channel, that's what you are watching. And you probably didn't necessarily just land here. You're probably watching for a reason, as all of these high school athletes are trying their hand at the Sculling State Championships. And this is a really exciting one coming down, actually, in lane 6 and 7. It is so close between those two boats, Joe. Hollywood B and Halifax in lane 6 and 7, respectively. They look like they're basically just deadlocked and level in those two lanes out there. Unless that's a lane open in between. I'm trying to count the boats.
I think it is because I think Bowles is there. I think Hollywood's a no-show.
Yep, I think you're correct.
I'm only seeing 7 crews instead of the 8 that we normally have. So as you said, David, and here's a visual picture. So it looks like the Bowl School, which is right in the center of our picture. Just caught a crab on the port side, starboard side, twice. They are ahead of the Halifax crew, which is on the left-hand side. And the Halifax crew just took advantage of it and may be overtaking them based upon that. And we can see the open lane that we were talking about where Hollywood would have been. A little bit of a challenge steering, but there's quite a bit of wind. I don't think quite as much as Halifax is using, but quite a bit of wind is blowing from right to left on our screen. So in order to go straight, you have to point your bow a little bit, maybe 10 degrees into the wind, in order to make good a straight course. So we had Bowles catch a crab on their starboard side, and that slowed them down. And we're seeing Halifax go over into lane 8, and they're coming back in. So we are experiencing quite a bit of steering opportunities, which always makes things exciting. In the meantime, behind them, we've got a really tight race.
Yeah, look at those two boats on the right side of the screen in adjacent lanes. It looks like to me that it's North Orlando and Gainesville. They are stroke for stroke, Joe. And every time they drop in, it's like whoever's in the water is basically a couple inches ahead of the other one. Not to mention, they are really close to each other in those lanes. As you saw, the boat from Gainesville in lane 3 has been extremely close on the line there. So we're seeing just a great race coming down with races within the race. As you know, Joe, even if you're, let's say, going for 3rd and 4th, but you are right next to a boat all the way down the track, you always remember those races because it's going to come right down to the line, and one of you is going to...
Okay, so here we go, coming down to the line. Let's go ahead and shift to our finish line camera. And we're seeing Halifax on the outside, closest to the camera. And let's see whether or not they're going to pass Bowles. Oops, they caught a little
crab from the stroke
little
woman.
Crab. Okay, the history goes, here we go, it's getting interesting. It's Halifax and Bowles, Halifax and Bowles, Halifax and Bowles. Will it be Halifax and Bowles? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, I don't know. Too darn close to tell. May have been Halifax, but it was just a wonderful race. All right, so coming down for 3rd. Who do we have out there in the lead, David?
Looks like you've got North Orlando, and then above there in lane 1, I think, is Tampa Catholic. So Tampa Catholic maybe slightly ahead of North Orlando. Gainesville rowing in this equipment that is not theirs. It continues to throw me off as I look at it. It's happened a couple times now, so I guess I should be used to it, as coming across the line is that boat from Tampa Catholic, just ahead of the boat from North Orlando, and then Gainesville ahead of North Palm Beach, and then finishing up will be the boat from Team Tampa. So that was the C final of the girls junior quad here at our 2022
And
FSRA State Sculling Championships.
okay, we've had a start in our B final, but we also have another crew which is
Yeah, it's probably
paddling down-
Hollywood.
Hollywood, exactly.
We were missing Hollywood in the last race.
So
They
they're
were
paddling
meant to be
down
in lane
lane
6,
8.
and unfortunately they didn't make it, and it looks like they're paddling. So unfortunately they were excluded, either for not showing up on time or some other reason, but it appears they are rowing, so it's probably not an equipment reason, so that's unfortunate. But that happens from time to time. I am seeing 8 boats across as I look down in this next race. Let me set the field for you. It is the B final of the girls' junior quad. And starting away from the camera is Sebastian rowing. Then it's Palm Beach in lane 1, Treasure Coast in lane 2, Plant High School in lane 3, Melbourne High School in lane 4, Academy of the Holy Names in lane 5, Ransom Everglades in lane 6, and in lane 7 is Treasure Coast. And look at that shot. Look how close those 4 boats are on the right to one another, Joe. Basically, a couple power strokes, and any one of them could be in the lead.
Wow. Looking at from the right going to the left, it's Treasure Coast, then Ransom Everglades, the Academy of Holy Names, who may have just pushed ahead just Scotia, Melbourne right there with them. Back a little bit to Plant High School in the yellow boat, and then Treasure Coast is up there, Palm Beach and Sebastian rowing. Wonderful racing as they just went through the 500 meter, and it appears that the Academy of the Holy Names has maybe a bow ball up on Melbourne. What a beautiful picture. Oh, thank you, Al. Al just got his drone license, and we're taking advantage of it, and he's giving us some really great pictures.
So it's that bright blue boat all the way on the right side that's just slightly in the lead, Treasure Coast. These girls are rowing for places, 9 through 16 in the state of Florida, this 8-boat race, this B final of the girls' junior quad. They had a time trial yesterday, put them into semifinals, and that's how they qualify for this B final. So it's Treasure Coast, maybe with a slightly more of a lead since I started talking in this segment. Second place looks like the boat from Holy Names, Academy of the Holy Names, just ahead of essentially deadlocked Ransom Everglades and Melbourne High School. On the left side of the screen, the fastest of those 4 boats appears to be the boat from Palm Beach, rowing out of lane 1, with decks on the top that look green or blue. And as you see these amazing pictures, it's still Treasure Coast out front. This could really get interesting, Joe, because they're approaching 500 meters to go, and you can see those 4 boats all still have overlap.
Yeah, so it comes down to figuring out who's who in the zoo. Their coaches tell them when they want to make a move, if they have a dedicated move. If you're in contact, are you going to go with a power 10 or power 20 right when you come past this very, very easy to see platform, which is in the upper right-hand corner in the last 500 meters. So Treasure Coast is right into the last 500 meters, and did they make a move? Now watch who's coming. There goes the Academy of Holy Names. They're in a push piece right now, and also going with them is Ransom, but maintaining their position as they go by a coaching launch is Treasure Coast. The Treasure Coast seems to be pulling away. What do you think, David? They're just end of the island, 350 meters to go.
Yeah, almost a full length for Treasure Coast now, and they've broken the overlap on all of the boats except for Academy of the Holy Names, as it looks like the boat from Ransom Everglades has maybe lost touch with the boat from Treasure Coast. But those are your top 3. As I say that, here comes Ransom relative to Academy of the Holy Names.
Look at the size of their puddles. They are really putting it on, trying to walk into the Academy of Holy Names. Academy of Holy Names is rolling a little bit cleaner, smaller puddles. We'll see whether or not it makes a difference. Oh, wow. They are really walking in to Treasure Coast. There comes Holy Names. They're almost overlapped with Treasure Coast, where Treasure Coast had open water just a little while ago.
Here we are into the red buoys. It's still Treasure Coast. They're going to be able to hang on. This is the B final of the girls' junior quad. And it does look like they probably will hang on, although I'm looking out there as they are in front of our finish line tower. And I would say that Treasure Coast had a little bit of a course correction there. So that's, as we talked about, not necessarily going to help them. May have added a meter or 2 to what they're doing in these final 150 meters. But it is still Treasure Coast. Here comes Academy of the Holy Names. Are they going to be able to hold off for Ransom Everglades School? I don't know if they are. Ransom Everglades, we started seeing the push on the overhead drone. It may come right down to it, Joe.
I don't know. It's going to be very, very close. The last 5 strokes. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, it looks like Ransom pulled it out by about a deck. Wonderful racing in our petite final of the girls quad.
Yep, coming across the line there is Melbourne High School, who will finish ahead of Palm Beach. And then it will be Treasure Coast B that will finish ahead of both Plant and Sebastian. That was the B final of the girls junior quad. The next race will be the A final for medals and a trophy. And they are down at the start line, getting ready to go. Let's set the field for you as you see a close-up there of pink hats at Sarasota Crew. Just above them is the boat from
Vero Beach.
Yep, Vero Beach. So there's actually, I was thrown off because there's 2 Sarasota boats in this A final. Let's start with lane 0 furthest from the camera. That's First Coast. Then it's Sarasota B, Miami Rowing Center, Rowing Club. Lane 3 is Oars. Lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5 is Hollywood. Lane 6 is Vero Beach. And in lane 7 is Sarasota. Here they go.
And they're off. Really moving very nicely. Great concentration, not throwing their heads around. Very nice racing by that Oars crew right there. That's Miami right there. Pulling over to the left, and that would be lane 3. That would be Oars, sorry. That was Hollywood that I thought was Oars.
8 boats across racing for the medals in the girls junior quad at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. That's a good picture there of Miami out of lane 2. And we've seen a lot of very proficient rowing from Miami, as we always do, particularly in these bigger boats. And that is the Sarasota Crew B boat in lane 1.
Very clean rowing by them. And the crew on the outside, First Coast, is doing quite nicely, staying right even with Sarasota B. All right, so we're going to pan back out, and this is our second camera. We're going to have a really good look as far as where we're at when they cross the 500-meter down or 1,000-meter to go mark coming up here real soon. Okay.
Wind, Joe, has really come down considerably across the race course. As you see that boat charging through, that Sarasota Crew in lane 7.
Yep, they've got about a length and a half open water over lane 6, and then we have everybody else. Oh, that's fantastic racing where all the rest of the crews are connected. This is your grand final, A final for the Girls Junior 4 here at the 2022 Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sculling Championships, being here at Nathan Benderson Park in beautiful Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is Joe Dobson. It's my pleasure to be announcing with my longtime cohort, David Wyatt. We hope you're enjoying this racing as much as we have.
So, in the picture, thank you, Joe, that's First Coast and Sarasota B in the picture. And then we're going to switch shortly to the drone, hopefully, so long as Al's got some juice left in that battery. And we're going to see just how close they all were on the left side of the race course when we do go to the drone. So it was Sarasota Crew coming through 500 meters or 1,000 meters to go in our 1,500-meter race course in this A final with about a length advantage over Vero. And Vero had about a length advantage, and then everybody else as they came through 500 was all pretty much tied together or connected. So that means the bronze medal was totally up for grabs. And from this, from the camera here at the finish line tower, it looks like that is continuing. The only thing that you can tell for sure, Joe, is that Sarasota remains in front all the way on the left side of the screen. But then it looks to me like it's really anybody's game. You have some good speed there out of Miami in lane 2 relative to the other boats on the right side. And you certainly have Vero Beach. They're probably sitting in second place as Vero Beach. But I would say everyone else is still there for the bronze medal.
They definitely are. We've got a really great race. It looks like Sarasota Crew is continuing to press their advantage. Very, very clean rowing. Look how clean those oars come in and out of the water. Looking down there, you cannot see one oar from the other. They're just perfectly aligned, and they're doing what Casey always likes them to do, which is square the blade, carry the blade, bury the blade, square, carry, bury. That means those blades are going in the water perfectly squared. They lock on, they pry that boat through, and Sarasota crew is certainly doing that with their grand final first boat in the Junior 4. Now it's starting to really look good for Vero Beach hanging in there, but they are having a little steering issue. And then here comes everybody else. They're really hungry. Hollywood, Miami Beach, Oars, Miami, Sarasota B. This is a really tight one.
It is. These medals are up for grabs. This is a medal race here. This is a girls junior quad grand final. And what I mean by the medals up for grabs is currently the silver and bronze medals are up for grabs as Sarasota Crew A in lane 7 has been the class of the field into the red buoys. So barring some sort of major mishap, it looks like they will bring home the gold medal and the trophy in the girls junior 4. But what's going to happen behind them? It's Vero Beach has been in second place the whole way. Are they going to be able to hang on? And then it's going to be, I'm going to tell you, it's going to come down to the tape. It's going to be a couple of feet or inches for the bronze medal. So many boats in the mix. Even all 3 of the boats at the top of the race course are in the mix. Right now it might be Hollywood just ahead of Miami Beach, but don't count out any of those 3 boats at the top of the race course. You got First Coast, Sarasota B, Miami. Here they come. Sarasota Crew, 7 strokes from the line to win the girls junior 4, and then what's going to happen?
Oh, I have no idea, but it looks like Vero Beach has got it made. But here we go. It is Hollywood, Miami Beach, Miami, Sarasota B, Hollywood, Miami Beach, Sarasota A, or Sarasota B. Man, look at that. It looks like Hollywood is going to go to get their star on the Walk of Fame as they pull through for a wonderful 3rd place in this grand final of the girls junior 4 here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park.
Yep, Hollywood by a deck to my eye at the finish line ahead of Miami Beach for that bronze medal. So unofficially it's Sarasota Crew with the gold. It is Vero Beach with the silver, and it's Hollywood with the bronze, as they are all already across the line, everybody finishing within about 3 or 4 seconds of one another. Pretty awesome race in the girls junior quad grand final. And we will now have the boat class that is the boys installment of the junior quad, starting with the C final of the boys junior quad. Again, as we have remarked many times, these junior events sometimes much more well attended, quite frankly, even than the varsity events. And that is the case again this year as we had a time trial, and that's how these boats are here. This is a C final of the boys junior quad, and let me set it up for you. That boat that you're looking at there is lane 5 Team Tampa. You actually have 2 Team Tampa boats in this race. In lane 2, you have Team Tampa B. Lane 3 is Berkeley Prep. Lane 4 is Gainesville B. Lane 5 is the aforementioned Team Tampa A. Lane 6 is Plant B, and in lane 7 is Treasure Coast B.
All right. So this is a Gainesville boat. I love how distinctive their decals are on their oars. We can see a little bit different style here where they are squaring up late, which sometimes can be difficult to get a good purchase.
And Joe, this is the last of the junior boat classes, is this boys junior quad. Then we will move in the schedule to all of the varsity events will be after this boys junior quad event. So this is going to conclude the junior events, and then we'll have the varsity events to end our day. This is day 2 of the FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. Want to remind everybody, if you're using social media, which in today's world is pretty ubiquitous, we would like you to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram. Give us a like at Nathan Benderson Park and on Twitter at MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. Use the hashtags, hashtag MyNBP and hashtag FSRA Sculling, which is the name of this event that you're watching. If you're watching at home, those are bow cards 7 and 5, Treasure Coast B and Team Tampa A, as they come through 500 meters.
So Team Tampa had about a deck over Treasure Coast, and then it's really close for the rest of everybody else as we go down. We're supposed to have six boats in this race. I think I'm only seeing 4. Nope, there's 5. We have one way out there, and we have open lane. So one boat did not make it, and it looks like it may have been Berkeley. All right. So it looks like Team Tampa is still doing very well. That's our third boat from the right, and they are still have a lead over Treasure Coast. And the crew from Plant in the middle of the two is having some steering issues, which, as David says, is ubiquitous.
You like that vocabulary word? Sometimes they come out of me out of nowhere. You are correct that it looks like we don't have Berkeley Prep, Joe, so it's 5 boats across to my eye, and the ones that are out in front are pretty clearly Treasure Coast B and Team Tampa A, and then in between the two of those is the Plant B boat. Those are the 3 that are out front. These boats are contesting places 17 through 22 in the state of Florida, is my math. Maybe 21, actually, with only 5 boats as opposed to 6. So this is the C final of the boys junior quad, and you are watching live from Nathan Benderson Park. You're watching the action here. Like I said, this is the last junior boat class, and then we will move into the varsity boat classes to end the day, starting with the singles, then moving to the doubles, and then the quads to end the day.
Let the big dogs hunt in the end of the day. There is a beautiful shot looking up the course from the south. And you can see the Dillard's.
Free product placement.
Product placement, yeah. We expect to get free shirts from Dillard's for the next event. And over there to the left, you can see our child care center with all those beautiful sails sailcloth in order to protect from the sun.
Yep, great playground. I asked my 3-year-old Winston if he enjoyed himself over there yesterday. He did very much.
All right, so it looks a little bit rough there by Tampa Training Center, and it may have allowed Treasure Coast to move on them. Treasure Coast, which is on the left of our screen, may have made a move on Tampa Training Center. It looks like Tampa Training Center is gone over to the next lane over. It was open. Why not?
Yep, it did not affect Team Tampa as much as we thought.
Treasure Coast just caught a crab. Now they're going to go into a start in order to get back into it. There's nothing like that in the last 200 meters to get your heart rate over 200. Of course, these kids are probably 14, 15 years old, so it's not AFib like it would be with me.
Here they come. It's Treasure Coast. And I think they're going to hold off, but I don't want to speak too soon. Team Tampa, it's going to come down to it. They are probably going to at least have some connection at the finish line. These are the 2 boats that have been out in front the whole time. Maybe Team Tampa slightly ahead. We'll see exactly as they come through. It's going to come right down to it between the two.
A little crab on the starboard side. The stroke on Team Tampa was looking over.
Yep, and it cost them because it's going to be about a deck win there in the C final for Treasure Coast ahead of Team Tampa.
This is the youth equivalent of NASCAR racing here at Nathan Benderson Park. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be fun, and the kids are really having a great time.
There comes Plant B and Gainesville B, and the other boat that's in the race finishing up there in maybe lane 00 or 000 appears to be Team Tampa B. As we go back and we look at what's on the race course.
Our leader going across 1,000 meters was Miami Beach in lane 6, followed by Treasure Coast in lane 7 and Plant in lane 5. We'll see whether or not that holds.
So that's how they stood at 500 meters. I'll set the whole field for you. This is the B final of the boys junior quad. In lane 0, we have Halifax. Lane 1 is North Orlando. Lane 2, Miami. Lane 3, Ransom Everglades. Lane 4, Sebastian River. Lane 5, Plant High School. Lane 6, Miami Beach. And in lane 7 is Treasure Coast.
Okay, well, it looks like somewhat falling off the field is lane 0, which is Halifax. And Miami is back a little bit. North Orlando in lane 1 looks like they're right up there. And then 2 lanes over, Ransom is right in it. We've got a really excellent race with Ransom, Sebastian, Plant, Miami Beach and Treasure Coast really, really overlapping as we see them coming down about halfway through at 750 meters.
Little Masters tournament update. Cameron Smith 2 under through 2. Scotty Scheffler even. So it's a one-shot lead for Scotty Scheffler through 2 holes. If you care where the Masters is on Masters Sunday, and I'm not Jim Nance, I am David Wyant. I'm joined by Joe Dobson. We are in the finish line tower here bringing you the final day of the FSRA Sculling Championships. And wow, this is a really good one. Lanes 6 and 7, Miami Beach and Treasure Coast, Joe. Those two boats have been connected the whole way, and they are stroke for stroke in lanes 6 and 7. Also, a tremendous race going on up there in lane 1. It looks like North Orlando, I believe, is doing quite a job up there in lane 1, as is the boat from Ransom Everglades in lane 3.
Definitely. All right, so it looks like Miami Beach has put a big move on Treasure Coast. Miami Beach is starting to move away. Plant is in solid in third, but right there with Ransom. And it's very hard to tell how fast North Orlando is because they're way over on the other side of the course. But right now, the fastest boat on the water is the Beach. The Beach in lane 6.
Yep, Miami Beach definitely has taken the advantage on Treasure Coast. I wouldn't be surprised if Treasure Coast tries to find something to match it here as they get into the red buoys. 200 meters left for these two crews. In front of us, it's a B final of the boys junior quad to contest places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida in this junior quad boat class. It is Miami Beach. It may be starting to pull away again a little bit from Treasure Coast. So it's Miami Beach ahead of Treasure Coast, and then look how close it is. 4 connected boats behind them, Joe. And maybe it is that boat up there from North Orlando that's had quite a race up in lane 1 all the way down. They may be ahead of the others. It's going to be so close, though. This may be another photo finish.
No, I agree. Look at the way that crew from Treasure Coast is just really pressing it hard as they finish. It looks like they're going to get open water. They're going to get open water.
Yeah, it's Miami Beach, though.
Is just wonderful job there over Treasure Coast. And then way up there, all ranked really, really low, but coming through big and strong was North Orlando. They were ranked 6th out of 7 in this race based upon their finish before, but I guess they didn't get the memo that they're supposed to be so slow as they come across in second place.
Definitely not. What a race from North Orlando. All right, we're already on the race course with the A final of the boys junior quad. And as you start to see the pictures come through, they are already past 500 meters, are most of these boats. I'm going to give you the lineup in the field. In lane 0, furthest from our finish line tower, is Vero Beach. Lane 1 is Sarasota B. Lane 2 is Gainesville A. Lane 3 is the Bowl School. Lane 4 is Sarasota Crew A. Lane 5 is Oars. Lane 6 is South Orlando. And in lane 7 is Belen Jesuit. On the screen there, I'm seeing Gainesville on the right side of the screen, Joe. And then the boats that are on the left side of the screen are Sarasota B, that is trailing Vero Beach. So that's who's on the screen right now as they come through halfway, 750 meters to go for a state championship in the boys junior quad. How's this one going to finish?
I have no idea, but it is perfectly seated. It looks like our fastest crew is on the left, which is Belen, and then just about maybe a deck as we go from left to right as these crews come across. But Belen in the yellow boat appears to be ahead, and then everybody else is just right in there. The only crew which is performing outside of expectation is over there in lane 0, Vero Beach. So let's see if they can do a North Orlando and sneak in on everybody. But they are doing a fantastic job. And again, this crew was seeded 7th. So we'll see what happens. But right now, it is Belen in first place, and then maybe Oars in second, tied with Sora, and then Sarasota is in third, and then we start falling off a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Belen, really explosive out there, and they are way ahead of the field. But then the medal race really is for silver, it looks like, Joe. It's South Orlando hanging on to silver right now. Are they going to get a challenge from Oars? Oars is sitting in third place in a bronze medal position. The only other boat within striking distance is a boat just above Oars, away from our tower, and that's Sarasota Crew A. So those are your top 4 as they come down. And again, anything can happen in these last 300 meters, except that I think it's going to be very, very difficult to catch Belen Jesuit at this point with that open water lead that they have of a couple of boat lengths.
Okay, so we've got ourselves a boat race for second place. Closest to the beach, it is Sora, and then off from them is Oars, and here is Sarasota. We'll see what happens. It's Sora, Oars, Sarasota. Sora, Oars, Sarasota, as they thunder down here in the last 25 strokes. Who is going to be tougher? Who has been working hard? There goes Sarasota on the outside. They're really starting to make a move. Can they respond with Oars and Sora? And Sora has about a half a length, and they've stepped it up. They are really striding through, and they are very efficient. They're starting to move away. Oars, can they hold on and hold off Sarasota crew? But it is Sora walking away in for second place. But our winners, our state champions today, comes from Belen Jesuit.
Then at South Orlando for the silver, it is Oars hanging on for the bronze, a half a length ahead of Sarasota crew, 4th. And then after Sarasota crew, it's going to be the Bull School in 5th place. Then all the way at the top of the race course, that's going to be Vero in 6th place, who's going to hold off Sarasota B and Gainesville in that order at the finish line. As we conclude our junior events, that was the boys' junior quad grand final. And we will move into our varsity events, the last events of our championships here. They will all be the varsity level events, or sort of the open events, so to speak, where you will see seniors or younger, but those junior events only excluding any high school seniors. And we will start with the girls varsity single B final will be the first of these races. We'll go through the singles, both the girls and then the boys. Then we will go through the doubles, both the girls and the boys. And then we will go to the quads, both the girls and the boys. So that's what's remaining on our schedule. And it looks like we don't have any singles yet into the stake boats. So we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with you shortly. This is the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. All right, welcome back to the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. What you are watching on your screen is the girls' varsity single petite final, or B final. And we have 6 boats in this race, contesting places 9 through 14 in the state of Florida. As we pan through the field, that was Miss Buchan of Sarasota Crew. This is Miss Bullard of, that is Miss Carling of Palm River. And the entire field is Palm River is in lane 2, Melbourne High School is in lane 3, Sarasota Crew B is in lane 4, Team Tampa is in lane 5, then it's Oars in lane 6, and Holy Names in lane 7. So those are the 6 boats here in the petite final of the girls' varsity single. And as I mentioned before we went to break, it's all varsity races from here on out. We'll start with the girls and boys singles, then we'll have the girls and boys doubles, and we will conclude our championships with the girls and boys installments of the quad. Good picture there of Melbourne High School's Miss Bullard. And really great conditions, especially in the afternoon out here for these single scullers. And as they come through the 500-meter point and we have that camera angle straight across, we'll be able to show you exactly where they stand as they come through relative to one another. Excuse me. That's lane 6, which is Miss Kelsey of Oars. And coming through 500 meters, she has the lead. And you can see she's got an open water lead that is pretty considerable as she goes off the screen. The next boat that we see coming in is that boat from Palm River, the Palm River B boat of Miss Carling. And then it looks like that was Miss Coley of the Academy of the Holy Names, as they all then kind of are bunched up coming through the 500 meters. So it is a big-time lead early on in this race from Miss Kelsey of Oars. Second place very clearly was the gold boat of Miss Carling of Palm River. As you see, the last of the boats kind of coming through, that's Miss Bullard of Melbourne. So it's a fairly spaced out race so far, Joe and field, as they come through in this B final of the girls' varsity single. With a huge early lead from Kelsey of Oars in lane 6, which is even evident as we look down the race course from the finish line tower.
Well, that's the way to do it. You know, if you can get out there and assert your will and break contact with the field, you know, out of sight, out of mind, they all start thinking about, second, third, and fourth. But if you can get out there and you can maintain it, which obviously Miss Kelsey has done, it's a done deal.
Yep, so Kelsey is so far out that really she gets to play defense, and she gets to make sure that she just doesn't make any mistakes, and she has the ability to just do what she needs to do at this point, although I suspect, Joe, she's not going to slow down a whole heck of a lot. She's in a good rhythm, and she continues to kind of just move away from the field. It has gotten a little closer, relatively speaking, for the other single scullers. We did have a couple boats that were pretty close to one another as they came through. But the second place boat, as we came through, was the boat from Palm River coming through 500 meters. And that boat still is in the mix at the top of the race course, away from the finish line tower. But also in there with Miss Carling of Palm River is Miss Buchan of Sarasota Crew, as well as it looks like Miss Coley of Holy Names in lane 7. So it has tightened up a little bit behind your leader, Kelsey of Oars.
Yeah, I fully expect that there's a possibility that our rower from Sarasota Crew just caught a crab and started head sideways. That'll slow her down quite a bit. She may have gone from one lane to the other.
Yeah, so this is a six boat race. Nope, 6 boat race. Excuse me, as they come through for the B final of the girls' varsity single. And for any of these boats that are sitting in this B final that are underclassmen or not seniors that have another year, they can come back next year, try to get themselves in the A final. And Kelsey of Oars is really working against the clock at this point because she's so far ahead of the field that she's going to try to lay down a time that maybe is competitive with the times that are going to come from the A final that follows this one. This is a girls varsity single.
It looks like Miss Buchin from Sarasota Crew has moved into second place ahead of Palm River's Carling. And then it's very, very close for fourth place between Holy Names' Coley out here in lane 7 and Team Tampa in lane 5.
Yeah, so it is actually pretty tight for a single scull race behind your leader. Oftentimes these can get, we can get various different types of speeds in these single scull races. Miss Kelsey trying to go start to finish, and she is about 15 strokes from the finish line to finish this off and win the B final. And you're seeing Joe, I'm seeing her even wind it up and take up the stroke rating. So she is definitely finishing this thing off as she would if she was in any race. Well, even though she's got about 100-meter advantage on second place.
Well, she's probably trying to lay down a time because she knows her time is available for the coaches to see and compared to everybody else. So, and these beautiful conditions here at Nathan Benderson Park with totally consistent water depth and conditions, regardless of what lane, with the exception of a little bit of a crosswind, really makes these times very meaningful.
So it's Oars, Sarasota Crew, and Academy of the Holy Names are your top 3 finishers. Then it's going to be, looks like Palm River ahead of Team Tampa and Melbourne High School, as we're already on the race course with the A final of the girls varsity single. And I'll set the field for you as we get the cameras back up to that race, which is coming through 500 meters in lane 0. It's Montgomery of Hillsborough High School. In lane 1, it's Morrison of Stewart's Foundation. In lane 2, it's Warm Beer of Palm River. In lane 3, it's Satimi of Hillsborough High School. Lane 4 is Smith of North Palm Beach. Lane 5 is Fernandez of Miami International Row House. Lane 6 is Edwards from United Sculling. And in lane 7 is Villani of Sarasota Crew.
Okay, at the 1,000, going through there first was Palm Beach's Miss Smith, with about a half a length over Villani of Sarasota Crew, and Rojas Fernandez and Edwards from United Sculling were connected.
So United Sculling with a boat in an A final, newer program. I think probably would be the first state championship medal. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am for United Sculling if Miss Edwards can bring home a medal for that team. And really competitive race, Joe. I'm looking down the race course, looking at the pictures on the screen that we are pushing out on YouTube, and you can see lots of connection amongst these boats. And again, in a single scull race, as they approach the halfway point, really anything can happen in the second half of the race as they come through. 8 boats across. The only place in America you're going to see this is Nathan Benderson Park. An 8-boat final in the girls varsity single.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, David, it looks like North Palm Beach's Miss Smith, right in the middle of the field, has really started to press her advantage. And 2 lanes over from her is Palm Rivers.
Yeah, going with her, I would say, is Fernandez of Miami International Row House, right next to Smith.
And then United Sculling and Sarasota Crew have kind of dropped off the pace. So our leader right now is Miss Smith from North Palm Beach, and she's being pushed really hard, as David indicated, by Row House's Miss Fernandez. And then back just a little bit off the pace is United Scholars for third. Everything else is back off quite a bit. So it's almost like we've got that pointed chevron that we had if you were seeding these crews from middle lanes outward. Very, very close between Fernandez and Smith. And holding in there is Miss Edwards from United.
But remembering how these boats are seated, the two winners of the heats were Sarasota and United Sculling, and they're sitting right now not in first place. It doesn't appear, although United Sculling's starting to put on a move here, Joe, in my mind in lane 6, Miss Edwards is maybe bringing it level with Miss Smith of North Palm Beach. So maybe I spoke too soon, as we're really starting to see some speed out of that United Sculling boat in lane 6, Miss Edwards. And right there is Miss Smith of North Palm Beach. And then it appears in third place is currently Fernandez of Miami International Row House, just ahead of Villani of Sarasota Crew. I think that's the order as they come into the red buoys.
Pretty close. Now over there in what looks like possibly fourth position in lane 2 is Miss Warm Beer of Palm River in that yellow hat. Okay, so here comes North Palm's Miss Smith, and she's brought up her rating a little bit. She's in, I guess she was told by her coach to bring it up when it was in the red buoys, and she's done that and has opened up a little bit of open water over row house's Fernandez.
I'm always amazed by what these single scullers can do. It is so hard to row these boats well. This is the A final of the girls varsity single. Who's going to win the state championship? It's going to come right down to it. Big time speed being shown by North Palm Beach's Smith in that blue boat. Is she going to be able to hang on? I think she's got the lead here over Edwards of United Sculling. And here comes Palm River. Warm Beer out of nowhere. Starting to get into the mix maybe for the medals. And she's maybe got the most speed on the race course right now. Is she going to track down Smith for the gold medal? Here comes Warm Beer of Palm River. But it is going to be Smith at the line is going to win the state championship in the girls varsity single, just ahead of Warm Beer of Palm River. And then it is going to be that new program, Edwards of United Sculling, unofficially taking the bronze medal away from Fernandez of Miami International Row House, as Villani of Sarasota Crew comes across the line in 5th place. And then you see Hillsborough High School's Montgomery, who will finish ahead of a photo finish there between Morrison of Stewards and Satimi of Hillsborough High School.
Beautiful rowing by these ladies, and this our grand final of the Girls Varsity 4 of the 2022 Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sculling Championships. And we've had a start in the B final of the boys varsity single. And that is lane 6, and that is Mr. Rhodes from Boone. As we move over, we'll probably see a yellow-hulled boat from Plant High School. Nope, a white-hulled boat, but with yellow oars. Plant High School right there, Mr. Brown. Next will be Palm River's Mr. Lee. Oh, it looks like, yep, Palm River's Mr. Lee. And there is Mr. Breen from Vero Beach. And Bowles, Mr. Arias, and on the outside, Mr. Beckner. So that is the end of our shots from our start line camera, and we're going to go ahead and shift over to 500 meters in so we can get a good solid picture as they cross 1,000 meters to go. And these are our top 3 crews at the top of the course, Melbourne, Bowles, and Vero Beach. And here comes lane 6 and lane 7. And it looks like lane 7, who's our top-seeded crew, Mr. Gish, has almost a full length over lane 6, Mr. Rhodes, who is about 3/4 over Mr. Brown from Plant. So it is Orlando, followed by Boone, followed by Plant, and then Palm River.
So this is the B final of the boys varsity single at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. Want to thank our sponsors one more time. They are Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC 7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. As they come through halfway with our B final of the boys varsity singles, 7 boats across, Joe, and another very competitive race, with the exception of, it looks like Gish of North Orlando, quite a lead here out in lane 7, but then it's very close, probably connected in those 2 lanes adjacent to him. Rhodes from Boone and Brown from Plant look like they've got some connection.
Yeah, we may actually have a occasion right now where there may not be any open water between all these boats, where there may be connected. The only boat that seems to be back a little bit would be lane 4, which is Palm River. And the other boats all seem to be really up with it. And as you said, David, our leader appears to be Mr. Gish from North Orlando, and right going along with him are Rhodes from Boone and Plant's Mr. Brown.
So these are our 7 single scullers coming at us, and again, they still look connected. Maybe a slight advantage for second place, Rhodes from Boone over Brown from Plant, but that's quite the match race that has been going all the way since they really came into good view for us here at the finish line tower. As soon as I say that, maybe Brown is slightly ahead of Rhodes, so it's just kind of a back and forth there match race, which is always exciting in the single scull, because quite frankly, the last 2 strokes of the race could decide it if it's that close as they come down to us, because you can find so much more speed in a single shell relative to one another in just a few strokes, as opposed to sometimes what we see in the bigger boats. It's a little harder to find a difference in speed like that. But it still is Gish from North Orlando that is out in front in lane 7 of this B final of the boys varsity single. And they are setting the course here and setting the times, and then we will see the A final.
Worries me a little bit about Gish is I'm seeing his oars not quite as deep as I'm used to. He's throwing a lot of white water up, which may provide an opportunity for Mr. Brown 2 lanes over in order to walk on to him, because Brown is really hooking and holding.
Yeah,
so
Brown's moving.
We'll see whether or not that bears fruition.
Brown is definitely moving.
And Gish saw him, and Gish is going big time.
Yeah, the advantage that Gish has is he only has to look to his right. That is an advantage, particularly in a single scull, when you're one athlete. He's only got to look one way to see all of the competitors, and he is holding them off, is Gish. And I think maybe just the advantage that Gish has had all the way down left him some energy to be able to fend off that big move from Brown. You see what Brown did to Rhodes from Boone, as I hear the Boone drum out there. It's going to be a win in the B final for Gish of North Orlando, about a length ahead of Brown from Plant High School, who will finish a couple lengths of open water ahead of Rhodes from Boone. And then it's the gold boat, Lee of Palm River, that's trying to hold off Mr. Irias of the Bowl School. They will come down to probably a photo finish. And in between the two of them is Mr. Breen from Vero Beach, who's also making it interesting. That's going to be a photo finish, like I said. And all 3 of those boats, you heard the horns go off basically in succession as Mr. Beckner from Melbourne High School finishes up. And we're already past halfway, Joe, with the A final. Yeah,
it looks like our outside lane, our top-seeded boat on the left side of our picture, Mr. Furlow from Gainesville, is doing a very, very nice job. And in second place, seated second, is in lane 6, Mr. Kuipers from Sarasota Crew. And then it is very, very tight for the next 3 boats. Lesser from Parrish, O'Leary from Stewart's, and Segrera from Ransom. Also making a big move on the outside is Mr. De Niro from Sarasota Crew in lane 1.
So want to point out that Mr. Furlow from Gainesville is trying to defend his title here and take the trophy back again because he won this event last year. So a lot of speed from Andrew Furlow of Gainesville, and he's showing it again in lane 7, trying to repeat as state champion in the boys varsity single. I knew that the name rang a bell, and then I looked it up on the internet, and good old Instagram told me that he won last year. And he's got open water, as you see, Joe. And this is a pretty spaced out field for the most part. Second place is Mr. Coopers of Sarasota Crew, hanging on to the silver medal. And then you've got, don't forget that boat all the way up there, which is Mr. De Niro of Sarasota Crew. The B entry from Sarasota Crew is in the mix with these other boats for the bronze medal. Well, bronze medal is where the race is.
Yeah. Well, Furlow is just doing an absolutely magnificent job. He is placing his blades are really tight to the water when he places them in, and he's really holding on to that water right away and then sending that boat very cleanly. Extremely efficient rowing, not skying that blade at all. And when he puts his blade in the water, it's only from about, maybe an inch at the very most. So his ability to get it on at the front end and not slow down his boat is prying great dividends. A beautiful row from Gainesville's Mr. Furlow, our repeat champion here at the boys varsity single race of the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association.
Look at this. It's going to be Sarasota Crew with the silver and the bronze. If Mr. De Niro can hang on up there in lane 1, and I think he will, and in style. So Sarasota Crew, Coopers, and then De Niro with his silver and bronze, respectively, for Sarasota Crew. And look at that photo finish for 5th and 6th place coming across the line. Amazing racing that we have seen all day long and throughout the regatta. That was the boys varsity single A final. The next race that is already on the race course, we're starting to get some pictures coming through, is the girls varsity double B final. Let me set the field for you as you start to see these boats. And as they come through the 500-meter point, we'll see where they stand. In lane 1, we have Academy of the Holy Names. Lane 2 is Hillsborough High School. Lane 3 is Oars B. Lane 4 is Sebastian River. Lane 5, Hillsborough High School. B entry, so there's 2 Hillsboroughs here. Lane 6 is Sora B. And in lane 7 is Miami.
Wow. It looks like Oars B is really doing a great job. Really seated really low, but in the lead. So they were seated 4th, and they are in 1st, going through
I think 1, that was Sebastian, Joe. I think Oars was in 2nd place. You were close, but it is those boats in the center of the race course. I think Sebastian was ahead of Oars, because then I saw Hillsborough come into the picture in the adjacent lane.
Okay.
So as they come through 500, that's where they stand. We're starting to see some of the middle lanes. As I'm looking at the conditions, really the conditions are really the same all the way across the race course at this point, Joe. So I know that for a while, and the way these things are seeded, the best seeds are coming in lanes 7 and 6. But really all the lanes, to my eye, look extremely flat and the same. And that's why we're maybe seeing some speed out of some of these other lanes.
Also, David, as I'm looking down here, I'm trying to read where the wind is coming from. And it looks like it's possibly a tailwind. Is that possible? Yeah, it looks, I don't know. It's kind of hard to read.
I'm looking at it. If I had to guess, I think it's coming out of the southeast.
Yeah, I agree with you. So therefore, our time's going to be a lot faster. And the impact of the wind on the seating is not going to have that great, because they were assuming an easterly easterly wind where they would be protected by the wave attenuator, and that impact, if it's where it's truly where we think it is, it's not going to be that great. So it looks like right now for the girls varsity double.
I think what's throwing us off here is I don't believe we have holy names in the race. So
Okay.
I think we have Hillsborough, Oarsby, Sebastian, Hillsborough, Sora, and Miami.
Yeah. Looks like our middle crews are doing very nicely. The Oars and Sebastian boats that are in it. So holy names right there. So it looks like as you were saying before, David, that Sebastian Rivers doing a very nice job, and then Oars on their port side might be second, and then 2 lanes over would be Sora B, and they might be in third.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing as well. So this has become a match race now between those two boats, Sebastian and Oars, with Oars maybe even pushing just a little bit ahead of Sebastian, or at least bringing it level. It was Sebastian for a while. Now it's Oars B right up there with them. And these two boats in this match race are motoring away from everyone else, it appears to me, Joe. As you see the green hats of Sora. And then all the way at the top of the race course is the boat from Hillsborough A. Those are the boats that are just trailing those two out front that are connected.
So what do you think? Do you think that Oars has been able to move by Sebastian, or are they still even?
I think Oars does have the slight lead to my eye, and it looks like, to my eye, Oars is moving a little bit better than Sebastian at the moment. So does Sebastian have an answer for what Oars has done over the last 250 meters in this last 200 to try to win the B final?
Well, I saw just about half a beat, maybe 1 beat higher rating on Oars with the orange hats compared to Sebastian. See whether or not they can answer.
Here comes Sebastian. Sebastian may take it.
This is going to be very, very close. It is Oars and Sebastian. Oars and Sebastian, about 10 strokes. And it looks like Sebastian's carrying a little bit more speed, a little bit longer in the water, and they're starting to move out from Oars. Oars went hard, but may have gone a little bit too early, and Sebastian is really jacking up the rate. That stroke is flying into the catch, and they move out to a 3/4 length lead.
It's amazing, Joe. I always feel like these athletes hear us because as soon as I started talking about the fact that Oars had more speed, that's when Sebastian went, and they won the B final unofficially ahead of Oars. South Orlando coming across the line, Hillsborough A. Then Hillsborough B is just going to edge out Miami in lane 7. And just on the race course and just started, as we are on the last page of the schedule now, is the A final of the girls varsity double. And I will set the field as you see Oars there. Oars A in lane 5. Let me set the whole field for you. In lane 0, it's Sora's A boat. Lane 1 is Gainesville. Lane 2 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 3, First Coast. Lane 4 is Winter Park. Lane 5, Oars. Lane 6, Jacksonville Episcopal. And in lane 7 is Miami Beach. This is the A final of the girls varsity double here at the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships at Nathan Benderson Park. If you're just tuning in, this is the last race of girls double racing. It's a varsity double grand final. Will be followed by the boys varsity double, then the girls varsity quad, and the boys varsity quad. So if you tuned in for one of those events, that is what remains on our schedule. As you see, a good shot there of South Orlando. They're all the way up there in lane 0 in this A final of the girls varsity double. As I look down the race course, very competitive, Joe. Kind of hard to tell. I would say of the boats closest to the beach, it does look like the boat from Miami Beach is out in lane 7. But I'm also seeing a lot of speed out of lane 2, which is Sarasota Crew, if you look to the right. As well as it looks like lane 4, Winter Park. As they came through 500, you can see just how bunched up and close it is. But I do think those 3 that I mentioned are the ones that are out from the rest of the field. Again, this is a race for medals and a trophy, and the crown a state champion in the state of Florida in the girls varsity double boat class.
Well, what we saw with that camera shot at 500 in verified what you said, David. So good perspective. We'll see whether or not the 500 meters of pain, which is the middle 500, will reward those people that have been doing those erg pieces, those people who have been doing that strength training, those people that have the fortitude in order to maintain the pressure rather than wilt. So here we go. Also looking pretty good is lane 4 and lane 4 is also looking good, and that would be Winter Park. and Episcopal in lane 6. But our clear leader is Miami Beach in lane 7. I think they almost have broken the field.
Yeah, pretty well out. You can tell they've got some open water, does Miami Beach in lane 7.
I'm 7, yes, sir.
And, excuse me, just behind them, lane 6, I believe, is Jacksonville Episcopal. I believe they're in second place at the moment, to my eye. And then it's kind of up for grabs.
Yeah, and then Winter Park two lanes over, and then 2 lanes over from them, Sarasota Crew.
Those are your top 4. As they're into the last 500 meters, what's going to happen here in the girls' varsity double grand final? Who's going to show some heroics to get into the medals maybe, or are we going to see these medals solidified from 500 to the finish line? Really, it looks to me, Joe, like the battle that's going on is Winter Park and Sarasota Crew. Winter Park has the advantage on Sarasota Crew. Will they be able to hold off Sarasota Crew for the bronze medal? I would say that the gold medal pretty well in tow for Miami Beach, and the silver medal is right in the hands of Jacksonville Episcopal with open water. But here comes Sarasota Crew trying to bring it to level with Winter Park. That's the race.
Yep.
Very proficient rowing as I look at Miami Beach. I'm going to try to get a stroke rating. It's pretty low for a boat that is winning a varsity race at the state championships. 30 strokes a minute out of lane 7.
But it's an extremely long stroke. And what they're doing is they really get the good compression where their knees come up against their chest, and the width of their hands at the catch really allows them, with their beautiful catches, in order to really pry that boat and push it very, very cleanly. And just some real textbook rowing and really hanging on those oars, using their body weight. Very, very beautiful rowing by Miami Beach.
38 strokes a minute for Winter Park, holding off Sarasota Crew at 34 for that bronze medal. Looks like the medal is pretty much in tow here unless Sarasota Crew can close the gap. It is Miami Beach, and you can see they are going to win this thing with about 25 open meters and take a gold medal back to the Shane Water Sports Center in Miami Beach, winning the girls varsity double at our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships ahead of Jacksonville Episcopal. And it looks like Winter Park's going to hang on to that bronze medal. Winter Park High School finishing a tiny bit of open water ahead of 4th place Sarasota Crew. And then look at this race going on here, Joe, for the remaining 4 spots.
Holy moly. It looks like our boat in lane 5, North Palm Beach, oars. It may squeak it out. And then on the outside was Sora.
Yeah, probably all of second and a half separating those final 4 coming across the line. That was the girls varsity double grand final. Next boat class that is on the race course is the boys varsity double, and you're looking at the competitors coming down the course in the B final, the petite final of the boys varsity double. Once again, I'll set the field for you. Lane 1 is the Bowles School. Lane 2 is Melbourne High School. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew B. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, North Palm Beach. Lane 6, Gainesville Area Rowing. And in Lane 7, Orlando Area Rowing Society, or oars. And we'll see how they stand as they come through 500 meters.
Yeah, it looks like Gainesville has the lead. And then it's going to be very close between oars and Palm Beach. Yep, Gainesville's ahead by about 2 feet over oars, and then Palm Beach is in 3rd.
So this is for places 9 through 15 in the state of Florida in the boys varsity double boat class. See a good picture there, I believe, of the Bowles School, excuse me. All the way up there in lane 1. Does still appear as I look down the race course and the leaders approach the halfway point that it is those 3 boats closest to the beach that are out from the rest still. It may be oars out in front now of Gainesville. So we saw at 500 meters, Gainesville had a slight advantage. To my eye, it looks like Orr's may now have a slight advantage on Gainesville.
They're definitely all in contact, which means they're overlapping. When you look at them from the side, there's no open water between these three boats. And then going back, we definitely have open water from the top three back to the rest of the field.
So if you're just tuning in, this is the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from beautiful Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is David Wyatt. I'm here with Joe Dobson. This is, we have 5.5 more races on our day here. This is the boys varsity double B final coming on your screen and approaching the last 500 meters. Your leader is the boat in lane 7 of Oars from Orlando. And then very close to my eye between Gainesville and North Palm Beach in the adjacent lanes 6 and 5 respectively. And then it's pretty spaced out behind them. There may be some connection between Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew B, with maybe Sarasota Crew B with a slight advantage on Belen Jesuit. So that's how they're kind of shaping up as they come in to the final third of this race, the final 500 meters of our 1,500 meter race course.
Yeah, it looks like on your picture, the crew from Oars, the left-hand side, is trying to break into open water on Gainesville and North Palm Beach, and it's too close to call between Gainesville and North Palm Beach. Sometimes what happens is when you're racing somebody beside you, that will urge you to go on faster. But Oars on the outside has really found their swing, and they have broken the field. They have open water back to the threatening Gainesville and North Palm. Oh, Gainesville is really rowing crisply, getting the oars in the water, very, very authoritative and locking on right away. I can almost feel their feet and their lat muscles connecting at exactly the right thing, where they're really getting on it right away. And they are a relatively small crew compared to the North Palm crew, and we'll see whether or not they can maintain this quickness. And that appears to be working out quite nicely.
That is true. There definitely is a body type difference between the two. It's Gainesville trying to hold off North Palm. North Palm with a ton of power, and they are really putting it in, and North Palm may get through them in the last 5 strokes, which would be quite the effort. Oh, and then there's a crab out of the right hand of the North Palm stroke, and Gainesville is going to finish second because of it. So it's Oars, Gainesville, North Palm Beach, and then it's going to be Sarasota Crew B ahead of Belen Jesuit, and then it appears to be the Bowl School ahead of Melbourne as we get our first shots of the A final of the boys varsity double. The last 2-person rowing event that we will see at our 2022 championships is this boys varsity double, and they're already approaching the halfway point. And wow, what a race it looks like we have going on. First of all, it looks like we do have all 8 competitors, and the boat in lane 3 is the one that is out on the field, Miami, out of lane 3, and going with them is Sarasota out of lane 6. So to my eye, those are the 2 boats out, with Miami, I think, in the lead out of lane 3.
I agree completely. So these are 2 clubs with excellent sculling credentials and excellent sweep as well as sculling credentials. So we're in for quite a treat, as David indicated, as these crews are just approaching 500 meters.
These are critical points for those 2 teams, knowing that Miami has won some events, so has Sarasota Crew so far on the boys' side. And so if Miami can hold off Sarasota Crew, that's going to be a notch in their favor with the quads coming up. But it's Miami out in front. It's Sarasota Crew in second place. Those 2 boats really pushed out from the rest of the field. Maybe the 3rd place boat might be South Orlando all the way over there in lane 1, Joe, in the green hats.
Yep.
Also out with them appears to be the boat from Rocks, as well as maybe the boat in lane 7 from Boone. I think it's going to be easier to tell as they kind of get closer to us what's going on for the bronze medal. But it's Sarasota Crew and it is Miami for the gold medal out front. And those two boats may be connected at this point, Joe. This is going to really be a battle.
It definitely is. It's a real contrast in styles as I'm watching. The Miami crew is really quick getting it on, and I get the impression that Sarasota crew is more smooth and in their application of power. But we'll see whether or not Miami is rowing more like Oxford did in the boat race, and Sarasota crew is more like Cambridge. So see whether or not that makes a difference. So Sarasota crew has really jumped up the rating, and Miami is starting to have some issues. There goes Sarasota crew. They are really pumping it up. They're going to be very, very happy because they have moved really quickly and really stayed with themselves. Beautiful boatmanship where they're staying with their heads right on keel and really smooth as they're going. Not a real strong front end, but just a really smooth application of power, and it's paid tremendous dividends, and their great boatmanship has allowed them to walk right through Miami, and they are going to win the boys varsity double final.
Yep, what a finish there. 40 strokes a minute for Sarasota Crew, really for the last 200 meters, is going to win them a gold medal in the boys varsity double. Silver medal unofficially is going to go to Miami. And then the bronze medal is that boat from Sora, the Green Hats up there, who have had a tremendous regatta as a team as well, with South Orlando taking home a bronze medal in the boys varsity double. Fourth place is going to be lane 7, which is Boone High School. And behind Boone High School, it's going to be Rocks, finishing ahead of Miami Beach. And then Treasure Coast ahead of Sebastian, in that order.
Yeah.
And as we move out of the doubles, we're going to move into the quads. 4 races left. We're going to start with the petite final or B final of the girls varsity quad. Then we'll have the A final of the girls varsity quad. Then we'll move to the boys for the B final and A final. On the race course and in your picture, if you're watching at home on YouTube, this is the B final of the girls varsity quad. 4 boats in this race. As I look out there, I see all 4. Furthest from the camera is Boone High School in lane 4. Cape Coral is in lane 5. Berkeley Prep is in lane 6. And Team Tampa is in lane 7. Good shot there of Boone High School in lane 4.
It looks like our leader may be Cape Coral in the middle, with possibly Tampa on the outside, maintain contact, but I'm seeing Berkeley and Boone off a little bit as far as pace.
So it's a 4-boat race to contest places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida in the girls varsity quad. And the penultimate girls race of our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. Looks like your leader is lane 7, Team Tampa. And in second place is Cape Coral. And then it looks to my eye like third place is Berkeley Prep, just ahead of Boone High School. Coming through the halfway point and into the second half of this 1,500-meter race here at our FSRA Sculling Championships. One last time, I want to remind you, especially as you're taking pictures of medalists and trophies after this event, to like Nathan Benderson Park on Facebook and Instagram, and we use the handle at Nathan Benderson Park, and on Twitter, the handle is at MyNBP. And check in at the park while you're here. When you take those pictures of victorious athletes, use the hashtags, hashtag MyMVP and hashtag FSRA Sculling.
Yeah,
pretty spaced out, Joe.
Yeah, pretty spaced out. I agree with you that Team Tampa for this B final is doing a good job staying ahead of Cape Coral, and then we're seeing quite a bit distance back to Berkeley, and then trailing the field is Boone.
So Team Tampa leading this B final of the girls varsity quad ahead of Cape Coral. Place is not changing from where we checked in at 500 meters. Berkeley Prep then ahead of Boone. And Team Tampa stay out in front and win the B final. Looks like their biggest challenge is from Cape Coral, who is starting to move a little bit to my eye, Joe.
I agree. Rowing very nicely is Cape Coral. And Team Tampa is right along that buoy line, so hopefully they won't get their oars caught on one of those buoys or bang against it. And it looks like Cape Coral has made a move on them. There they go. Cape Coral has really picked it up, and I think they may have moved through Team Tampa.
Yeah, it could come down to it. We'll see if Tampa has an answer for Cape Coral. Cape Coral definitely turned the tables. Will Team Tampa have an answer for them? This is going to come right down to it, which is another great finish right in front of us here in the finish line tower. This is the petite final or B final of the girls varsity quad. Cape Coral may be running out of steam. It might be Team Tampa starting to push back in.
I don't know if they have enough room.
Don't think they do. I think both boats a little bit worn out. We're not seeing the stroke ratings come up in either boat really, except maybe Cape Coral the last couple strokes, and it's going to do it for them. They're going to win the B final. Cape Coral a length over Team Tampa. And then it's going to be Berkeley Prep finishing ahead of the boat from Boone High School as we get it set up and ready for the girls varsity quad grand final. And we get the cameras trained down at the start line.
Oh, here we go. The money shot. Okay, from the top. Okay, we've got to start. It is Halifax, Orlando, Treasure Coast, Plant, Miami Beach, Sarasota, First Coast, and Oars. Very, very clean, fast start by all of our crews. If anything, I give a little bit of an advantage to Sarasota right there in lane 5.
Good shot there, Miami Beach. Really setting a nice rhythm, that Miami Beach boat. Nice long rowing. Just next to Miami Beach as we pan, that's Plant High School. This is for the medals and a trophy in the girls varsity quad and the highest scoring team event. So this one really matters a lot for the team points as well. As you see Plant High School coming down the track. And you see that one red buoy, that's 250 meters in.
Beat me to it.
That is a good shot there of Treasure Coast. So these are the 4 boats sort of furthest away on the race course from the cameras. Far left in the gold is Plant. Just above them is Treasure Coast. Then above them is North Orlando. A good start out there from Halifax in lane 0 on the top of the screen. And as they come through 500 meters, we'll see where the crews stand relative to one another at that camera that is right on the 500-meter marker. As you see Sarasota crew out in front of the other boats that are on the camera at the moment. As you now see the bow of bow 7 coming into the picture.
So Sarasota crew has a half a length over Oars that then has another half a length over First Coast. Very, very competitive racing in our outside lanes.
Yep, so coming through that checkpoint, it was Sarasota ahead of Oars. Those are your top 2 coming through. Will that remain all the way down the track? Will it change? Very competitive racing all the way through the field. Lots of races within the race, one of which you're looking at right now, which is Halifax and North Orlando on the picture. Already almost halfway with these quads. This is a girls varsity quad grand final from the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park. And if you're just tuning in, this is the last girls race of the day. Then we're going to have 2 boys races, also the quads to finish up our championships. And Joe, it looks like on the outside, lane 7 Oars is right there with Sarasota crew, maybe in front of Sarasota crew at this point, probably very close between those 2 up front.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And then right there in it is also a Miami Beach and First Coast, and they're almost tied for second. But as you said, oars on the extreme left-hand side of our picture, and Sarasota Crew, 2 boats over. They are extremely close. I would give the nod to Sarasota Crew right now, as they're about 3 strokes before they cross the line of 500 meters to go.
Yep, so I would agree. I would say Sarasota Crew slightly ahead of oars as they come through 500 meters to go in the girls varsity quad grand final. And will it remain that way as they start to move into the higher rating rowing, as they start to empty the energy tanks into the boat and into the oars? And both physicality and physics start really coming into play in these last 500 meters. As they come into the last 350, here comes oars. Oars in the orange hats closest to the beach, really starting to put on a move here on Sarasota Crew. The other boat that seems to be going, to my eye, Joe, is Miami Beach.
Yep.
Miami Beach may have brought it level with First Coast at this point.
Well, Oars is going to have to find another gear to overtake Sarasota Crew, and it looks like they have. As you watch Oars, they look a lot more athletic, more pushing with their legs, and more swing with their bodies. And that steady, tall status, that longer lever arm, may be helping them out, but Sarasota Crew is really making it difficult for them.
Well, Sarasota Crew is at 38 strokes a minute, and Oars is at 36. So Sarasota Crew is definitely going to leave it on the water. They're going to do everything they can. They're doing it with the stroke rating. Does Oars have another gear is probably the only question at this point. It's going to come down to it at Sarasota Crew. The Pink Hats trying to hang on for a state championship in the girls varsity quad. They're going to be able to hold off Oars. It really is going to come right down to the line, Joe.
I think Sarasota Crew has them about half a length, and we'll see where or not they can hold on. Great racing here by both these crews. And then on the outside, it's Miami trying to enter into it. But Sarasota Crew holds on very, very nicely to win by 3/4 of a length over Oars. And then Miami is third.
Yeah, Miami Beach with a length.
Or Miami Beach.
For third place, ahead of First Coast, who will finish in 4th place, then ahead of Plant High School. And then it's going to be Treasure Coast finishing ahead of Halifax and North Orlando in that order. So unofficially, Sarasota Crew with the win in the girls varsity quad, just ahead of Oars and Miami Beach. Those were the medals as we saw them come across. And so assuming that's official, that's how they are going to shake out, and that's how the medals will go home with these crews. We've got 2 more races. They are the boys varsity quad boat class. We will start with the B final, and we will conclude with the A final.
That's where the big dogs are going to hunt. Got to feed some meat. A very nice picture on your monitor right now. We can see the starting platforms. These were a purchase for the 2017 World Championships for the para events, where we had to have what the World Rowing calls a starting bridge. And the para events for that year were 1,000 meters. Now all events in World Rowing Championships, both para and able body, are 2,000 meters. These crews are saying hi to each other, wishing each other luck as they sit back and wait for looks like some launch boats to come down and follow them down the race course.
Yep, so we're going to take just a short break here, and we will come back with the last 2 races of our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships. It will be the B final, followed by the A final of the boys varsity quad.
All right, we have 6 boats ready to go for the boys varsity quad B final. We'll see if we get the 7th boat. We may or may not. That 7th boat would be another Hillsborough boat up in lane 1. But we currently have Hillsborough A in lane 2. We have Team Tampa A in lane 3. Halifax B in lane 4. Orrs in lane 5. Bowles in lane 6. Plant High School in lane 7. That's who is ready to go here for the B final of the boys varsity quad, our penultimate event of the 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships here from Nathan Benderson Park. And this is the best water we've had all day long, Joe, to finish these last 2 races. As here we go. We're going to go with 6, and we'll see who has the best start. And we'll really be able to check in with them at 500 meters. Far right side of the screen in the gold, that's Plant. Right in the center of the screen there is the Bowles School. Pretty stiff in that 2 seat.
Yeah, he's having a hard time.
Orrs,
holding
that's
it all the way
Orrs
to
in
the
lane
release.
5. Big athletes in that boat.
Yeah. Looks like a professional wrestler in 3. Great shades.
That's lane 4, which is Halifax B. Lane 3, Team Tampa. And lane 2 is Hillsborough A. Those are your 6 boats here in the B final of the boys varsity quad. And as they come and they approach that 500-meter point already, these boats moving very briskly as they do, quads moving very fast. You see the boats in the lanes closest to the camera starting to push out. Looks like lane 6 ahead of lane 5. That's a Bowles School ahead of Orrs. Will lane 7 come into the picture here, Plant High School? I don't think they will be ahead of probably either of these boats as they come through 500. There they are.
6, 5, 7.
So we've got 3 boats connected up front. And it looks like the Bowles School ahead of Orrs and Plant in that order as they came through 500 meters of this 6-boat race. Contesting places 9 through 14 in the state of Florida in the boys varsity quad. The Hillsborough at the top. Just below them on the screen is Team Tampa. Those 2 boats very connected.
Yeah, we're seeing as we're about halfway in, and again, the water is like glass. So this is ridiculously beautiful. Where our lead crew is the second from the left, and that is the Bowles School. And they are starting to push their advantage out a little bit. And then in second place, it looks like it may be Orrs on the one side of the Bowles School, and almost tied with Orrs would be Plant on the port side. So as they come past 600 meters to go, the crews, 3 crews on the left-hand side have definitely broken from the 3 crews on the right-hand side.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing as well, Joe. I still see a lead here for the Bowles School in lane 6. Pretty close to my eye between Plant and Orrs behind them. Maybe Orrs just slightly ahead of Plant. Hard to tell.
Yeah, it looks like Orrs may be a little bit cleaner than Plant. Plant has a lot of power.
So they're already into the last 350 meters. As I said, these boats could move very fast down the race course, almost as fast as 8s. There's no coxswain in there, just 4 rowers, but still 8 oars like you would in an 8. And it's a Bowles School that has now opened up water. Good dogfight here between Plant High School and Orrs for 2nd and 3rd in this B final for places 10 and 11 in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it looks like Plant has really cleaned up their stroke and is really pressing their advantage very nicely. It is like it's going to be a dogfight between Plant on the outside, on the left-hand side, and Orr's two lanes over with the white uniforms.
So what we know is the Bowl School is out in front. As I'm watching, I'm seeing a huge power move coming from Orr's. Is that move going to get them second place or 10th place in the state of Florida ahead of Plant? It definitely jolted them, I think, in front of Plant. Does Plant have an answer? Do they know that that even happened from Orr's? Yeah, I'm not sure, because Orr's continues to kind of move away from Plant. I mean, there was a distinct point in the race as I was looking over where Orr's just decided to go, and it was with about 150 meters left. As you see the Bowl School, they're going to finish and win this B final of the boys varsity quad. And they're going to do it half a length of open water ahead of Orr's. Orr's is going to finish half a length ahead of Plant High School. And then it's going to be Halifax B trying to hold off Team Tampa, who then will finish ahead of Hillsborough A as we conclude our penultimate race of the day. There's only one left. It's the boys varsity quad A final for trophies and a medal and the crown of state champion. And we should have a full 8 boats across for that boys varsity quad A final. They're not quite ready. We will get the cameras down there, and we will get some progress on it, adding to the drama that they are not yet on the race course. So we're going to see the whole race, Joe, all the way down, and it's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, hold on to your hats, everybody, because if you close your eyes, you may miss it.
So interesting shot. This is giving us some sense of actually what appears to be occurring here. What you are looking at is the camera at the 500-meter point of our 1,500-meter race course, or excuse me, at the start of our 1,500-meter race course. And it appears we've got some issues over on the warm-up side of the race course, which is the left side of the wave attenuator as you're looking at the screen. So they're going to get that sorted out. You can see some of the other boats are still practicing, and none of the boats, I think, have been called under the wave attenuator bridge, which is at the very end. You see the white structure. There is a bridge that the boats will come under to be on the race course side, and then they will filter into their lanes and get into the start line for this final race of the day. And it appears to me like they may be working on some equipment of one of these boats. So we're going to make sure that we can get all 8 boats across and a fair race. It's probably going to be several minutes before we get this thing started, so we're going to take a quick break. But before I do so, I want to thank the sponsors one final time who have sponsored this event. They are Sarasota County, Visit Sarasota County, Manatee County, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, ABC7 WWSB, your local station at mysuncoast.com, Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Benderson Development, and University Town Center. And we're going to get these crews sorted. We'll get them around the wave attenuator and onto the race course side shortly. And then we will be back with the final race of the day, the boys varsity quad A final.
All right, in the venue, for those of you that are still here, looks like a lot of people have already cleared out. The start of our last event of the day, the boys varsity 4 final, has been delayed due to an equipment breakage of a crew from First Coast. A member of the crew caught a very, very deep crab, and because of that, there was a tremendous pressure exerted on the rigger. The rigger is that piece of metal that's attached to the boat that holds the oar, and because of that, it was deemed that it was not maintenance. It was, in fact, a viable breakage, and it was they were unable to fix it on the water, so they were arranged for another boat that First Coast has, a ladies' boat, and they transferred the crew from the boat which they had originally intended to race in to go into the ladies' boat. So all the crews right now are headed to the starting platform, and we should be underway shortly. Thank you. Okay. Okay, in the venue, one of our rowers has lost an iPhone that has a sparkly case. And if you find the lost iPhone, would you please bring it to the 3rd floor of the Finish Line Tower? And there's going to be a very, very happy person if they receive it. After float testing a few of these things, I can certainly wonder and appreciate getting one back.
Yeah, iPhones, today's world, not a cheap item and an essential item in our world. So let's get ready for this one, Joe. It's going to be 8 boats across. The boat that we're not seeing in the start blocks at the moment, so I'm only seeing 7. The one I'm not seeing appears to be Gainesville. And we did have, as you said, a an equipment issue in the boat in lane 1, which is First Coast. But I'm seeing these athletes sit ready, so I'm wondering if we're going to see Gainesville or not. We may not. So let me set the field for you. Closest to the camera in lane 7, that's Sarasota Crew. Then 1 boat further away is Miami Beach. Then it's Miami as they get going. Halifax A, Sarasota B, First Coast, and Belen away from the camera. And as we did with the NCAA championships, if any of you were out here volunteering or watching, I think we came into it with quite a delay before the Varsity 8, the last race of the day. I called it as a dramatic delay in the racing before that final event. We had the same thing here, but as Mary Whipple said, ready or not, here they go. And you see Miami Beach there, and just next to them is Miami. This race is going to be over in a snap. That's why that delay is probably 10 times longer than this race is going to last down the race course. These men's varsity quads are charging, Joe, and we will see, that's a Sarasota B boat, we will see as they get to the 500-meter camera where things stand relative to one another. That's going to give us our best shot of who is out and who has some ground to make up. Final race of our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. This is the boys varsity quad grand final. As you see a good picture there of, I think, Belen Jesuit and First Coast, those 2 lanes that are at the very top.
So we had a confirmation from our finish line people that Gainesville, which was in lane 2, was the scratch. So now we are looking at our two boats, which just go across the front of it, was Berlin, Sarasota Crew A, and Miami Beach. Very, very close. So very hard to ascertain who was in first, but they were
Yeah, it was Miami
right with
Beach. It was in first place by a couple feet over Sarasota Crew at that 500-meter point. And I think you're right that there were some boats up at the top of the race course, particularly Belen Jesuit, that was right in the mix. So those were your top two as lane 6 and 7, the heat winners of our boys varsity quad, Miami Beach and Sarasota Crew. As I look down the race course, from my eye, it does look like Miami Beach maintains an advantage probably a little bit on Sarasota Crew. Those two boats are considerably out on the field. But those two boats at the top of the race course did have very good first 500 meters, First Coast and Belen Jesuit. It's good to see First Coast with their equipment fixed, having a nice start out there. And this one could really come down to it, not only for the gold medal, but also for the bronze, as the boat from Miami tries to get into the mix again. This is a critical race for the team points as well, and it is coming through halfway already. It seems like it doesn't seem like I'm talking for very long, and we're already at halfway.
Yeah, based upon my eye, it looks like Sarasota Crew is starting to grind it out, starting to open up a little bit over Miami Beach, which is on their port side. And back off of it is Miami, Halifax, and the other boats. So it's basically a two-boat race, and then we're trying to figure out who's who in the zoo that's going to be third. And it looks like it's going to be Miami, First Coast, and possibly even Sarasota B that might be into play.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Miami's in third place. You still may have some connection up front between Sarasota and Miami Beach. That's kind of the big grudge match that's going on for the gold medal closest to the beach, as all of the remaining spectators are out looking at what's going on here. We'll try to get some I'm going to get some stroke ratings as they get a little bit closer and into the red buoys, as you have Sarasota Crew with an advantage on Miami Beach. It's Miami Rowing Club trying to pull up, Miami Rowing Center, and all the way up there, First Coast, that boat that had the issue that gave us the delay, is right in the mix for possible medals. So can Sarasota Crew hang on? They're into the last 200 meters as Sarasota Crew, and I've got them at 38 strokes a minute. I'm going to get a stroke rating on Miami Beach as they come into
there goes
view.
Sarasota Crew. They just popped it up a little bit. Miami's trying to stay with them.
Yeah, Miami trying to go with the stroke rating too, but I think Sarasota's a little bit higher. Here they come, right to the line. It's Sarasota Crew right now with a half a length advantage. Last 5 strokes to the line. Here comes a charging Miami Beach. Do they have enough space to track down Sarasota Crew? They're not going to do it. It's going to be another state championship for Sarasota Crew, this time in the boys varsity quad, ahead of Miami Beach.
And
over
it is
there,
that boat
from First Coast.
First Coast, it looks like it's good luck. They hopped in the ladies' boat, and, man, they found some speed. So dealing with adversity very nicely, the crew from First Coast, who had a boat that was broken, that had to deal with going and getting a boat that the ladies normally row, and they found some speed in the women's boat. So some great racing here at Nathan Benderson Park. And it's almost a beautiful day here as we look up into the sun as it glistens off the water in beautiful downtown Sarasota, or Bradenton, as we see some white pelicans take off and head down the course and almost sky up to indicate it's been a great day, and we're at the end of our racing for now. I hope to see you in 2 weeks there, David.
Yep, we will be back in 2 weeks for the FSRA Sweep Championships. That's going to conclude our 2022 FSRA Sculling Championships here from Nathan Benderson Park. It's been my pleasure to bring you the broadcast and bring you the audio on the venue. My name is David Wyant. I am was joined by Joe Dobson, and we are going to sign off and see you next year.